I was asleep at the time, until I woke up this morning. Maybe I mixed it up with another day. Have I ever carried you before? Oh, I don't think so. Maybe it was a dream. Yeah. It happens a lot. Anderson, does it still hurt? Luo Nin asked with concern. His usual confidence was completely gone. Anderson responded in a slightly raised voice. No. I'm totally fine. Don't worry about it. Doesn't look like you're fine. If it still hurts, all the more reason not to worry. Anderson said. I was asleep at the time. Doesn't look like you're fine. If it still hurts, tell me. I'll take you to the infirmary. And no, it's fine. Anderson couldn't meet Luo Nan's eyes. Even though his throat felt like it was cut by a knife, he couldn't speak the truth. Ever since the moment he was carried, he had been thinking about what happened last night. He bit his lip hard. Idiot. You almost exposed it yesterday. That broad, warm back, just staying still on it, was already a mistake. He still remembered what Alpha Doppler gang looked like when it transformed. Anderson sighed anxiously. Luo Nin silently stared at him. As long as you're okay. Yeah. It was really a misunderstanding. Don't mind it. Anderson let out a breath of relief. Just then, cheers came from the direction of the plaza. Luo Nin turned his head and suddenly grabbed his hand. It's starting. Let's hurry over there. Luo Nin. Your hand. You held it yesterday too. Why are you so surprised now? I know a shortcut. Follow me. Luo Nin and Anderson ran hand in hand across the campus. When they reached the central plaza, the parade had already begun. The square was packed with people and beasts, all kinds of noise and scribbled signs. Insane. They actually brought the Sergio. Wow. There's a fire lizard over there too. Is that Professor Balin at the front? Thud. Thud. The booming drums echoed slowly. Beneath the blue sky, every phantom beast and monster in the White Beast Festival marched in formation. Professors stood between the students and the parade, acting as safety officers. The spectacular scene, unlike anything he'd seen before, made Anderson cover his mouth in awe. Wow. Amazing. There are more than what we saw in the tent. It's really stunning. Luo Nin nodded in agreement. He felt the hard work last night wasn't wasted. Leading the parade was Balin, tapping on a massive beast. Because of his racist traits, he was equivalent to 100 people. Following closely behind was the Sergio that injected poison into Allendale. Nice. Wow. Sergio let out a majestic roar. All the students burst into cheers. Luo Nin laughed, pointing at the Sergio. Want to control it again? Make this a truly unforgettable White Beast Festival? This time, make it sting Balin's butt. Do we really have to do this? Sorry, senpai. Don't do that. Just kidding. The two of them smiled at each other. Suddenly, Luo Nan's gaze landed on the safety officer, Instructor Idoken. The armored werewolf looked quite imposing. Luo Nan suddenly snapped his fingers in the air. Right. Are you free this weekend after the festival? No plans yet. Why? Then come with me. Everyone else is already coming. Only you're missing, senpai. Anderson tilted his head. Luo Nin suddenly rummaged through his pockets and took out a shimmering metal badge. This platinum badge was engraved with the crest of the Grancia family. This ticket, usable across the continent, also served as a pass to a certain place. It's been a while since news of the reconstruction came out. I can't wait. Only half a month left until summer break. To use it in Dianhao. I need to commission it now. Time to make my second weapon. Chapter 109. The second weapon. Code 109. I see now. So you're the one who's been feeding me intel? Yes, that's right. My name is Bruce. Bruce turned down the volunteer request. He couldn't understand why this was happening. Baron looked at him and said, I didn't expect you to be so young. What a surprise. Your intel was thorough and detailed. I thought it came from someone more seasoned. Bruce laughed awkwardly. On the afternoon of the final day of the White Beast Festival, I went to the office at Tower 13. He was having a private conversation with Balin Panacea, Calabaro's nemesis. He said he'd let me live. What kind of mercy is that? It was Luo Nin who sent Bruce here. If he didn't come, he'd be chopped to pieces. So he had no choice. Luo Nin's words kept echoing in his mind. This is your only way to survive. He's definitely going to die. His chapped lips panted heavily. He had never regretted his secret love, but now he truly did. He knew what Balin had done to Calabaro in the past. Even Allendale, who once managed the Tetra division. First of all, this won't do. Suddenly, Balin stood up. His hand, capable of pulling out his own hair with ease, moved into view. Bruce screamed and jumped onto the sofa. And no, wait. You startled me. What is it? You. Are you going to kill me? Why would I do that? Can you sit down for a moment? Bruce sat down again. Balin fiddled around a bit, then placed a large silver tray on the table. It held a tea set usually seen at noble tea parties. Cups filled with steaming black tea. Freshly baked cookies emitted a tempting aroma. Balin said, Please enjoy. They won't taste good once they cool. Since you're a surprise guest, It took some time to prepare. Thanks. Crunch. Bruce took a bite of the cookie. He didn't even consider the possibility it could be poisoned. Soon, his eyes widened in astonishment. This. Even if it were made by a professional baker, he would still believe it. Baron smiled gently. I'm glad you like it. Really? It's really delicious. How can someone make food like this? Take your time eating. First of all, I want to thank you. I heard the Rakta students returned safely. That was largely thanks to you. Wait, how did you know that? Luonin told me. Baron continued. Last night, Luonin told him in detail everything about Bruce, his actions, his potential, and the fact that he was innocent. Thinking back on the conversation with Luonin, Baron smiled slightly. What a good kid. Luonin mentioned at the end that Bruce was considering his future. It was an obvious hint. Baron brushed his hair back and spoke. I'll be direct. How about becoming my assistant? Things have gotten busier lately. I need someone to help. If you live in Filion, it won't attract the organization's attention. What do you say? Asterisk plop asterisk. The cookie in Bruce's hand fell. Thankfully, the White Longevity Festival proceeded peacefully. The angry poachers didn't seek revenge, nor did Doppler gang reappear. The fool ran off. Luonin and Anderson, along with members of the Special Class Adventure Club, were leisurely enjoying the festival. Festivals aren't so bad. Luonin let out a breath. A white puff of mist came out. He was exhausted from running around. On the night the White Longevity Festival ended, a crescent moon hung in the clear night sky. That fool probably got the job by now. Thinking of Bruce, Luonin smiled slightly. Luonin hoped that by introducing Bruce, Valen might give him a new chance, not just for his usefulness. He hoped this former comrade, Bruce. After finishing his cigarette, Luonin walked back into the club building. There, still busy wrapping things up, he saw Maria. Seeing the rows of gold and silver coins, Luonin let out a bitter smile. The amount had doubled from before. In other words, all this money was earned during the festival. Were you secretly selling alcohol? Selling alcohol? We opened a tavern, at least enough to earn this much. Amazing. Maria hummed as she counted coins. Assam, sipping milk, watched in awe. This time, the profit from the business was 10 times higher than the investment. Maria said all the money would be reinvested into the students to raise the Carabel Merchant Guild standing. Incredible. Humph. You already knew that, didn't you? At the very least, this is what it takes to lead a guild. That's true. So, Arthur spat out the milk he was drinking. At the same time, Maria tossed the coin in her hand. Clink. The coin grazed Luonin's ear and embedded itself in the wooden pillar behind him. Seeing it halfway buried, Luonin whistled. Brutal. Keep that up and someone's gonna die. Do you know how awkward things have been between me and that cutie lately? And Maria. Calm down. Maria looked like she was about to flip the table at any moment. Arthur used all his might to stop her. Luonin didn't respond. He just chuckled darkly. Anyway, their relationship seemed to have improved, which made her feel relieved. Phew, all right. Kindly will just tolerate it. Good idea. You're really... Never mind. Did everyone get their bounty? Luonin and Arthur nodded. All the poachers caught were wanted criminals, so including Luonin. The team received a very generous payout, especially the reward for capturing Arendelle. It was beyond imagination. It wasn't just the bounty. He also had many high-value items, like enchanted rings and shoes made from troll leather. Maria looked at Luonin and said, Luonin, didn't you say you wouldn't sell that mask? Yeah. It's actually pretty useful. Luonin patted the bare mask bag hanging on his waist. This was something Arendelle had used. It had near-perfect resistance to poison and water. Having that kind of functionality was very useful. Besides, according to Bruce, it was something only given to high-ranking members of Calaboro. That fact alone made him quite satisfied. Luonin's lips curved slightly as he took off the mask again. His collector's urge kicked in. After the Doppler incident this time, he decided he no longer wanted to breathe the same air as Calabaro. Suddenly remembering the weekend plans, Luonin looked at Arthur and said, All right, Arthur, how's the reading going with that black book? For now, yeah. I've only fully translated 2 pages so far. Not bad at all. Let me see. Suddenly, Luonin drew his sword. Arthur, who was about to hand him Berula, stopped. Reup. Luonin. Why the sudden sword? There's something I need to do. Just a moment. Give it here. Luonin snatched Berula away. Arthur watched, stunned. His eyes widened. Why are you cutting that off? You're so weird. It doesn't affect the readable parts anyway. Even so, Arthur still looked confused. He didn't really understand what was happening. Anyway, the long white gloves episode ended like that. Only about 10 days left before summer break. Saturday morning arrived. Crisp birdsong echoed through the campus. Luonin took Anderson straight to New Grand Cappadocia, the entrance to the underground city. located in a fabric shop on the northwest side of the island. Luonan went to a corner of the shop and pressed a button on the wall. Click, click. The building trembled. The ground beneath them began to descend. Just let it keep going. Don't be scared. The ground is moving. Just like before, they entered the underground via elevator. Since they had notified in advance, no one stopped them. Clunk, clunk. They continued descending into the darkness. Not long after the sound of hammering, their vision opened up. A breathtaking scene unfolded before them. Wow. Hey, what a big change. Anders Han forgot to cover his mouth and let out a gasp of awe. Seeing the place had grown 5 or 6 times bigger, Luonan let out a wry smile. The new Grand Cappadocia was built at the site where Luonan had caught Cyrilla and Eden. Compared to before, when there were only stones, now there was an entire ecosystem. Strange plants had taken root and grown in every corner, covering the glowing stone walls and ceiling. Resembling a starry night sky, lava from who knows where had formed a lake in the center of the cavern. Not far from the lava lake was a natural underground spring. Blacksmith workshops were set up between the 2 lakes, forming a small village. Dwarves busily moved about between the buildings. There seemed to be even more of them than before the disaster. The elevator finally came to a stop. As the doors opened, a huge figure rushed toward Luonan. Haha. Luonan. Didika. It was the werewolf blacksmith Didika. His gray tail swayed side to side. He picked Luonan up and set him down with a thud, then cheerfully extended his hand. How long has it been since we last met? How have you been? Why do you look even furrier than before? Didika greeted him excitedly. The cheerful werewolf blacksmith hadn't changed one bit. Haha, it's just about time to shed. So, what do you think of our new home? It's much better than before. Luonan nodded as he looked around again. Both the facilities and living conditions had greatly improved. Didika let out a hearty laugh. Even the location is better. The entire cost of reconstruction was paid by the Grancia family. Some people even say it was a good thing it got destroyed. Oops. We should have just let those cave giants eat everything. Haha, maybe so. By the way, where's the young lady? Andersan was still in shock from seeing the underground city. Luonan gently patted the dazed Andersan on the shoulder. Only then did he turn his head. He bowed respectfully. Hello, I'm Andersan. I'm Didika. Since you're a friend of Luonan's, that makes you my friend too. Make yourself at home. Miss, are you here to order a custom weapon too? I just came along with Luonan to have a look. I don't have the money to order a weapon here. The deposit's already been paid. How could you say that? The letter clearly mentioned weapons for 2 people. Didika. No time, just lead the way. Luonan cut Didika off. Realizing the situation, Didika gently nudged Luonan with an elbow. Oh, so that's how it is. Not bad. You're still wearing that transparent armor? Let's see if it can withstand this. Let's go take a look right away. With Didika leading, Luonan and Anders Han went deeper into the forge. A boiling lava lake lay to the left. A calm and clear underground lake lay to the right. All the forges were located between the 2. Didika said, I doubt anyone would turn down your request. After all, you're the hero of Grand Cappadocia. But, you've already picked your blacksmith, haven't you? Of course. It's in the letter too. No one can beat old Dolan. Here we are. Shortly after, Didika stopped in front of a building. The structure, carved from a single block of white stone, had a perfect cube shape. A long, thick chimney extended down into the depths of the cave. Aside from being twice as large as before, everything else remained unchanged, rebuilt in less than a month. He really is a monster of an old man. As Didika spoke, they opened the forge's door. Suddenly, Luonan grabbed Andersan by the shoulder. Then he stood with her, back-facing the door. Luonan. Andersan was startled by the sudden move. Just as she was about to say something, whoosh, a wave of light and heat burst out from the door. It felt like the back of her head had been scorched. Their shadows stretched long beneath them. Only after the brightness faded did Luonan turn around again. Not falling for that again. He had learned that from experience. After saying that, Luonan walked into the forge. Unlike last time, the interior was much tidier. After selling all the leftover weapons, a spotless anvil now sat at the center of the forge, alongside a massive furnace, big enough to fit an elephant. Standing in front of the furnace was a dwarf with a thick white beard, shaped like a rice ball. Sensing someone enter, the dwarf turned around. Luonan waved in a friendly manner. Doran. Long time no see. Oh, Luonan. Long time no see. How have you been? Pretty well overall. And you? My mom. Still the same as always. Legendary blacksmith Doran was still in good health. They exchanged a few casual words. Doran, stroking his beard with a smile, said, I read your letter. You're here to commission a second weapon, right? Yes. But before we start crafting, I'd like to ask something. Ask away. Can this material be used? Luonan pulled something out of his pocket. They were a few small, black triangular pieces of paper. Is this paper? That's right. But this isn't ordinary paper. I want to know if it can be used. Not ordinary paper? It definitely looks unusual. Let's have a look first. These scraps were cut from the edge of Beriula last night. Dolan took the pieces and inspected them closely, as carefully as if he were inspecting a set of shell. Good grief. During the appraisal, Dolan's expression gradually turned serious. It was a long while before he returned to his seat. Furrowing his brow, Dolan looked up at Luonin and asked, "Where did you get this stuff?" Chapter 110. Blood soaked the sand. 1. Hashtag 110. The appraisal was conducted thoroughly. It took a long time before Dolan returned to his place. He held a broken fragment of Beriula in his hand. "Where in the world did you get this thing?" "That's a secret. So, can it be used?" "Can it?" "It does contain powerful magical energy. The potential as a material is limitless." "That, I can't deny." Dolan roughly stroked his beard. He continued, his eyes never leaving the shard in his hand. "But it's evil. Such a sinister aura. I've never felt anything like it. It's like a leaf plucked from the trees of hell." What a vivid metaphor. "Anyway, it can be used to forge a weapon now. But it's dangerous. If you're not planning to make a cursed sword, you'd better forget it." "What? So we're not using it?" "MHM. Dolan nodded heavily. A completely different reaction than when he got set as shell. His worried tone sounded unusually heavy. "He's worried about me. And who could blame him?" Luonin slowly stroked his chin. He understood how Doran felt. The danger of Beriula far exceeded its outer appearance. Even without a will of its own, that wouldn't change. The black paper pieces still radiated flickering magic. If someone like Assam just quietly used it for study, it'd be fine. But if it were used to rip flesh, no one could predict what might happen. However, Luonin had no intention of giving up. He was thinking of how to tease the old man. Doran let out a low sigh. Asterisk. At that moment, Luonin sensed Doran hiding his emotions. Behind the worried eyes burned the fire of a craftsman's passion and curiosity. "Old guy, you're not being honest, huh? Maybe I don't need to tease him after all." All of a sudden, Luonin snatched the paper from Doran's hand. Snap. Doran's eyes widened in shock. "All right then, Doran. Let's not use it." What are you doing?" "I'm just saying I won't use this material. I don't want to end up crippled from one wrong cut." Even so, you can't just take it like that. Give it here. That thing's way too dangerous for you." Doran, can't we be a little more honest?" Luonin looked down at Doran. His gaze was still fixed on the Beriula. Luonin crouched down, smiling. "You want to try it, don't you?" Doran's expression twisted instantly. After hesitating a moment, he snatched the paper back. "TCH, you brat. Getting this smug just because you beat an old man." Luonin stood up, smiling like a mischievous older brother. "This is what matters most, Dolan. What the wielder thinks is what a blacksmith should care about." "Well said. So then, what kind of weapon do you want to make with this monster? A sword? A spear? I'll leave the type up to you, old man. You know better than I do. But take a look at this first. So, suddenly, Luonin gripped the sword hilt. At the same time, he shifted the source of his magic. The moment his heart beat, a white light rose along the blade. That's bright. Anyway, as long as you can harness that power, it's fine. Incredible. This energy is completely different from the magic you had before. I did notice something odd earlier, so this is why." Dolan's eyes lit up. He carefully observed the magic Luonin displayed. A sense of unease made him furrow his brows. But why does it feel similar to that paper earlier? Am I just being an old man imagining things? What a sharp blacksmith's instinct. Could it be? No. Let's first show what this power can do. Didika. You mean the shield? Dolan nodded. Didika quickly walked to the corner of the forge and brought out a shield. Luonin looked at him, puzzled. "What's that?" "A test shield." It was a large, round shield, large enough to cover the entire upper body. Its smooth surface bore no scratches at all. Facing Luonin, Didika raised the shield and said, "All right, now try hitting it." "You're serious?" "Yes. I just want to see your capability. This is something the old man put a lot of effort into." "Don't worry. Go ahead and hit it." Asterisk. Didikin confidently knocked on his shield with a smile. Even knowing Luonin's strength, he still looked confident. After hesitating a moment, Luonin gripped the hilt of his sword. "If I'm going to do it, I'll go all the way. Let's hope it works." This was his... Luonin closed his eyes. He focused his mind. Asterisk. The air around him trembled slightly. His core altered the nature of his magic. The originally white mana began turning gold. "Oh, how fascinating." Didikin whistled. The golden glow extended from Luonin's shoulder to his right arm, forming the shape of a lion's forepaw. It worked. A rare success. It felt like a force was tearing at his flesh from within his muscles, just like when he split Arendelle into two. Luonin asked with a hint of worry in his voice, "Should we stop now? Just hit the thing on the ground once." you'll see the ability clearly. I'm not that smart. I have to feel it physically, and to craft good weapons. You need to train your body too. Impressive. Luonin smiled faintly. The golden light tendrils wrapped around Didakin's legs. Huh? What's this? Let me help you out. Steady now. What the hell? I can't move my legs. What is this thing? Panicked, Didika struggled. But the roots wouldn't let go. They pinned his lower body to the ground, making his defense stance even more solid. Eventually, Didika gave up and raised his shield again. Hey, whatever you're doing, hurry up. Before he could finish speaking, a manch's figure vanished. Luonan's arm turned into a flash of golden light and tore through the air. The moment the blade struck the shield, humph, Didika's body was sent flying, slamming into the forge wall. Ack, oh no, Didika. Ah, Dolan and Anderson screamed. The over 2-meter-tall werewolf flew like a rock. Thud. Temporarily stuck in the wall, Didika then fell to the ground on his knees. Ow. That's some serious power. Didika smiled as he looked up. The roots binding him to the ground had snapped. A deep, fine mark was left on what was once a pristine shield. Luonan approached and reached out. You okay? Damn, of course I am. The glow around Luonan's arm had disappeared. Didika grabbed Luonan's hand and stood up. Clang. At that moment, the bottom section under the shield's cut dropped to the ground. Whoa. The bottom of the shield had been cleanly sliced off, like a crescent moon. Having gone through something so unexpected, Didika gave a wry smile. I don't even know what to do now. Old man's gonna have a rough time. Phew. Damn. The magic drain really is massive. Luonan took a deep breath and shifted his power source again. The second core quickly depleted, bringing a wave of exhaustion. This battle won't just decide the outcome. It also grants 2 different powers. That's right. There are other abilities too, but only 2 are available right now. Take a look, old man. Make something fitting. Grancy is covering the cost anyway. As he spoke, Luonan pulled out a metal card. This was a credit token given to him as a reward from Grancia by Shilifin's father for saving Cappadocia. He pointed to the still-stunned Anderson and said, don't forget to make one for our senior too. Right? Yes. Come over here, will you? Ah, okay. Finally coming to his senses, Anderson ran over to Dolan. Let me ask, can you control shadow magic? How did you know? I've seen it a few times. The last time was around 200 years ago. A truly rare talent. Dolan nodded with great interest. When a 300-year-old says that, it really is rare. His expression grew more serious as he continued. So then, you must have quite a special power. Tell me, what's your ability? I am not a combat type. Anderson glanced around nervously. His gaze landed on a bat hanging from the ceiling of the forge. He whispered quietly, come here. And then, suddenly, the bats hanging upside down, flapped their wings and flew over. The circling bats, lined up in a row. Between Dolan and Anderson. Anderson said hesitantly, I can control living creatures, depending on the situation. Good grief. Can it be used on humans too? It probably can. That's a dangerous power. Good thing you seem like a kind person. Dolan let out a short sigh. He rubbed his arms, as if trying to calm his inner unease. All right. You've mastered the weapon. If you can control your opponent's movements, then it's certainly a fine weapon. It's done. Yes, I'll take care of the rest. You can go back for now. It'll be finished in about half a month. Thank you, sir. I'll look forward to it. Me too. Let's see what kind of monster we forge this time. Dolan's body trembled slightly. His round eyes, peeking through curled hair, were gleaming. Suddenly, he gripped his hammer and turned to shout at Didika. Enough. We have to get to work right away. Didika, come help. Damn, what a temper. I'll escort you guys to the elevator. See you later. Dolan, we'll meet again. Luonan waved his hand. Anderson bowed respectfully in farewell. Though Didika muttered that the old man's hearing was bad, Dolan didn't respond. Only the sound of hammering served as his reply. Clang. Clang. With Didika leading the way, the two headed back toward the elevator. Just as they were about to go up, Didikin suddenly told them to stop. Wait a second. You two stand together. Let me take a look. Ah, this time I've developed a new invention. Although it hasn't been shown to the public yet, I really want to show it to you. At that moment, Luonan noticed. Didikin was holding a strange box in his left hand. It had a short cylinder in the center. One side was a transparent crystal. Besides that, there were all kinds of attachments, making it hard to guess its purpose. Come, look over here. I'm going to take a picture. A picture? Asterisk click asterisk. Suddenly, the box flashed. The surroundings lit up. Both of them frowned. The light faded quickly. Luonan asked, displeased. What the hell? What did you do? Just wait. You're about to see something amazing. Didikin laughed heartily. Asterisk buzz 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 asterisk. Suddenly, the box started vibrating. From a slot at the bottom, a hand-sized piece of paper slid out. What's this? Isn't that us? Anderson's eyes widened. A black and white image was on the paper. Luonan and Anderson's expressions were vividly captured. Almost hard to believe it was drawn. Anderson said with a trembling voice, Do I really look that ugly? You don't look bad. What strange thing have you invented this time? This is a machine that can turn a moment into eternity. I haven't thought of a name yet, but it's pretty good, right? Not bad at all. Luonan smiled in surprise. He carefully folded the beautiful drawing and put it in his pocket. The two of them took the elevator back to the surface. It was already nighttime. Yeah, maybe because we were underground. We lost track of time. What kind of weapon do you think he'll make for us? Yeah. I'm curious too. As they stepped out of the fabric shop, moonlight shone on their heads. The night city was brightly lit, filled with the hustle and bustle of daily life. Holding the photo of Didika's base, Luonan and Anderson returned to Fran. Though Anderson complained about how badly he posed, Luonan never gave him the photo. Time flew by, and the holiday season soon arrived. In just about 10 days, nothing particularly noteworthy had happened. Hope you all have a meaningful vacation. Even outside the academy, don't forget that you are members of Fran Academy. With Claudiel's usual announcements, summer vacation began. For 9 weeks, students didn't need to attend school. They could rest at home or spend their time freely. The once quiet Fran campus became crowded again as students prepared to leave. Students lining up for the carriage saw Luonan approaching and shouted, "No cutting in line. I'm already annoyed. Don't make me angrier. I'm not going home. Arg. I'm not going back. Damn it." Luonan quietly passed through the crowd, heading for the club building. Only, as soon as the door opened, familiar faces came into view. Assam, Maria, Bloom, Ophelia, Shulafin. The 5 members each occupied a spot, chatting idly. Great. Everyone's here. Luonan smiled in satisfaction as he looked around at the members. Asterisk bang asterisk. He deliberately shut the door hard to get their attention. Attention, please. Here he comes. The members all turned their heads at once. Maria met Luonan's gaze and eagerly asked, "What is it? Why did you call us here?" "It's nothing major. I just want to pick someone to travel with me for a month. Just one person. TR travel. For a whole month? That's right. A very long and very fun trip." The members' eyes widened. Luonan's lips curled up slightly. His meaningful smile looked a little sinister. Feeling uneasy, Assam turned pale. "Did I? 10. What kind of trip is this? Huh? Did I ever mention I go home during holidays? I have 6 adorable little sisters." The other members all backed away. No matter how they reacted, Luonan didn't care. After considering the schedule, he pointed to one of the members and said, "You're not bad." Chapter 111. Blood soaked the sand. 2. Alert number 111. Not bad. All eyes turned to Luonan. Luonan pointed toward Shulafin, who was sitting at the table polishing blades. Silent Shulafin, after finishing his task, finally spoke. "How disappointing. You called us here for this. Let's hear him out. This could be a fun trip. Besides, we've got air classes during break. We can't go anyway. Take someone else instead." "Air classes, huh? I see. What a shame." Luonan clicked his tongue. Suddenly, he rummaged through his pockets and pulled out a palm-sized paper. "I even brought a little reward. Oops, I dropped it." Luonan deliberately opened his fingers. The paper slid onto Shulafin's shoulder. His eyes widened. It was a drawing of Ilir, smiling brightly on the paper. Though it was just a simple sketch, it felt completely different. Though in black and white, it was vivid, as if cut directly from reality. Shulafin's pupils trembled rapidly. "Anyway, got it. Focus on your classes." Luonan picked the drawing back up and turned to leave. Suddenly, Shulafin grabbed his shoulder and stood up. "Wait." His voice was unusually serious. Luonan barely suppressed a smile as he turned. "What is it? Come to think of it, broadening one's horizons is also part of Imperial studies. We'll only get busier from here on out." It was hard to imagine what might happen. They felt lucky, and it wasn't just the members who felt that way. Luonan did too. Thinking back to what happened 2 days ago, a smile rose to Luonan's lips. It really was a good invention. Didikan had come up here from below to deliver a weapon. Hanging at his waist was a machine that could turn moments into eternity. Luonan had invited Didikan to his home and asked him to take a few photos of him and Iliel. There wasn't any particular reason at the time. He didn't expect things to turn out like this, but in any case, it turned out to be a good thing. Either way, this needed to be carefully planned. Dana wasn't a place to take a rookie lightly. Ophelia was still somewhat suitable, but the strong daylight there was not ideal for him. After finishing the arrangements, Luonan told the members, "You've all worked hard this semester. Things will get busier from now on. Get some rest." And with that, summer break began. Most members scattered based on their own plans. Assam went to Nimberton where his parents lived. Maria traveled east to Barkian for long-distance trade. Bloom went to the Empire's northernmost region to visit family. The only one who didn't leave was Ophelia. He simply holed up in the club building and refused to leave. Ophelia. Aren't you going home? Ophelia, you're not going home? And staying here means we won't run into Balzac. That lunatic really is around. Thanks for enduring this. It's all right. I'll keep watch here. He let out a long yawn, waved his hand to say don't worry. Luonan and Shulafin spent 2 days, getting ready for the trip to Danehall. After all, it was almost a month's journey. Anderson helped pack supplies carefully. Sleeping bags made by the guild are the best. The desert has extreme temperature shifts. Make sure to bring warm clothes. If I'd known earlier, I could have helped make them for you. It's fine. Ah, sorry. I burned the uniform you like by accident. No worries. I'll patch it up for you. Got your potions and scrolls? The two of them rushed around town gathering items. 2 days flew by. On a clear, sunny morning, at the quiet Faelyong gate, Luonan said goodbye before setting out. All right, I'm heading off now. Okay. He carried a pack that was almost the same size as himself. Saida perched on his shoulder flapped its wings in greeting. Saida was going with him on this journey. Anderson smiled, but his voice carried a hint of concern. Be careful out there. Even though Danehall Ronnie tried to stop you, I'm sure you have your reasons. You'll be fine. What did you do over the break? I went home with my father. Visited my mother and brother. Then I came back to Faelyong right away. Why? Since you went home, why not take a longer break? Because I wanted to see you again. If you're falling behind, you just have to work harder. Right now, I hardly have any magic power left in my body. Anderson scratched his cheek, looking a bit embarrassed. In truth, his level was still stuck at the awareness stage. That's because when he awakened his shadow magic, he used up all his original magic power. He may look gentle, but he's strong inside. What a great talent. Luonan smiled. Even if he didn't possess shadow magic, and had only he could still reach great heights. That's right. I've also been practicing with my new weapon. It might look unfamiliar to you. Ah, yeah? I was surprised since I totally wasn't expecting it. Anderson nodded. The new weapon Doran made for him felt very unfamiliar to someone who had only ever wielded swords. However, with his abilities, as long as he mastered it, the weapon would no doubt be exceptional. Luonan gave Anderson a handshake and smiled softly. See you next time. I hope you achieve great things. With those words, Luonan turned and left. He had just exited the city gates when he saw Shulafin standing with arms crossed. Next to him were 2 ghost horses. You're late, Luonan. I arrived on time. You just got here too early. Hurry up and load your stuff. We have to get through the southwest checkpoint before dark. All right. Young Duke. The two of them muttered as they put on goggles and mounted the ghost horses. Since the last race left her traumatized, Saida didn't ride alongside them. Instead, she sat curled up in Luonan's backpack. Snap. With a pull of the reins, the ghost horses galloped forward. Their destination, Kara. Even on ghost horses, it would still take quite a bit of time to get there. This proves how far the distance is. At least there are roads leading to Kara. You can use phantom horses and other transport, but the problem crossing the Red Desert to reach Danehall can only be done on foot. Damn it. This is why I hate the south. Huff, huff. The sudden change in weather made Luonan start cursing. The further south they went, the lower the sun felt. Overwhelmed by heat, Saida hid back inside the backpack. They reached Kara on the afternoon of the 6th day. Several simple structures stood on the steaming wasteland. Since they already had enough supplies, they only rested briefly before continuing on. Even the phantom horses couldn't take the heat. Once released, they galloped away instantly. They didn't even look back. Damn bastards. Luonan let out a bitter laugh. To be fair, escaping this heat really did feel like getting out of hell. And so they began their journey on foot. Walking beside Shulafin, Luonan suddenly frowned. Hey, don't you feel hot? Stop pretending. Just use it already. I'm fine. Luonan's had it. The sun overhead felt like it could pierce his skull, like it was roasting his brain. In contrast, Shulafin wasn't wearing anything on his head. He looked like he could melt under the scorching sun. As he trudged along in silence, he suddenly muttered, I'm fine. You've got to be kidding me. Anderson packed a spare one for you. You've got 10 seconds to decide. 19. Luonan pulled out another hat from his backpack. He counted the seconds aloud. At 2, Shulafin quietly took the hat. The two resumed their march. How much farther to Danehall? 2 of the remaining days will be in the desert. Did you bring the sleeping bag and leather coat? Shulafin nodded. Thankfully, they had all the other supplies. They kept walking nonstop. Thanks to their regular training in aerial physical exercises, they were able to endure it. Luonan looked around and spoke with a nostalgic tone. Come to think of it, it's really been a while since I came here. The southwest. Memories of wandering in his youth resurfaced. The desert and its surroundings weren't exactly vibrant. Only knee-high thorny grass grew on the barren land. The sky was blue, The earth and plants were yellow. Green only appeared occasionally near sources of water. Suddenly, Shulafin asked, "Is that your new weapon? Made by Master Doran?" "Yeah." "Oh, that one." Shulafin's gaze stopped at Luonan's right hip. There hung a scabbard he hadn't seen before. Luonan nodded. Sensing the aura coming from the scabbard, Shulafin frowned. "Looks like the place we're headed to is really dangerous, if it requires a weapon like that." "Exactly." After walking for a while, the surroundings began to darken. The muggy air quickly cooled, and the wind grew stronger. After confirming the sun had completely set, Luonan stopped walking. "We'll camp here for the night. I'll keep first watch. You get some rest first. Keep your sword at your pillow, ready to draw at any moment." Luonan warned seriously. Noticing Luonan's uncharacteristic caution, Shulafin raised an eyebrow. "What is it? Are there monsters around?" "No. Once we enter the desert, monsters are what we'll need to watch out for. But here, there are many failures." "Failures?" "Yeah, people who failed the challenge of Dainao, like hounds." Recalling his journey in a previous life, Luonan pressed on. "Just thinking about those guys is upsetting. They bet everything on the challenge, but in the end, they failed. Unable to let go of their overnight ambitions, they turned into thieves. Their main goal is to challenge other adventurers heading to Dainhall." After hearing Luonan's explanation, Shulafin slowly nodded. "I see. So, there's no problem dealing with them, right?" "Of course. Give them a good beating." "Got it." "So." Suddenly, Shulafin grabbed the sword hilt. Before Luonan could say anything, she slashed toward the darkness. "So." A crescent-shaped slash cut through the night sky and vanished into the rain. "Hey, what was that for?" Shulafin didn't answer. Soon, the sound of explosions came from afar. Asterisk boom asterisk. A whirlwind rose under the moonlight and shot into the sky. Panicked screams and shouting rang out continuously. "Ah, run." "Damn it, I can't move." Luonan's eyes widened. He judged that it was happening far away. Shulafin released 3 more sword slashes. Asterisk boom asterisk. Asterisk boom asterisk. Asterisk boom asterisk. With the sound of explosions, 3 whirlwinds shot into the sky. Looking in the direction the sword energy flew, Shulafin muttered to herself, "They're just bandits, but they're quite capable. They dodged quite a bit." "You maniac. How did you even notice them?" "Extending perception using magic isn't impossible. They're heading this way." It was then that Luonan finally sensed the malicious aura and yelling. Asterisk whoosh asterisk. Suddenly, around 10 or so glowing orbs lit up in the dark. He quickly realized they were torches. Bringing this one along was definitely the right call. Luonan thought as he grabbed both sword hilts. Perfect. Perfect time to test them out. Chapter 112, Bloodstained Sands 3, Code Red 112. Perfect. Perfect time to test their performance. Luonan crossed his arms and grabbed the 2 hilts. The black La Mancha and a sword he hadn't seen before were drawn. Shulafin stared at Luonan's left hand and said, "So it's a short sword. Didn't expect that. I didn't know what it was either when I first got it." Luonan's new weapon was a short sword. Its full length was only about 30 centimeters. This unfamiliar weapon was a stark contrast to Ramancha. Its blade had elegant curves. The blade, engraved with unknown symbols, shone like winter starlight. Luonan instinctively spun the short sword and gave a wry smile. Damn, as expected, it's insanely heavy. His shoulder felt like he was lifting a great sword with both hands. Its abnormal weight was also in stark contrast to Ramancha. Without muscle reinforcement, it's hard to wield it properly. Suddenly, Luonan remembered the moment he received the weapon and frowned. "I can't recall the name. Didika told me before. What was it called again?" "The sword itself looks fine, but what's with the hilt?" Shulafin stared at the short sword and asked. Unlike the pure white blade, the hilt was pitch black. Shulafin sensed that Luonan knew it was because the hilt was wrapped with fragments of Vigila. The shimmering magic of Neberklaji was faintly stinging from the sword. Who knows? Yet Luonan didn't answer and just shrugged. Explaining in this situation would be too much. The torches and shouting were getting closer. A gust of wind suddenly blew, scattering the clouds covering the moon. Angry faces emerged in the moonlight. 3 big faces. Grab them. They used a tornado. One of them some mage. Take him down first. Damn it. Didn't expect to be attacked first. There were 7 men and 3 women. Just as expected, this group was made up of Dainhall's dropouts. Their gear clearly showed they were part of a bandit gang. They were well prepared to target adventurers headed for Dainhall. Just robbing a few could make them a lot of money. Shulafin got into a battle stance. Saida also prepared to use blood magic. Suddenly, Luonan stepped forward and blocked Shulafin. "What are you doing?" "Hold on. I want to try something." "Try what?" "Well, this is my first time wielding this weapon. I want to see how good it is." "Saida, hold back too." Saida pulled back the blood she was about to launch. Shulafin reluctantly stepped back. Suddenly, a voice shouted from the crowd. Sure show. Oh. Luonan frowned when he heard Stone Hand. Looks like there's a mage among these bandits. Asterisk boom, asterisk. The ground suddenly exploded as a massive rock hand rose from underground, pressing down on the two. The hand was at least 3 meters wide. Idiots, you'd be better off just stealing stuff. Luonan spat on the ground and swung his La Mancha sword. The blade left several marks on the rock surface. Asterisk crack. Asterisk. The shattered stone hand lost its shape. The casting woman's eyes widened. St. Stone what? You. Having located the mage, Luonan hurled his short sword. The sword flew with heavy force like a thrown javelin. Asterisk swish. Asterisk. The white short sword flew in a perfect straight line toward the target. Watch out. A man on the front line raised his shield to protect the woman. Her reaction was quick, clearly an experienced fighter. But that didn't matter. Asterisk thud. Asterisk. The short sword pierced the shield and stabbed into the man's throat. Ah. Blood gushed out, and the sound of bones breaking echoed around them. As the woman screamed, the sword shot out of the back of the man's neck and pierced her forehead. Her body was flung away and slammed into the ground. The surrounding bandits recoiled in fear. Mimi Dad. What the hell? Damn it, that short sword pierced right through the shield. There's no doubt, that was a deadly strike. The two corpses twitched as Luonan whistled in satisfaction. Not bad. That piercing power is beyond expectations. Just from the way the sword flew, you could tell how refined the weapon was. Suddenly, Luonan lifted his right foot. To deal with these fast types, you have to strike before they scatter. He turned to Shulafin and said, Hey, once I stomp, you launch a whirlwind. What do you mean by that? Shulafin tilted her head, confused. Luonan didn't answer and stomped his foot. Asterisk thud asterisk. As the stomp landed, a wave of magic rippled out, but not from under Luonan's foot. It emanated from the short sword embedded in the woman's forehead. Whoa. Shiny roots suddenly sprouted and entangled the nearby bandits. What is this? My body. My body. The restrained bandits struggled in panic. Shulafin's eyes widened. He knew whose skill this was. It was Doran the Peerless. How do you know that skill? I'll tell you after I take care of them. They're still quite stubborn. Luonan pointed at the thieves. As he said, several were still struggling to break free. Shulafin quickly regained his composure and gripped his sword arm. A surge of storm energy rose along the blade. All right. Shulafin swung his sword in the direction of the thieves. The blade shot out energy that pierced through the center of the group. Boom. A 10-meter-wide tornado devoured the thieves. Help. The bound thieves couldn't escape the whirlwind. Their faint screams gradually faded within the wind. Blood from the flying blades rained down like mist. Severed limbs flew through the air. Before long, the wind died down. Thud. Thud. Bodies hurled to the top of the tornado came crashing down. The ground looked like it had been splattered with meat sauce. Damn. Luonan frowned. I don't think I'll be able to eat for 3 days. Shulafin's storm sword was even stronger than during the last duel. This skill, like the others used by Roger, is something one absolutely cannot learn. Why don't you ever know when to stop? The wicked deserve no mercy. Naturally, there were no survivors. At that moment, amidst the carnage, Luonan saw a glimmer of light. He strolled over slowly and picked up the short sword buried in a corpse. Not bad. Though he nearly lost the short sword, he had let Shulafin use the storm sword anyway. Suddenly, he remembered the name of the blade. Luonan wiped the blood off the sword and muttered to himself, Neil. Supposedly the name of a certain giant, though things related to giants weren't really his thing. No matter the name, Luonan was quite satisfied with the new weapon. The weapon's weight belied its appearance, and it could shift position to release aura imbued with shimmering magic. Its functions were impressive too. He gathered what he could carry and turned to leave. Saida, let's go. Q. Saida spread out her 4 wings. The blood floating in the air around them turned into droplets. Even the blood on the boys' clothes and bodies did the same. In less than 3 minutes, Saida had drained all of the blood. Well done. You haven't lost your touch. Q. Luonan stroked Saida's neck, and Saida let out a purring sound with her eyes closed. According to Ophelia, the more blood he drinks, the stronger his blood magic becomes. So whenever there's a chance, he should drink. Truly capable, Shulafin said softly while checking that her clothes were clean. After eliminating the failures, the two moved on, though they wanted to track down the enemy's main base and eliminate them completely. Unfortunately, they didn't have time. Damn it. We finally made it. Is this the place? First time seeing it in person. Shulafin commented with interest. The vast desert stretched endlessly. The ripples on the dunes scattered with the changing wind. And the starry sky above looked like it could fall at any moment. On the night of the 5th day of walking, the two entered the red sand desert. Stretching with a groan, Luonan complained. Ugh, I used too much force on those scumbags. That was the right call. The number of victims will surely be reduced. Exactly. The two continued walking for another 5 days, just as Luonin predicted. During 4 sunrises and sunsets, they took down. Most of the time, Shulafin would sense their presence, and Luonin would charge in and handle them. Word seemed to have spread, and the bandits started adjusting their tactics. But in the end, they still ended up as meat. In the face of overwhelming strength, strategy was meaningless. Luonin glanced at Shulafin and gave a slight nod. Bringing her along was definitely the right choice. No need to question her strength, and she has no hesitation in cutting down evildoers. Shulafin turned his head and saw the rocky mountains stretching in the distance. They looked like crowns or upturned palms. Shulafin stared silently at Dane Hall, lips tightening. Bad feeling. Yeah. The closer you get, the more you understand why this place is called a cursed zone. You must follow my orders. Remembering the torment of his past life, Luonin shivered. As long as we avoid those damned sandworms, rock birds, and native traps, we should be okay. He dropped his backpack and said, Anyway, good work today. Let's camp here for the night. Shulafin nodded. They lit a campfire and laid out their sleeping bags. Desert nights are cold. You need thick leather coats to sleep. Each breath came out as visible white mist. Tonight, it was Shulafin's turn to keep watch. He straightened his back and began monitoring the desert. Wrapped in his sleeping bag, Luonin waved at Saida. Come here, Saida. Chirp. Saida, who had been dozing by the fire, walked over to Luonin. Luonin unzipped his sleeping bag, and Saida obediently crawled inside, curling up against Luonin's chest. Luonin held Saida tightly. Luonin's eyes peeked out. Saida let out a cheerful purring sound. Luonin was just about to fall asleep. I heard you saved Xian. While I was being a brother, something like that happened? Luonin raised his head. Shulafin's gaze was still fixed on the sand. Luonin quickly realized he was talking about the Tower of Dawn incident. That kid was your brother? How is he? Is he healthy? Of course. As soon as we got word from the Tower of Dawn, we immediately sent our personal doctor. Fortunately, there were no health issues. That's such a relief. He's way more adorable than you. He's a child who grew up surrounded by love, the only one among our siblings with magical talent. Hearing that he was safe, Luonin let out a sigh of relief. He had been feeling uneasy all this time, being manipulated by the Golden Book, and nearly setting fire to a centuries-old library. That was no trivial matter. Shulafin continued. I've been listening to stories about you and Miss Akalucia these past few days, especially how you two seem to have become like real sisters, even though you were enemies. What are you trying to say? Why the long pause? It's nothing important, just that. Luonin raised an eyebrow. He was clearly stalling the conversation. After a moment of silence, Shulafin turned her head, looked at Luonin, and spoke. Thank you for saving my sister. Oh. And she bowed her head. Luonin gave a bitter smile. He never thought he'd see this person bow her head in his lifetime. Feeling a bit awkward, Luonin waved his hand. It's nothing. Forget it. Everyone in your family already knows what I did. They'll repay you in the name of Glancia. Repay my ass. If you're really that grateful, stand guard for an extra hour. I'm going to sleep. Luonin said that, and turned over. Getting rewarded for something he felt he was supposed to do. It just didn't sit right with him. Saida, already asleep, let out a faint purring sound. His body gradually warmed up, and drowsiness slowly washed over him. His eyelids slowly closed. Bang. Luonin, wake up. Huh. Luonin opened his eyes. The starry night sky still sparkled above. Beyond the Milky Way, a dark red nebula was burning. He slowly sat up. For some reason, Luonin's irritability hadn't eased at all. Shulafin was still standing in the same position as before. What's going on? How long did I sleep? About 30 minutes. Ungrateful bastard. Couldn't even take a longer shift, and woke me up instead. Are you even human? Look over there. Shulafin said nothing more, just pointed toward the center of the desert, grumbling. Luonin stood up and looked in the direction Shulafin indicated. His eyes went wide. What the hell, eh? What's that monster doing here? It flew from Dane Hall just moments ago, then crashed down. Do you know what that thing is? Yeah, I do. Now that I think about it, I did hear something crash just now. Less than 60 steps away from them, a massive black bird was lying there. Its wingspan was nearly 6 meters, almost as large as a dragon's. Luonin recognized the creature. It was a monstrous bird native to Dane Hall, a rock. He shook his head, shaking off the drowsiness, and said, Let's go take a look. The two of them rushed toward the rock, with the slightly late Saida following behind. Luonin was the first to arrive and smacked his lips. He muttered softly, Damn. It's dead. The rock's neck was broken now. It was definitely dead. Its black wings were frozen in place. Luonin shook his head in confusion. Why did it come here? The lockbird lives its entire life inside Great Anhole. Luonin recalls being chased by these monsters in his past life. While inspecting the corpse, Groaning sounds. Suddenly, a moan came from beneath the wings. Luonan's eyes widened. He quickly moved to where the sound came from. 5 distinct tattoos were carved around the eyes. Groaning sounds. Indistinct sound. Quick, pull him out. He looks like a native of Great Anthill. Shulafin lifted the boy. Luonan, lowering the wings, asked, "Hey, stay with us. What happened?" Indistinct sound. "They're all dead," the boy muttered before losing consciousness. Luonan instinctively felt something was wrong. Chapter 113. Bloodstained yellow sand 4. Alert 113. Indistinct sound. "They're all dead. What's going on here? Damn it." Luonan cursed, sensing something was off. The native boy lowered his head. "Hey, let him lie down first." Luonan took off his jacket and spread it on the ground. Shulafin carefully laid the boy down, sighing. "It was my oversight. His breathing was too weak, so I didn't notice he was still on the bird." "Did he fall from a great height?" "Yes. If he hadn't landed on soft sand, he'd be dead already." Shulafin explained that the lockbird's fall was violent. The boy's condition looked dire. His body was covered in bruises of all sizes and signs of fractures. Each irregular breath sounded like his soul was about to leave his body. Luonan looked at Saida and said, "Saida, please, I'm counting on you." Chirp. Saida seemed like it had been waiting, eyes gleaming with light. A red glow spread from its feathers and enveloped the boy. Whoosh. The bruises on the boy healed rapidly. The dark marks on his limbs disappeared. Shortly after, his breathing became steady. "You've really improved, huh? Looks like you learned a lot from Ophelia." Chirp. Luonan gently petted Saida, satisfied. Its healing power surpassed even top-tier potions. But even after the healing ended, the boy still hadn't opened his eyes. "Damn it. Wake up already and tell us what happened." Clearly, he still needed time to regain consciousness. Luonan frowned as he examined the boy closely. There was no doubt. The boy was from Dainhall. Black hair, reddish skin, and geometric tattoos all over his body proved it. Luonan narrowed his eyes, recalling memories from a past life. This boy wouldn't be easy to deal with. Everyone is dead. Those words echoed in his mind. Based on experience, the natives of Dainhall were never easy to deal with. Luonan thought, if they defended Dainhall like even the Imperial Army would struggle to take it. At that moment, a faint groan came from the boy's lips. What? You're awake?" His trembling eyelids slowly opened. Luonan and the boy locked eyes. The boy suddenly sat up and fell flat to the ground. He sat up and scooted back a few steps, grabbing a handful of sand and flinging it at Luonan. The boy shouted, "Stay away from me. You're murderers." "Hey. Damn it. Can you calm down?" The boy didn't seem fully awake yet. Hit by sand, Luonan pulled out a dagger and threw it. Thunk. The dagger struck precisely between the boy's legs. The boy turned pale and froze in shock. Awake now." Luonan walked over slowly and pulled out the dagger. Only then did the boy stop throwing sand. Panting heavily, the boy finally spoke. "Where's this place?" "Right outside your doorstep." "How's your body?" Only now did the boy realize Luonan meant no harm. He grabbed Luonan's hand from the ground and stood up. "I am fine. Did you save me?" "To be precise, it was him." Q. Luonan gestured. Saida, sitting on his shoulder, flapped her wings. The boy gave Saida a bow. "I see. Thank you. Strange bird. I mean it." Seeing that, Luonan smiled slightly. The boy had a kind personality, unlike any native Luonan had met before. After thanking them, the boy turned and said, "I have to go now. I'll repay this debt someday." "Go. Go where?" "To fight. I'm going to take revenge and rescue those still alive." The boy didn't answer and simply staggered toward Dainhall. Luonan quietly tripped him. Thud. The boy fell into the sand. What are you doing? "Hey. You can barely walk. Where are you going?" "Don't get in my way. I have to go." "Or what?" "We're heading to Dainhall anyway. The kids are waiting there, and you guys look about my age. Before those guys show up, you'd better escape." "Hey." Shulafin. Luonan, with a wry smile, looked at Shulafin. Understanding his intent, Shulafin unleashed a sword aura toward the center of the desert. Explosion sound. The impact of the sword aura stirred up a massive sandstorm. The boy's eyes widened in shock. Monster. That should help you, right?" "Yeah." "Are you that strong too?" "I'm twice as strong as that guy. So don't act tough. Just tell me. It looks like you can't handle this alone, huh?" Luonan said coldly. It was a calm but rational judgment. The native boy, gritting his teeth, nodded. "Got it." "So, Suddenly, the boy started vomiting. Clearly, he recalled memories he'd forgotten. Luonan waited until he'd emptied his stomach. Panting, the boy spoke. "Those weird guys killed people and took others away. Almost all the adult men were killed. Weird guys. Yeah, really strange guys. The boy continued, his voice trembling. He described the unidentified invaders. One was a middle-aged man who looked quite old. Another wore strange clothes. You couldn't even see their face or name. They stormed the village and started a massacre. Village. Luonin suddenly recalled the structure of Dainhal. He frowned. It said that the native village at the center of Dainhal, even Luonin himself had... Did those guys fall from the sky or something? How did they get in? They didn't sneak in. They broke through head-on. Our defense line lasted only 3 days before being completely overrun. What? They used some kind of unstoppable power. Our attacks were completely ineffective, but every one of their attacks landed. Even the chieftain was killed in the end. Upon hearing this, Luonan's expression turned serious. This sounds all too familiar. I wanted to keep fighting, but the elders put me on a big bird and sent me away. We were attacked mid-flight, and I fell off. Where is it? Suddenly, Luonin turned around and rushed over to the rock's corpse, starting to examine it carefully. Upon close inspection, he found a wound he had previously missed. A huge iron spike had pierced the feather-covered flank. It resembled the tip of a jianshi. Those bastards. Huff. Suddenly, Ilir's sword emitted a bright white light, as if resonating with something of the same kind. Asterisk creak asterisk. Luonin clenched his teeth. That sharp iron spike gave off a familiar aura, one filled with malice. Nabrokrich. Faint as it was, there was no mistake. That was the mark of Nabrokrich. Flickering magic energy. After a brief silence, Luonin turned back toward the boy. Hey, what's your name? Rami. Alright then, Rami. Are you okay? You look. Seeing Luonan's face, the boy shrank back. Luonan's expression turned uncharacteristically fierce. It was as if he'd become someone else. Luonin glared toward Dainhal. We're leaving now. Lead the way. Take the fastest route. They quickly packed up and set out for Dainhal. The sun had already risen, illuminating the land. There was no time to rest, even though they knew it was the work of Neberklaji. The scariest part was, it had already been 3 days. Everyone might already be dead. Luonin clenched his fists. These people always do unpredictable things, but judging by their brutality, the native villagers were likely already massacred. Luonin frowned as he looked around. The path wasn't like this before. The tragedy had already unfolded before they even reached Dainhal. A sickening, damp stench spread with the hot wind. The monsters that should have guarded the entrance were lying sprawled on the ground, all dead. The feathers of slaughtered rock birds fluttered like falling leaves. Even the sandworms had been dug out and dried up dead. Some of them were massive, up to 10 meters long. These creatures usually burrowed deep underground and were hard to catch, yet somehow they'd managed to drag them out. The blood-soaked sand glistened under the sunlight. Disgusting. This time, it was different than usual. Luonin suddenly felt a sharp pang in his chest. He frowned deeply. He wasn't sure which heart had given that signal. They entered Dainhal in the afternoon, cutting off a full day's travel time. Ahead stood towering rocky mountains. Their shapes were sharp and organic. They didn't seem naturally formed at all. Leading the way, Laming pointed at the gap between the mountains. You guys are fast. Just go through that gap. It's a shortcut to the village. Damn it. How could there be an entrance in a place like this? Luonin squinted his eyes. Sure enough, where Rami pointed, there was a small hole just big enough for one person to squeeze through. I'll go up first. Be careful not to be seen by those guys. With that, Rami started climbing the rocky cliff barehanded. His movements were as nimble as an insect. Luonin and Shulafin followed closely behind. The passage was dark and narrow, twisting and winding. One wrong step, and you'd lose your balance and fall. All they could hear were their footsteps echoing in the darkness. About an hour later, Luonin suddenly felt a blinding light. He looked up. Are we there? Not far away was a crack-like entrance. Light poured through it. Panting, Rami suddenly darted forward. We're here. Everyone. Stop. It's dangerous. Despite the warning, Rami didn't stop. Luonin hurried after him. The moment they passed through the crack, their view opened up completely. Luonin cursed. Damn it. The stench of blood hit them head-on. The village had vanished without a trace. Broken tools and children's corpses. The ruins of homes, completely destroyed. Hints that people once lived here. The same iron spikes pierced through people's bodies, just like on the rock's body. More than 100 corpses were nailed to the cliff wall, like nameplates. Shulafin sighed quietly. This is too cruel. Everywhere they looked were bodies. Almost none were intact. Severed limbs were everywhere, as common as the rocks outside. Even the cruelest mercenary groups would never commit such inhuman slaughter and devastation. The shimmering magic of Neberklaji drifted through the air. Laming muttered in a daze. Everyone's dead. He wandered aimlessly through the village that had turned into hell. Luonin snapped out of it and expanded his senses. No survivors detected. No trace of the culprits either. He turned to Shulafin and asked, do you sense anything? Nothing so far. Shulafin shook his head. He explained that ever since entering Danehall, his perception had become erratic. Looking around, he said bitterly, Luonan, you were already 3 days too late. Maybe we should focus on finding possible survivors. That makes sense, but it feels like something's still here. Luonan was sure Neberklaji hadn't left Danehall. The intense pain in his heart was proof. Just as he was planning his next move, a scream rang out from behind Laming's voice. What the hell? What happened? It was the loudest scream they'd ever heard from Laming. Both of them turned around at once. A massive brute was running off while carrying Laming. Damn it, stop. Looks like a native. He's running off with someone fast. Luonan drew Romancha and gave chase. A sudden chase had begun. The brute dashed over corpses, zigzagging to shake off the pursuer, but Luonan stayed right behind him. You bastard. Stop right there. The distance between them kept shrinking. Just as the sword aura was about to hit, the brute suddenly darted into a gap in the rocky mountain and vanished. Luonan followed immediately, frowning deeply. What the hell? Where did he go? Both the brute and Laming had vanished. Luonan quickly scanned the surroundings. Unless that guy had wings. Otherwise, they couldn't have vanished so suddenly. Sure enough, not far away, there was a hole at foot level. No other passage. They hid in here. Cowards. Without hesitation, Luonan stuck his foot into the hole, then cursed under his breath. He thought there would be ground, but there was nothing. Luonan drove his blade into the wall to slow his fall. Asterisk scrape 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 asterisk. Sand cracked away. His descent slowed. Pooh. What a damn design. After landing, Luonan spat out the sand in his mouth, about to turn around. Suddenly, a calm voice rang out. Don't move. Outsider. What? Luonan was confused when a sharp whistle came from behind. Luonan turned as he swung his sword. Romancha. Asterisk clang. Asterisk. Sparks flew. 2 broken iron darts fell to the ground. Cleanly sliced iron shafts, entirely made of metal from tip to tail. Startled whispers spread from all directions. What the? Still greeting guests so violently, huh? Luonan smirked slightly. Looking toward around 30 people were gathered there. They looked like a local militia. Half of them had strange bows aimed at Luonan. Raimai's voice came from a corner. Everyone, calm down. Luonan isn't a bad guy. He came to help us. You better shut up. You dreamer, Raimai. Others silenced him. Suddenly, Luonan saw the natives' eyes go wide behind them. Black crystals, dense and crawling. The walls and ceiling of the cave were covered. This is what everyone has been searching for. The black agate of Mount Danehall. Chapter 114. Blood-soaked the sand. 5. Number 114. The black crystals were densely packed, covering the cave's walls and ceiling. This is what everyone has been looking for. The black agate of Mount Danehall. Luonan had never seen a mineral deposit of this size. His eyes were wide in disbelief. This could buy him a castle or a plot of land. Even taking 1/10 would let him live comfortably for life. Just one piece would be enough for a lifetime. But that wasn't what mattered now. Suddenly, a tall young man stepped out from among the natives. Hey, outsider. Why did you come here? Luonan was a full head shorter than him. The man's face had rough features, somewhat like Laming. His muscular upper body was etched with the tribal tattoos unique to Danehall natives. He held a dagger in his hand. Luonan realized this was the brute who kidnapped Laming. Didn't Laming tell you? I came to help. What a liar. You say that after what we saw? Haha. Well, I know what you're really after. The Blackstones. Were you fooled? Not entirely wrong, I guess. Luonan replied with a long drawl. Heh. The tattooed man growled lowly. I know you saved that dreamer, Laming, as repayment. You can take whatever stones you want, but don't come back. Now that's the Danehall monkey spirit, a bunch of self-important fools. If you don't listen to my warning. Suddenly, the man gripped his blade tightly. Asterisk click asterisk. With a metallic grinding sound, the dagger extended to 3 times its length. He pointed the elongated blade at Luonan. You outsider. I'll kill you. Cut the tough guy act. If I run away, you'll die first. What? You're injured. I saw it when you were chasing me. Luonan spoke calmly. During the chase, he had already noticed something off about the man. Grr. Damn you. The wounded man gritted his teeth. Several iron shards were embedded in his back. The glowing magical residue indicated these were from a battle with Neberklaji. The foul smell from the wound spoke to its severity. Luonan looked around the cave and gave a helpless smile. You saved everyone with that broken body? That's impressive. Really impressive. Hey, shut up. Most of the people in the cave were women, children, or the wounded. It seemed not just Raimai. This man had saved them all. Luonan continued. You'll die like this. Let me treat you. Wait, grr. Don't get in my way. Get lost. Big brother. Don't do this. The man raised his arm. Raimai, watching from the side, called out. Asterisk whoosh 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 asterisk. At that moment, Luonan slid down the slope. Who's there? The man quickly turned around. A nervous native instinctively released his bowstring. Crack. Sparks flew through the air. 5 iron spears clattered to the ground. They were blocked again. Panicked screams echoed. A figure who deflected all 5 spears rushed straight toward the man. Speed. His movements were extraordinary. The frightened man swung his blade wildly. His attack wasn't bad, but the figure dodged easily and closed in, just as their bodies were about to collide. Luonin spoke softly. Don't kill him. In that moment, the figure froze in place. Clatter. The man's dagger dropped to the ground. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Huff, huff. What just happened? He didn't even know what had just occurred. Swallowing hard, the man slowly lowered his head. A bluish blade was pressed against his throat. Shulafin withdrew his killing intent and spoke. Luonan. What's going on? Sigh. Can't even resolve things peacefully? Luonan spat on the ground. Poor bastard. If it were possible, he would have preferred to resolve this through words. But now it seemed too late for that. The natives, cowed by Shulafin's killing intent, dared not resist. He'll be there. Either way, this guy may look calm, but he's extremely stubborn. Since it's come to this, we'll have to handle it the usual way. Luonan sighed again. Forget it. It is what it is. Where's Saida? Before he could finish, Saida flew onto Luonan's shoulder. Luonan nodded and moved behind the man. He glanced around at the natives and said, Hey, all right, nobody move. If anyone tries anything, this strong young man here won't survive. You, what are you doing? The man let out a desperate scream. Luonan was pulling out an iron shard embedded by Nabrokrich. 3 days' worth of clotted blood and pus dripped out. Ugh, so gross. As he spoke, Luonan removed the remaining iron shards. Shulafin raised her blade to prevent a commotion from the man. After confirming all shards were gone, Luonan stroked Saida and said, Now then, Saida, give it your best one more time. At his call, Saida flew up into the air. All 4 wings spread open out. A red glow enveloped the man and the other natives. This. What is this? Their wounds are healing. Those sensing something strange exclaimed in awe. The glowing areas on their bodies were visibly healing, not just scrapes and bruises. Even deep, festering wounds began regenerating. Witnessing this miracle, the man stammered. What are you people? Like I said, we're here to help. Luonan patted him on the back. There was no more pain. Where wounds once were, new skin had already formed. Suddenly, tears welled up in the man's eyes. Looking at his healed kin, he said with emotion, Saviors, put down your weapons. Good job. You're stronger than anyone. The healed Saida landed on Luonan's shoulder. It seemed tired from healing so many people at once. Luonan dripped 2 drops of a pre-prepared potion into Saida's mouth, specially made by Balin. Drink up, recover a bit. Save me. Refreshed instantly, Saida took off again. The potion was impressively effective. Luonan looked around the now lively room. Everyone's healed. It doesn't hurt anymore. Look, Raging Storm. I can move my leg again. Don't push it. You might get hurt again. The healed natives were overjoyed. It was a heartwarming, yet bittersweet scene. Only after checking on everyone did the man return to Luonan. They're all healed. I'll definitely repay this favor. All right then. What's your name? Raging Storm. Dreamer Laming's older brother. Thank you for saving my little brother. No wonder you two look on Luonan. Luonan extended his hand. Raging Storm shook it firmly. Luonan chuckled as their hands shook. After all these years, I never thought I'd see this day. Didn't expect to be called a savior by a native of Danehall. Luonan took out his pipe and asked, Are these all the survivors? As far as I know, yes. Some might have fled elsewhere, but probably not. Raging Storm bit his lip. After a moment of silence, he pointed to the iron shards pulled from his body. The guy in strange clothes, he brought those monsters. He and the monsters killed everyone. The other men couldn't do anything. Monsters. That's right. He grew stronger after absorbing the black stone. Furious Storm began recounting what happened 3 days ago. Just as Raime had said, 2 followers of Nabrokrich entered Danehall. The massacre was carried out by one of them. 3 never-before-seen monsters followed, launching iron shards. All the warriors of Danehall fought back, but unable to break their shields. They were eventually defeated. That shield must have been star protection, right? Monsters. Controlling monsters again this time? This is worse than I thought. We don't know who the monsters are, but using star protection means at least a squad leader is involved. That man who did nothing unsettles Luonan the most. Clicking his tongue, Luonan exhaled smoke. Thanks for telling me. Do you know where those people went? Why are you asking? Don't tell me. You're going after them? Yeah. That's the reason I came here. No. Suddenly, Furious Storm shouted. Startled, Raime tried to stop him. Calm down, brother. It's too dangerous. You can't beat those guys. We can't let our savior die. No, brother. These people are all incredibly strong. They're nearly at the level of a tribal chief. You're dreaming, Raime. No, stronger. That blue-haired one can summon storms with a single swing. Luonin said he's twice as strong as that. Raimei desperately tried to persuade Storm. These dying men still worried about others' lives. Luonin found it kind of funny. Scratching his head, Luonin said, "Sorry about this, but no matter what you say, I'm still going after them. I won't waste my effort. So just tell me, is there really no one who knows where they went?" Luonin looked around at the natives as he spoke. Silence filled the air. About a minute later, the long silent Storm finally spoke. "I know." "Oh." Everyone turned to him at once. Laming's eyes widened too. Luonin raised an eyebrow. "Why didn't you say so earlier? Just tell me the location." "No. You have to go with me. Outsiders can't reach that place." "What do you mean?" "They've entered the place where the heart lies." In an instant, Laming's face went stiff. The natives began to stir nervously. Laming, barely keeping calm, spoke with a trembling voice. "Big brother, is that true?" "No mistake. I saw it with my own eyes." "How's that possible? Why would they go there?" Their reaction was intense. Luonin scratched his head. "What is this heart thing?" "It's a sacred place, a site our people have sworn to protect for generations. It's the reason we exist." "Sacred place?" "Yes. All the Blackstones come from there." Luonin's eyes widened. He'd never heard this story in his previous life. Storm looked around, then picked up a short sword on the ground. "Let's go. I'll lead the way myself. Watch your step. One wrong move, and you're done for." "Why is there a path like this inside a cave?" Luonin shook his head side to side. He finally understood why Storm said outsiders couldn't reach it. Without guidance, you'd never even think it was a path. He moved like a frog, hugging the wall with every step. Next to him was a trail barely wide enough for 1 foot. Beside it, a bottomless cliff. The sound of stones falling echoed back only after several minutes. This was the path to the heart. Although it can be reached from anywhere, not everyone is able to go. Raging Storm said, just like the others. He moved along the narrow path in the same frog-like posture. Luonin and Shulafin followed Storm toward the place called. The task of protecting the natives was left to Saida. Also crouching like a frog, Shulafin muttered, "This is so humiliating, but we're almost there. Just hang on a little longer." That was a lie. The narrow path ended quickly, but what awaited them was an even more dangerous terrain. Seeing the boiling liquid beneath the hanging bridge, Luonin cursed. "Damn it, is that magma?" "No, it's red water. Touch it, and you'll get burned. Be careful, not magma, damn it." After about 2 hours, they finally came across a walkable path, a massive corridor wide enough to let 30 horses walk side by side. Storm, who had quietly led the way. "I always thought outsiders must be bad. Turns out that's not the case. All right, once you're at the heart, don't look back. Just run. Do you remember our promise?" "I do. I'll keep our promise." Storm nodded. Luonin's request was to capture Nebulous. Kragi, absolutely no interference. Thunder, who had already been tied up. Soon after, a wide open space appeared at the end of the passage. Luonin and Shulafin's eyes widened. Before them unfolded a sight they had never seen before. "We've arrived. This is Luonin and Shulafin's home. Luonin and Shulafin's home. Luonin and Shulafin's home. We're here. This is the heart. It's almost as vast as the new Grand Cappadocia. Though lacking its beautiful ecosystems, the other elements were still breathtaking. Unknown lights illuminated the entire space. The walls, the floor, and the ceiling were all covered in snow-white metal. It was a completely unseen architectural style, but it bore a similar oppressive feeling to the strange structures seen during the midterm evaluation. Pillars. Luonin's gaze landed on massive pillars surrounding them. Dozens of hexagonal columns lined up at fixed intervals, stretching all the way to the end of the space. The diameter of these columns rivaled the spires of Flying Peak, something you wouldn't even dream of seeing. Luonin murmured to himself. The scene before him didn't seem real at all. At the center of this surreal scene floated a black crystal. It was the core of all the stone benches in Dainhal. This crystal, larger than a farmhouse, emitted a powerful magical energy that distorted the surrounding space. A man stood before it with his hands behind his back. Luonin quickly raised one hand. "Stop." The group halted. Luonin silently stared at the man. On his slumped shoulders, "Why is there only one person? This power?" Luonin pursed his lips. The power he felt was stronger than any god he'd ever seen. Even the old man riding the Bridgiana dragon couldn't compare. Just as Luonin was about to place his hand on his sword hilt, the man with hands behind his back didn't turn around. He spoke. "Welcome. First time meeting." Chapter 115, The Bloodstained Desert, Part 6. Alert 115. Luonin placed his hand on his sword hilt. The man with hands behind his back didn't turn around. He spoke. "Welcome. Second time meeting." Chapter 115, The Bloodstained Desert, Part 6. Alert 115. Welcome. First time meeting. Everyone froze in place. That voice sounded as friendly as greeting a neighbor. They quickly looked around. There was no one else besides them. "This guy? He actually noticed us." Luonan pursed his lips. This power is simply incredible, even ignoring the long distance. In front of such a powerful concentration of magic, sensing his presence wasn't a coincidence. In fact, due to the mana emitted by the Danehall magic stone, Luonan and Shulifan's detection abilities were hindered. After taking a deep breath, Luonan turned and said to Fury Storm, "Thank you, Dailuo. Go quickly." "But, you idiot. Didn't you say you'd keep your promise?" "Got it. I'm going." Fury Storm took a few steps back and vanished around the corner. Only after he left did Luonan finally relax. The man's voice rang out again. "Let your companions retreat first." "Loyal, I see. Shut up. Where are the people you took?" "Don't be so impatient. At least let's talk face to face." "And the other one still left." Shulifan frowned. A surprise attack was clearly no longer possible. After exchanging glances, the two boys stepped forward. The man only turned around once they were within 5 steps. "Welcome." A familiar voice. "So we finally meet. So young, just as I expected." "Screw you." Luonan made a rude gesture. The man looked like an ordinary middle-aged person. A clean-shaven face gave him a simple, plain appearance. He was neither tall nor short. He wore the white robe characteristic of the Nebula's Kragi cult, but unlike the other followers, his sleeve bore a small heptagonal emblem. The man quietly observing Luonan spoke with interest. "I didn't expect. You wouldn't attack right away. I'm not an idiot." "Smart. Maybe someone's still alive." The man smiled. It was a statement bordering on a threat. Luonan had to try hard not to reach for his sword. Disgusting guy. His gentle tone was in stark contrast to his vile nature. But it wasn't just the shrinking distance that was troubling. There was no opening to exploit. Shulifan's expression confirmed that. Suddenly, the man turned his gaze to Shulifan. His eyes widened. "My God, isn't this the little Duke of Grancia? What a surprise to meet you here." The man looked delighted by this unexpected gift. Shulifan gave no reply. The man looked at Luonan again. Then he spoke. "Let's take a few steps forward. There's something I want to show you." The man suddenly began walking. The two boys followed him nervously. A question flashed through Luonan's mind. How does he know who I am? Although the man knew of Shulifan's presence, he didn't know his identity. The only person he could fully recognize was Luonan. He said he recognized people by aura, which was also concerning. As he followed the man, Luonan asked in a low voice, "How do you know about me?" "I did a little private digging. I'm very interested in you." "Interested? You pervert." "Not like that. You know about Brigiana and Zelira, right? Also, Edoin and Arden's letters too." Luonan's eyes widened. He had either killed or sent all of them to Rodoran, followers of Nebraska Kragier. The man continued, "They were all my people. Each one failed their mission and met misfortune. At first, I thought it was just bad luck, but that wasn't the case. Get to the point. There was a common trace at every failed mission site. Faint, but strong in character. Impossible to ignore. It was your mana." The man smiled gently. So when investigating his subordinates' failures, he discovered Luonan's mana and became intrigued by it. He had been tracking it ever since. "Why didn't you leave any survivors? That would have made things much easier." "Shut up. According to you, when I came here, you already sensed me?" "Of course. He knew before you even entered Danehall." The man said. Even from kilometers away, he could detect Luonan's mana. It was undoubtedly disturbing news. Luonan pondered, slightly furrowing his brow. "If that's the case, why didn't you stop me?" "Simple. There's nothing you can actually do. So full of confidence, huh? Besides you, are there any other creeps stalking me?" "Absolutely none. The cult doesn't have time to bother with you. You were only mentioned briefly at a recent meeting. That night, Luonan and you experienced it firsthand." The man clicked his tongue with mild regret. He explained, his investigation into Luonan was just personal curiosity. Even so, Luonan still secretly sighed in relief. "Thank goodness for that. If I just get rid of this guy today, it'll save a lot of future trouble." Of course, he wasn't sure he could actually pull it off. The man hadn't revealed a single flaw throughout their talk. Brigia really was worthy of being his subordinate. Just what is his background? They kept walking forward. The echo of their footsteps filled the vast space. The white-covered surroundings were disorienting. At this moment, Luonan's footsteps made it hard to sense his own body. The internal space was refined with metal to a surreal degree. The lights from the high ceiling above were impossible to identify. It wasn't fire, nor was it magic-based illumination. Suddenly, the man spoke. "Do you know what this place is?" "No idea. This is an ancient ruin. One that hides secrets the world must never know." "Secrets? Exactly. I don't know the details myself, but if the cult leader says so, then it must be today's secret. Our mission is to gather magic stones and destroy this place." The man stretched casually and continued speaking. Bringing those natives here was also to uncover this secret. We were going to eliminate them anyway, so knowing the secret of the ruins didn't matter. I'm a very curious person." "What are you talking about?" But they refused to cooperate. Before they realized it, They had reached the end. In front of them was a wide and long staircase. Luonan's face stiffened. A heavy stench of blood hit them. The scene resembled a mass grave on the battlefield. Hundreds of natives had been slaughtered. Blood flowed down the stairs. Inside the stairs, each step pooled into a red pond. At the end of the pond stood a low, white cube. On it were 10 dark surfaces of different colors. The man shook his head. How do you operate it? They didn't even touch it once. Unexpectedly, everyone kept the promise not to touch it. There were no survivors. Clearly, they were all killed for refusing to reveal the secret. Among the corpses were women and elderly, even underage children. The man looked at the scene, then turned and smiled at Luonan. Brutal as it was, I admire their resilience. I absolutely had to show you this. Luonan gripped his sword hilt tightly. Almost simultaneously, Shulafin drew his sword. A slash flew out at incredible speed toward the man. The man had a faint smile on his lips. Here comes the wind. Whoosh. In an instant, Luonan and Shulafin were sent flying. Luonan slammed into one of the hexagonal pillars. Bang. Metal tiles lifted. Sparks flew. The interior lights flickered violently. Cough. He was gasping for air, as if his spine had snapped in half. Thick blood welled up from deep in his throat. Luonan slid down the pillar and collapsed onto the ground. Screaming, Luonan stood up, supporting himself with the ramen staff. When he looked up, blood gushed from his nose like rain. Realizing his nose was broken, Luonan gritted his teeth. This feeling was familiar. It felt strangely nostalgic. Cracking sound. He reset his broken nose. Staring at the figure, translucent, massive wings unfolded from the figure's back. The feather-covered wings were something he had seen before. The wings gradually vanished. In a daze, Luonan muttered the enemy's name. Ahayuti. That's right. That guy's wings were exactly the same. Luonan quickly realized the wings were formed of strange magic, like a gecko made of stars. The figure clasped their hands together. My apologies. I am the bishop of the southern diocese. Teleniel. Bishop. Damn it. Luonan spat on the ground. This guy feels incredibly strong, though he wasn't clear on the cult's organizational structure. This was at least a formidable opponent. Damn bastard. If that's the case, why waste so many words? That's my mercy. Besides, I've already confirmed it. The one calling themselves Teleniel gave a bitter smile. 2 fresh wounds now crisscrossed their body. One stretched from the back of the hand to the elbow. The other ran from the thigh to the calf. The areas where the sword had sliced through the clothes were stained red. These were wounds left by Luonan and Shulafin before the storm began. Teleniel, once composed, suddenly turned ferocious. You must die here. Try me. Explosion sound. Luonan charged fiercely toward the ground. At the same time, Shulafin appeared from atop a distant pillar. The two rushed in from different directions, gripping their sword arms tightly. Attack immediately. Luonan was worried. They couldn't give him time to breathe. Luonan shouted. If the wings trigger storms the same way as Star Blessing, then repeated use would be difficult. Shulafin gripped his sword with both hands and swung it. Humph. A cyan blue blade drew an infinite arc. A massive crescent-shaped slash shot toward Teleniel. The sword energy, at least 5 meters wide, carried the force of a storm. Humph. You actually knew that. Teleniel smiled in surprise. Sure enough, he couldn't summon his wings again. Just as the sword energy was about 5 steps from Teleniel, a massive black shadow appeared before him. Luonan's eyes widened. What is that? Humph. At the same time, Shulafin's sword energy struck the black shadow. However, only a loud explosion was heard. No storm was created. At that moment, dozens of metallic chunks, like cannonballs, flew out from the smoke, shooting toward Luonan and Shulafin. What? One chunk scraped Luonan's cheek before he could dodge. The two quickly raised their swords to block the metal projectiles. Each one that was sliced fell to the ground. These. Luonan noticed they were identical to the devices embedded in the natives' bodies. Once the smoke cleared, a massive porcupine appeared. Luonan cursed. What the hell is that thing? Gruel. The porcupine was larger than a typical buffalo. Its body was made of red metal. Thousands of the same metal spikes Luonan had cut off were embedded in its back. It resembled a flying frame magical engineering knight. Only the porcupine's head was spike-free. A strange man sat on top of it. When he saw the surviving youths, the strange man tilted his head. They blocked them all. More curiosity than confusion filled the moment. The person wore loose clothing, and a long veil covered her face, making it impossible to identify her. Just then, a woman's voice came from behind the veil. That's not very fair. Bishop Teleniel. What do you mean? Division Chief Yulia. You gave me such a boring task, while you enjoy all the interesting stuff alone. Hearing the words Division Chief, Luonan clenched his lips. Aside from the bishop, another major figure had arrived. This was not a good sign. Suddenly, Luonan's eyes fell on the curtain floating before him. It was the familiar star gecko, but this time, it was far larger than the ones Brigiana and the old man on the dragon used. This is bad. A hemispherical star gecko not only covered it and the porcupine, but also wrapped around Teleniel. Upon hearing her complaint, Teleniel smiled gently. Hee hee. Don't be upset. Let's enjoy it together now. No one else is left? The soil has dried up. We were supposed to enjoy it moderately. If we could find them, that is. The two kids will bring some back. It seems its mission was to capture natives capable of unraveling a secret and dispelling doubts. That woman already acted as if it were all settled. These people. The tension completely eased. They seemed to think that star blessing would solve everything. Luonan gripped his sword hilt tightly. This time he had to strike. This was the only chance. Luonan and Shulafin locked eyes. Luonan and Shulafin's eyes met. Clearly, they had the same idea. After a 3-second count, Luonan charged forward and swung his sword. Die. So, a crescent-shaped sword wave shot forth along Lamontia's sword path, flying fast. The woman called Yulia turned her head. Luonan's sword energy was flying straight toward her. Yulia didn't react. No attempt to dodge or defend. She stared at the sword energy and sneered coldly. That's right. You guys don't know about this. Shulafin. No matter what, Luonan shouted. Shulafin, who was waiting, swung his sword. Bang. Luonan's sword wave collided with Star Blessing and vanished simultaneously. Immediately following, Shulafin's sword energy struck the monster porcupine's chest. Boom. Yulia's eyes widened. Teleniel tried to shout something, but it was already too late. Rumble. A massive whirlwind swallowed their figures. Chapter 116. Blood soaked the sand. 7. Hashtag 116. A massive whirlwind swallowed their figures. Yulia's screams were swallowed by the wind. Damn bastards. Luonan threw a punch at the whirlwind. Fragments of what seemed to be the porcupine were swept up by the whirlwind. Luckily, they didn't know how to sever the magic. Though the sword aura's range was short, it failed to slice Yulia's neck. But Shulafin's follow-up attack hit dead on. The next Sword Master Storm wouldn't stop until those two were completely destroyed. Humph. Are you okay? I'm fine. Clearly, the force of Trellin had still left its mark on him. This was the first time since the midterm evaluation that he'd looked this weakened. Luonan let out a helpless sneer. I saw you fly into a pillar, and you're still saying, I'm fine? Stop acting tough. Take this. Just as he was about to take out Baron's special potion, an ominous sensation brushed past his neck. Instinctively, Luonan leapt forward and grabbed Shulafin's arm, pulling him aside. Damn it. What are you doing? Shulafin's eyes widened, just as they ducked behind a nearby pillar. Asterisk boom, asterisk. The whirlwind collapsed, erupting into a violent gust. A fierce wind swept through the surroundings. Countless metal fragments flew in all directions. Chunks of iron embedded themselves in the pillars, the floor, and the ceiling. The lights inside flickered chaotically. As expected, it felt too easy. Luonan let out a deep sigh. That blast was strong enough to level an entire through the gradually fading wind. The voices of Trelanier and Yulia echoed out. Whoa. That was close. Either way, we can't let our guard down. Now I understand why even the section chief had to come down here herself. Damn it. The ambush failed, seeing that the two were unharmed. Luonan cursed. Red metal fragments were scattered all over their bodies. At that moment, the giant porcupine had vanished. Yulia muttered in anger. That was my most precious child. How are you going to take responsibility? Crazy woman. Luonan noticed the metal fragments had formed armor after the porcupine disintegrated. Clang. Clang. The metal pieces fell after completing their mission. Teleniel gritted his teeth and said, It really hurts. I need to go to the altar for healing. But still, they weren't completely unscathed. Where the armor had fallen off revealed bodies full of injuries. Bright red blood flowed down their bodies. Your Excellency, Bishop, are you all right? I'm fine. I don't fight with my eyes anyway. Teleniel's eyes were bleeding nonstop, apparently injured during the whirlwind. It was a definitive result. Luonan showed a provocative grin. He's blind now. How pitiful. To deal with people like you. I'm more than enough on my own. Oh really? You're uglier than I imagined. What? Yulia's eyes widened. Her real face was revealed beneath the torn veil. Disgusting. Luonan frowned as their eyes met. He understood now why she always wore such strange clothing. Yulia was actually half beautiful. Split down the bridge of her nose. Beauty and monster coexisted. Her beautiful right face contrasted starkly with the hideous left. Burn scars like spider webs stretched from her forehead to her smooth thigh. Oh, Luonan exaggeratedly pretended to gag. He looked at Yulia and said, Next time, wear more when you go out. Spare a thought for others, will you? I'll rip you apart with my own hands. Yulia muttered under her breath. So, a long whip extended from her sleeve. Made of sharp metal segments, it resembled a steel serpent. Good. Luonan cheered inwardly. He could hear the anger in her voice. Looks like the provocation worked. When facing an equal or stronger enemy, shaking their focus was just as important. Asterisk bang, asterisk bang. At that moment, two massive shadows landed in front of her. These monsters, like the porcupine before, were created through magical technology. Asterisk Grudu, asterisk, asterisk crack, asterisk. The monsters, one monkey-like, one leopard-like, were drenched in deep crimson blood. Clearly, it was the blood of natives. Luonan's eyes widened. Whirlwind. Hey, low. Luonan. The giant monkey was gripping an enraged Whirlwind. Blood dripped between its metal fingers. Covered in wounds, Whirlwind looked at Luonan and said, "Hey, I'm sorry. What happened?" Luonan tried to stop them from heading toward the cave. Whirlwind spoke intermittently. Luonan realized he ended up like this trying to lure the monsters away from the tribe. His injuries were shockingly severe. His right leg and left arm were twisted backward. His body stained a bright red not originally his. 6 or 7 metal shards, like missiles, were lodged in him. What the? Thought we caught them all, but there was still one left. Yulia chuckled softly. At that moment, something inside Luonan snapped. He gripped his sword tightly and charged forward. So, ugh. Boom. The upper body shattered into dozens of pieces like an explosion. The kneeling lower half collapsed. The whirlwind he held fell before the stairs. But, what? The unexpectedly fast sword strike left Yulia wide-eyed. Luonan pounced forward like a leaping monkey. Panicking, he swung his whip. But Luonan didn't stop. So, die. Yulia quickly pulled back her whip. But Luonan was faster, just as the red blade was about to touch his neck. Bang! Tel'Anil suddenly appeared and stood in front of Luonan. Don't move. Stay calm. Blood continued to seep from beneath his closed eyelids. Tel'Anil pushed Yulia aside, dodging the attack, even without sight. His movements were still unbelievable. He looked at the stunned Yulia and said, "Yulia, please go find the young Duke of Grancia. This friend here has something to discuss with him." "No way. Your Excellency Bishop, didn't you hear what I just said?" "Yulia." In an instant, Tel'Anil's voice turned cold. Yulia flinched. She bit her lip and sighed. Humph. Fine. Yulia turned and flicked her whip and struck toward Shulafin. Shulafin, who had already charged forward, launched his attack. Boom. Two weapons clashed, producing a sharp metallic sound. Facing Luonan again, Trailanier burst into laughter. "I've been waiting a long time. Give me some time to move." Asterisk rip. Asterisk. Luonan's mouth let out a strange breathing sound. 5 strikes infused with magic were launched toward Trailanier. He dodged 2, evaded 2 more, but failed to deal with the last one. "Take this." Blood burst from Tralanier's shoulder. Ugh. Tralanier's expression stiffened. Luonan's assault continued. Trailanier barely and threw a punch. Asterisk smack. Asterisk. The punch flew faster than sound, stopping just inches from Luonan's abdomen. "Are you an idiot?" Just as Luonan was about to counter. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. A shockwave that rattled his organs erupted from where the punch had stopped. Ugh. He could barely breathe. Luonan was sent flying like he'd been hit by a massive carriage. This force wasn't just wind pressure from wings. Damn it. Barely managing to stabilize in midair, Luonan plunged Amir and Ramancha into the ground. Asterisk crack. Asterisk. Sparks and lightning burst like splashing water. He was pushed back over 50 meters before stopping. An annoying ability. They say he used to be a warrior of Bakel. I thought he was a mage. Turns out he's a hand-to-hand fighter. The magic glowing from Tralanier's shoulder burned like wildfire. Pulsing aura circled his hands, causing a trembling resonance. Suddenly, images of those dead sandworms flashed in his mind. They too had clearly been affected by this ability. Trailanier, still silent, finally spoke. "What a shame. If only you could have held out a little longer." "What? With your talent, you could have easily—" "An untamable beast is truly a regrettable existence." Hearing those nonsensical words, Luonan frowned. In truth, Tel'Anil's voice was filled with genuine regret. "Travel Corvus? That's right. The sharpest sword of the order. We had hoped to recruit a new talent." It was then Luonan realized Tel'Anil had been speaking to persuade him to surrender. Tel'Anil sighed and shook his head. "What a pity." Smack. After saying that, Tel'Anil leapt into the air. That strength didn't seem human, but monstrous. Boom. He reached the ceiling in an instant and kicked upward, launching himself into the air. Tel'Anil dove down like a raptor striking prey. Maniac. Luonan gave a wry smile. That pressure was far beyond Allendale. He tried to block with sword energy, but Tel'Anil dodged it with ease. The sword energy brushed past Tel'Anil's ear. "I could tell from earlier. Your sword energy is far worse than your swordsmanship. You monkey-like brat." Luonan clenched his jaw. It was clear that slow sword energy couldn't keep up with Tel'Anil's speed. Only close-range attacks like before stood a chance. The shockwave launched earlier was now descending from above. Luonin instinctively knew he couldn't block it, and rolled sideways just in time. The spot where he had stood caved in. A loud boom echoed. The metal floor rippled like waves. This was truly dangerous. He wasn't bluffing about destroying the ruins. The shockwave spread out like ripples, shaking the underground chamber. Yulia's frenzied voice rang out nearby. Handsome young man, why so weak? Her whip lashed wildly like a living creature. Crack, crack. Each time sword clashed with whip, sparks burst out violently. Compared to the frenzied Yulia, Shulafin was clearly in a bad spot. He had almost completely fallen into a one-sided disadvantage. It was all because of the star's protection. Seeing Shulafin being suppressed by the shield and whip, Yulia burst into wild laughter. Yes, that's it. You can't break through it. Arg. All of Shulafin's effective attacks were blocked by the star's protection. The pulsing barrier absorbed all physical strike. To make matters worse, whenever an opening appeared, the explosion beast would charge in, and when it was at a disadvantage, it would retreat into the star's protection to heal. Under such circumstances, just holding on was already impressive, but the balance seemed about to be broken. Luonin let out a bitter smile. They needed a plan. This was an unprecedented crisis. To turn the tide of battle, they had to take another approach. But Luonin had no room to worry about Shulafin. Where did he lose focus? Asterisk boom. Trelanier, charging in again, threw a punch. A straight-line shockwave grazed Luonin's ear. Luonin immediately countered, but Trelanier barely dodged once again. It's useless. I don't know about others, but I can't predict all of your moves, you little brat. Even if you see it coming, reacting in time is a different story. He was fully sensing Luonin's magic power, and adjusting his combat accordingly. Breathing heavily, his flowing mana was rapidly depleting. Damn, at this rate, I won't be able to catch him. To stop dragging things out, I'll have to use Bazura's core. However, the magic-driven sword powered by the core was far slower than the one Luonin usually used. That's also why he had never used it until now. Against the agile Teleniel, this level of attack power isn't enough. He needed time to recover, but there was no other option. Luonin switched his power source. As power surged, flickering mana rose along the blade. Suddenly, Teleniel, who was chasing Luonin, stopped. It was like he had been thrown into a foreign space. Teleniel seemed like a blind man, looking around aimlessly. Luonin tilted his head in confusion. Suddenly, a wild guess crossed his mind. Could it be? Teleniel wasn't relying on sight, but on mana perception? The flickering mana from the shockwave filled the area, making it impossible to discern anything. Maybe there's a chance to win. Luonin switched his power source again. The once white La Mantilla turned bright red. Teleniel's expression lit up. So you're over here. He charged straight at Luonin. Boom. Teleniel's steps shook the ground. Sparks flew. The impact wave struck toward Luonin again. Luonin quickly held his sword horizontally to defend, but still couldn't stop himself from being flung away. Boom. Crashing into another pillar, Luonin coughed up blood. He still couldn't adapt to this technique. Staggering to his feet, Luonin stared at Teleniel. He was preparing for the final blow. His body lowered slightly. Teleniel, facing Luonin, smiled faintly. Giving up? Luonin didn't reply. There wasn't even a trace of exhaustion on his face. Truly a bishop-level powerhouse. Teleniel clicked his tongue in regret. Then let's end this. Teleniel's figure vanished from view. At the same time, Luonin switched power sources again. Asterisk boom, asterisk. Trelanier flew straight into a pillar. The metal tiles flipped up, and mechanical parts popped out from inside. Trelanier tilted his head in confusion. From the fist he pulled out of the pillar, there was no blood, no organs. Luonin's presence suddenly vanished. Just like before, something strange occurred. Suddenly, a chill crawled up his neck. What? Trelanier spun around in a panic. Just as he prepared to launch a shockwave punch, Luonin's vanished presence returned. A familiar voice echoed by his ear. Yeah, it's over. Asterisk snap. Asterisk. Trelanier's arms dropped to the ground. Chapter 117. Blood soaked the sand. 8. Alert number 117. Yes, it's over. Trelanier's arms dropped to the ground. Asterisk splurt asterisk. Blood gushed from his severed limbs. As Luonin slashed at his neck, he floated his leg and dodged it. Trelanier's face turned pale. His instinct had saved his life. If he hadn't reacted before the voice sounded, his head would have been severed. But losing both arms was no better. His right arm below the elbow, his left arm below the shoulder had both gone numb. Delayed pain surged through his body. Trelanier let out a piercing scream. Trelanier's neck eyes snapped open wide. Thick tears of blood streamed down his cheeks. He tried to wipe his face, but had no arms to do so. Steadying his breathing, Trelanier channeled magic to his eyes. Asterisk HNNGH. Asterisk. The wound in his cornea slowly began to heal. Just as he regained his sight, he suddenly saw a flying blade. Ah! Teleniel quickly bent down to dodge. Huff! The sweeping Lamantia blade grazed the top of his head. Luonan tilted his head in confusion. What? You can see again now? What kind of trick is this? Teleniel stammered as he shouted. Due to blood loss, he felt dizzy and faint. His faintly restored vision could only see Luonan's blurry outline. That's not something you need to know. Wait. Luonan replied coldly as he swung his sword. Sharp sword energy burst out like a raging wind. So, Teleniel narrowly avoided having his ear sliced off. He gritted his teeth. Damn it. Losing an arm made it difficult for him to keep balance. Teleniel was forced to dodge even more awkwardly than before. Several cuts and slashes were left on his body from the incomplete evasions. The prey that was being hunted turned around and bit back, and turned him into a cripple. Teleniel gritted his teeth. Not temporarily restoring his sight to enjoy the fight with Luonan was his biggest mistake. How's he doing this? He can vanish his aura? I don't understand how it works at all. Right now, Luonan's mana kept disappearing and reappearing. Teleniel took a deep breath, adjusted his posture. This isn't good. I have to retreat. Even though the wounds burned, his mind gradually cooled. This can't continue. No matter how much regret he felt, the priority now was to escape this situation. Teleniel looked for a chance, and roared after taking a deep breath. Get out of my way. Omni mode activated. Transparent wings spread out, bursting with a gale. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk. A sweeping windstorm surged through the room. Trelanier's eyes widened in shock. Ugh. What? Something unbelievable had happened. Luonan wasn't blown away. He held tightly to the two swords plunged deep into the ground, and stabilized himself. Not only that, suddenly, magical roots swelled and wrapped around Luonan's body, anchoring him firmly to the ground. These disgusting roots. TCH. Withdraw. But he couldn't miss this chance. Luonan staggered to his feet and began running. Trelanier had already entered the heart's protection zone of the Yulia family. Humph. Come on then, bastard. Do you even deserve to be a bishop? Luonan shouted. The distance was too great. His sword aura couldn't reach. Trelanier, of course, ignored him. Yulia stroked the leopard and said, attack with full force. Asterisk Groror. Asterisk. The leopard turned toward Luonan, its body swelling as it let out a deaf good. At the same time, the leopard's body split open in several places. Iron spikes shot out. Asterisk clang. Clang. Asterisk. Every time Luonan swung his sword, sparks flew. Again. The firing interval was too short. He couldn't advance at all. Yulia was preparing to take out a teleport scroll. Relying on him, Trelanier stared at Luonan and said, from now on Huff. You are our target. Lakivos. The council will hunt you down. Shut up. Stay right there. Luonan clenched his teeth. This won't work. The sword energy's range is too far. Shalifin's attacks can't pierce through Heart's Blessing either. Vigila's core is also running low. Hey, what are you doing? Snap out of it. Luonan turned and shouted at Shalifin. Having ended his fight, Shalifin stood there like he was under a spell, staring blankly into the air. His body, battered by heavy attacks, was covered in wounds large and small. What's going on? Did he get hit in the head? Luonan frowned. Buzz. At that moment, a teleport scroll unfurled, creating a glowing blue portal. Yulia looked at the boys and said, what a shame. Young masters, next time I'll kill you for sure. See you then. Damn it. These bastards. Your Excellency Bishop, please hang in there. Lord Ollie Black will definitely make a miracle wand for you. Boom. Yulia was about to send Teleniel through the portal. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted behind them, startling her into flinching. Ah. At the same time, a powerful magical wave engulfed the four of them. This magic felt completely different from before. Ah. Luonan felt not like every mana potion he ever drank was rushing down his throat at once. His stomach churned violently. The air turned unusually bitter. The others seemed to feel it too. The overwhelming magic pierced through Star's blessing, affecting both Yulia and Teleniel. Ah. The two of them were unable to enter the... All he could do was vomit uncontrollably. Only Shalifin stared blankly into the air. Feeling a change in his body, Luonan raised his head. His breathing gradually steadied. Although he still felt discomfort, his magic power was recovering. The two nearly depleted power cores pulsed rapidly. Luonan turned his head. A central floating magic stone emitted a dazzling light. Tremendous magical energy erupted from the stone. Asterisk buzz buzz buzz. Asterisk. The range of distortion from the magic widened. As the battle continued, the once dim ceiling lights grew increasingly bright. At that moment, a woman's voice echoed through the space. Security system activated. Security system activated. Security system. The voice sent chills down their spines. Luonan frowned at the unfamiliar words. Everything happening in succession had left him utterly confused. Humph. But that wasn't the most important thing now. Yulia and Trelanier, done vomiting, gradually regained clarity. Wiping the corner of his mouth, he said, "For some reason, it feels like my strength is returning. Might as well kill them all." "No, Yulia." "Quickly," Trelanier urged her. His injuries weren't something magic alone could fix. All right. Yulia clicked her tongue and took out a new teleportation scroll. The previous teleport gate had already vanished. She turned to look at Luonin and waved goodbye. "Guess this is really goodbye." Just as Yulia was about to activate the scroll, Luonin tightened his grip on Amir. The two power cores vibrated as if about to explode. This was the last chance. Now might be the moment. Though he'd never tried it before, he had a feeling this eightfold arcana could enhance his power. Huff. Luonin took a deep breath. Buzz. Yulia's scroll unfurled and the portal appeared. Luonin swung his arm, aiming at Teleniel. The mana-infused Amir dagger shot forward with a white trail. Huff. A delayed sonic boom followed. Just as Teleniel was about to step into the portal. Splat. The Amir pierced through Star's blessing and stabbed into his side. Ugh. "Why, Your Excellency, Bishop." Teleniel crashed down like he had been struck hard. Due to the immense force and the dagger's weight, he couldn't move. In no way. This is impossible. Amir's hilt had nearly sunken completely. With sheer willpower, Teleniel lifted his head and began crawling toward the portal. Luonin stomped his right foot on the ground. Boom. Roots extended from where Amir had struck and entangled the two of them. Ugh. What is this? Yulia screamed in panic. No matter how she struggled, the roots wouldn't loosen. The strengthened roots became thicker and more entangled. Luonin stared at them and said, "I told you." Suddenly, the Amir embedded in Teleniel's side began to glow. Yulia's eyes widened in shock. The dagger was emitting Teleniel's own arc. That's His Excellency's. Seeing a glimpse of the future, Teleniel turned pale. Luonin gathered his remaining mana and said softly, "You're not going anywhere. Stop." A spine-chilling scream. Luonin clenched his fist. A shockwave exploded inside Teleniel's body. Af. His body was blown apart into pieces. Yulia screamed as a chunk hit her face. The glowing roots were pulled out. The heart's protection was lifted. Blood and entrails sprayed across the cold metal floor like blooming red flowers. Everything above Trelanier's waist had vanished without a trace. "How dare you?" Against the bishop. Yulia roared in fury and lashed out with her whip. Asterisk boom, asterisk. Violent magic surged from her pointed weapon like a raging blaze. "Damn it. I'm going to hang your head on the table." Luonin cursed. He no longer had the strength to deal with her. Just as Yulia prepared to leap, Shulafin, who had been silently staring into space, swung his sword. So, he looked at Yulia and swung. A diagonal slash sliced through the void. Surprisingly, no sword energy was released. Not even a sound split the air. Only a cold breeze brushed past Yulia's neck. What? Yulia sluggishly became aware of Shulafin's presence. She turned her head. At that moment, the wind fruit split open, and her world flipped upside down. Silence. Yulia's head dropped to the floor. Her decapitated body slowly fell backward. It was over. Blood soaked the sand. 9. Alert number 118. Silence. Yulia's head fell. Her charred, collapsed body twitched. Finally, bright red blood spurted from the severed neck. What the hell? Luonin muttered in disbelief. Yulia's eyes were still wide open. The leopard, sensing its master's death, lunged at Shulafin. Good. Shulafin swung his sword once more. The blade's wind skimmed across the leopard's neck. Clang. A white line appeared across the metal-covered neck. The head fell. Thud. The stiff leopard-like body collapsed to one side, confirming that the area was quiet. Shulafin lowered his sword. He stared blankly into the void and dropped to one knee. Hey man, are you okay? Luonin staggered toward Shulafin, like it was the day after a hangover. He could barely stand. Imitating Teleniel's aura had drained more mana than expected. Huff. Shulafin didn't respond. Unsteady breathing came from between his slightly parted lips. His face was pale. He looked like he was in bad shape. Luonin's eyes fell on his sword and raised an eyebrow. The blade was gone. Only the blood-soaked hilt remained. I saw it on Shulafin, At that moment, the sword blade, which had vanished with a faint wind, reappeared. Asterisk rustle 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 asterisk. It looked like rapidly growing thorns. The swirling air condensed into a greenish blade. The magic radiating from the sword felt completely different than before. It's calm now, but sharper. If the previous magic was like a raging storm, now it's like a tailwind over a calm sea, ready to erupt into a gale that sweeps across oceans. Luonin let out a bitter smile. This growth rate far exceeded expectations, even for the Empire's rising stars. No one expected him to reach this level so quickly. This is an arcane awakening. A monster of a guy. Arcana is a unique form of magic and the abilities it manifests. Those who continuously train it will one day see a sudden surge in power. This is called arcane awakening. Most of the time, it only enhances the range or strength of one's existing powers. But sometimes, someone undergoes a butterfly-like transformation. Someone who could only generate static suddenly fires lightning from their eyes. Or someone who could harden their skin now grows diamonds from their body. Shulafin is a textbook case of that. Swinging the sword in the form of wind. This is the true form of the storm sword Luonan knew. Also the symbol of Shulafin, the continent's greatest swordsman. Even Luonan, who once cared for no one in his past life, genuinely envied that technique. If he had that skill, he could rip all those flying giants to shreds. Damn it. Even now, it's frustrating to watch. The storm sword lives up to its name. Its applications are limitless. Compress the wind into a single point. It becomes a deadly finishing move. Spread it wide. It becomes a strategic weapon capable of rivaling an army. Luonan still remembers when Shulafin tried to capture the Winter Witch. He covered the entire Romela mountain range in a storm, though weaker than in his past life. Now that he's reached the awakening stage, improvement is just a matter of time. Luonan handed a potion to the fallen Shulafin, then said, "What an unlucky guy." Luonan, that's amazing. What happened? What do you mean? You've awakened. You bastard. Shulafin's eyes widened. It seems even he doesn't realize he's awakened. He silently took the potion and nodded. Is that so? This feeling. How? Who's still not awakened anyway? Tell me the secret. Luonan muttered, as he applied medicine to the wound on his shoulder. I heard the wind. The wind. Yes. Wild yet gentle. It was the first sound I heard since I was 11. The moment I heard it, I knew I could beat that woman. Shulafin awakened to arcane power at the age of 11. He said that when the blessing of the stars vanished, he focused entirely on defeating Yulia. Luonan tilted his head in confusion. So, that's it. And it worked. You're insane. Luonan frowned. He wasn't expecting a proper explanation, but this was still unexpected. Luonan murmured to himself, that's why I hate geniuses. Then he smiled a little. Anyway, success is all that matters. Luonan reached out his hand. One way or another, it's finally over. Shulafin smiled faintly and stood up under his combat uniform. After drinking the potion, his complexion had clearly improved. Luonan, I have a question. How did you break through that defense arm? Despite trying all sorts of methods, he ultimately couldn't break through the star blessing. Even after reaching the level of Sword Saint, it was still the same. After thinking for a moment, Luonan shook his head. I don't know either. It just happened naturally. Is that so? Shulafin slowly nodded. Though reluctant, he couldn't answer something he didn't know. It's really frustrating. In Shulafin's trembling voice was a deep sense of unwillingness, even on the verge of collapse. His wolf-like eyes still burned with fighting spirit. Luonan said, Still, if you keep working hard, you'll eventually get there. This, along with defeating Yulia, is another task we must resolve. If others can break through the star blessing, that'd be ideal. But if not, then we have to become strong enough to solve everything on our own. Stretching with a yawn, Luonan turned and said, It's over. One way or another, the battle is over. It was the most intense, most dangerous fight since Reincarnation. Now that the tension had eased, the surrounding scene, it wasn't a pleasant sight. Blood and shattered metal fragments were scattered everywhere like mold. What was once a smooth marble-like ruin now looked like a war-torn battlefield. Damn bastards. Thunk. Suddenly enraged, Luonan kicked Yulia's head away. The head traced a long arc through the air and landed in front of the Danehal Memorial Stone. Luonan looked at the stone and said, Why did I suddenly get so angry? No idea. Shulafin shook his head. A stone larger than a typical farmhouse continued to emit a dazzling glow. The excessive surge of mana made his head spin. At that moment, a face flashed across Luonan's mind. He stopped in his tracks. He cursed. Damn it. Luonan. Fury Storm is gone. Amidst the battle, Luonan had nearly forgotten about him. After kicking away Shulafin, Luonan rushed toward the place where Fury Storm fell. He happened to glance down the stairs. His face turned grim. The space beneath the stairs was still filled with the blood and corpses of natives. A cube stood silently among the bodies. It was said to hold the secret of the record. Fury Storm had collapsed on top of that cube. Damn it. Fury Storm. Luonan shouted. He leapt down 3 steps at a time, descending over 300 stairs in a flash. Thud, thud, thud. Luonan reached Fury Storm and shook his shoulders. Damn it. Wake up. No response. There were red marks on 10 buttons, evidently left by Fury Storm. Pass. Ugh. Luckily, he was still breathing. Luonan poured all the potions he had into Fury Storm. Hang on. His external wounds healed, but Fury Storm still didn't wake up. Looks like he lost too much blood. Don't die. In a flash, the face of Saryanti appeared in his mind. The old elf guardian of the ruins had ultimately failed to heal his wounds. He turned into a foolish stone. He couldn't go through something like that again. Luonin looked up the stairs above. He shouted with all his strength, Saida. His voice echoed through the air. About 3 minutes later, a shadow appeared on the stairs. Saida, having spotted Luonin, retracted her wings and landed. Over. Here, quick. Luonin lifted the dying Storm and shouted loud. Saida, who had landed on Luonin's shoulder, immediately cast a healing spell. Fush asterisk. A red light enveloped Storm's body. The blood flowing from him returned to his veins. Luonin helped straighten his twisted legs and pulled out embedded shards of iron. Storm's complexion quickly began to improve. Soon after, he moved his fingers and opened his eyes. Luonin. Damn it, you're awake. Monsters. Those strange things. That guy and I took them all down, and we made sure of it. Luonin patted Shulafin on the shoulder as he spoke. Storm's eyes widened. Luonin explained what had just happened, why Trelanier and Yulia had come here, and how powerful they were, as well as their tragic end. After hearing the story, the furious Storm gave a bitter smile. Impressive. You guys are real warriors. Don't laugh. Your wounds will tear open. Was that you? Luonin nodded toward the top of the stairs with his chin. A beam of light from the memorial stone had sliced through the air. Storm, still angry, nodded heavily. I broke the rules. When I saw you guys in danger, I had to do something. Rules. Every tribe member knows how to operate that thing, but no one ever does. It can only be activated on the promised day. As expected, this was Fury Storm's doing. He stroked the cube and continued speaking. Fury Storm said, since his grandfather's grandfather's grandfather, that is, a very long time ago, their people have passed down the way to operate this device. He said, they must guard it with their lives forever, but must never touch it lightly. It may only be operated on the promised day. Luonin raised an eyebrow. What is the promised day? I don't know either. But he said when the day comes, I'll naturally understand. Unbelievable. Luonin gave a bitter smile. All these people died because of a vague promise. He found it hard to believe. Fury Storm calmly nodded. Because I broke the rules. I must swim forever in the flood after death, but I have no regrets. You did nothing wrong. Those who place the curse are the ones who should be thrown into the lava. I appreciate you saying that. I feel like I've recovered. Don't talk nonsense. Lie down and rest. In case there are still survivors. This guy and I. Just as Luonin was about to say something, rumble. Suddenly, the entire space began to shake violently. The mechanical voice from before rang out again. Security system will activate in 3 minutes. All targets without identification codes will be removed. Mission will proceed afterward. Luonin frowned. There were too many unfamiliar terms again. Security system, identification codes. What does it even mean? It didn't sound good. Feels like we'll be kicked out in 3 minutes. Damn it. No idea what the expulsion process is like. But the bad feeling was growing stronger. The tremors were growing more intense. The magic surging from the grindstone was becoming abnormally dense. It felt like something was about to happen. Luonin stood up and glanced back at Shulafin and Saida. Hurry up. Guys, this doesn't look good. 3 minutes. Enough time to grab one grindstone. Still, it's a bit of a shame. Suddenly, Storm, furious, grabbed her wrist. Wait, I can't let you just leave like this. What? I'm going to die in the flood anyway. Let me buy you some time. Chapter 119. When blood rains down on the sand. Alert code 119. Anyway, I'm going to die in the flood. Let me buy you some time. No, you're not going to die. Do you have a way? Hold on. Suddenly, Storm started fiddling with the cube. Though it looked like she was pressing randomly, no one knew what she was doing. Each press produced a sound. 5 minutes remaining. 25 minutes. Security system will activate in 42 seconds. Damn it. It dropped again. Wait. Impatient people don't live long. Well said. Even with Luonin urging her, Storm silently kept pressing the buttons. Soon after, a different message was heard. Security system will activate in 60 minutes. Due to frequent changes, further operation is restricted. That was the final message. The intense shaking gradually subsided. Luonin let out a surprised smile. It actually worked. Sorry, I can't extend it any longer. It's fine. This is already more than enough. Luonin nodded. Though it wasn't a long time, it was still more than 3 minutes. Damn it. Looks like we might survive now. Thank you. Yeah. One of the best decisions I made after coming back was not throwing you into the river. Back then, I thought you were a corpse. TCH. Luonin gently stroked Saida. Saida, eyes wide open, tilted their head. Luonin climbed the stairs and headed straight to the bodies of Teleniel and Yulia. Is this the white one? Yeah. What a dramatic ending. What exactly happened? How did the body end up like this? Ugh. Seeing Teleniel's corpse, Fury Storm felt a wave of nausea. Even a warrior of Danehall would find this sight overwhelming. The shockwave inside her body turned her into the world's most avant-garde and most disgusting vase. Look at this. You. What are you doing? At that moment, Luonin began rummaging through Teleniel's remains. Fury Storm backed away in horror. Wait. If it's someone at the level of a bishop, they must have been carrying something. But since the body was so badly mangled and covered in blood, it was hard to find anything useful. Finally, after Saida absorbed all the blood at the scene, Luonin found something useful. Yeah, that's the one. There. Luonin tore a piece of metal from a tattered scrap of cloth. It was the 7-pointed badge from Trellanier's sleeve. From all the organization members encountered so far, only Trellanier wore it. It must be a symbol of a bishop. Damn it. What the hell is this made of? Luonin frowned as he examined the badge. It was packed with an eerie, overwhelming magical energy. Drink water like this, and you'd piss glitter. Uncomfortable as hell. Even so, Luonin still pocketed he had a feeling that thing would come in handy. Other than the badge, there was nothing else worth taking from Trellanier's remains. Luonin picked up a broken spine and a short sword. Despite the fierce battle, the short sword remained completely intact. Not bad. Doran. Luonin smiled faintly as he sheathed Emir. It may not hit as hard as Romancia, but it's more versatile in combat, especially being able to channel Arcana directly from the blade's position. It really won him over. Turning his head, Luonin saw Shulafin examining Yulia's whip. He walked over and raised an eyebrow. Look at you. You really are something. Luonin leaned in as the blushing Shulafin started examining the whip. It's true. The material itself is extraordinary. The craftsmanship is exquisite. Hundreds of metal strands woven together, each one finely processed. Truly amazing. Even disassembled, it would make a fine weapon. This is practically a piece of art. Just as he touched the handle, asterisk whoosh 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 asterisk, the whip suddenly retracted, transforming into an elegant cane used by nobles. Now that's impressive. Luonin let out a whistle. Even with careful inspection, it's impossible to see its intricacies. This must be the work of a top-tier master on the continent. Suddenly, Yulia's words flashed through his mind. Could this have been made by that Ollie Black guy? He once said, that guy's armor weaving was astonishing. Magical armor weaving requiring such delicate craftsmanship is a true masterpiece of technique. TCH. Luonin clicked his tongue. The thought that such a skilled artisan would work with fanatics left a bitter taste. He felt conflicted inside. Putting away his whip, he slowly turned around. Surprisingly, there was no need to rush collecting the grindstones. Just carrying these would ensure a lifetime without worry. The ground was littered with black crystals. They were grindstones carried by the monsters controlled by Yulia. It seemed what Storm said about monsters consuming black stones was true. How interesting. They seemed to function using grindstones as a power source. After consuming something so potent, no wonder they turned so crazy. Removing his coat, Luonin made a sack and began collecting the grindstones, even just picking the best ones. The quantity was overwhelming. If Secret hadn't been embezzling, these grindstones would be enough for 1,000 flame strikes. Luonin took off Shulafin's coat and used it to wrap up the luggage. Before leaving, he asked Saida to absorb all the blood spilled by the natives and arrange their bodies neatly. To make it easier to handle the corpses, Storm slowly spoke, gazing over the rows of bodies. Thank you. It's nothing. Give them a proper burial. Everyone will be grateful. Because of you warriors, even in death, you will smile in the afterlife. Luonin twisted his lips. Everyone here chose death. Over revealing the secret code, an honorable silence. Luonin lowered his head slightly and murmured softly, may you go to a better place. Saying farewell to comrades is always painful, especially those who died with honor. The three stood in silence for a then began retracing their steps. Fortunately, it didn't take long this time. As they walked with Storm, Luonin spoke up. Sorry, I wanted to help search for survivors too, but we're out of time. It's okay. The thought counts. There's this guy named Assam. He's really good at restoration work. Should I call him over? No need. We can handle it ourselves. Rocks may be worn down by wind, but they don't vanish. Storm answered resolutely. Luonin let out a silent, bitter smile, knowing full well she was forcing herself to stay strong. Given what they knew of Yulia and Trellanier, hoping for more survivors seemed unlikely. Storm, too, had realized this. The group continued forward in silence. As they neared the cave entrance, they saw a young boy nervously biting his nails in the distance. Luonin patted Storm's shoulder and said, Is that your little brother? HM. That was Storm's younger brother, Dream Thunder. Recognizing them, he jumped up excitedly. Oh my god, big sis. Everyone's here. Are you okay? Luonin waved his hand. Dream Thunder, flying over, stopped in front of Storm and panted. Huh. We thought you weren't coming back. Huh. Everyone was so worried. I'm sorry. If it weren't for our saviors, we'd really be dead. Anyway, it's good that you're alive. Come in quickly. I have something to show you all. What is it? You're going to be shocked. Everyone, follow me. Dreaming Thunder bounced ahead excitedly. The three of them followed behind, dazed. Soon after, the sight of the cave left them stunned. Brother, our tribe isn't extinct. So many people are still alive. Around 200 natives had gathered together, though they all looked weary and worn. There weren't any injured among them. The natives, upon spotting Luonan's group, were overjoyed. Look over there. Angry Storm has returned, and our saviors are safe too. It's a miracle. The natives instantly surrounded them. Angry Storm spoke with a trembling voice. Luonan, am I dreaming right now? It doesn't feel like it. I hope I never wake up from this dream. I truly mean it. Angry Storm looked at each of his clanspeople's faces one by one. These were all people once thought to be dead. This number is enough to rebuild the tribe. Thunder pointed to Saida and laughed joyfully. This isn't a dream. That bird showed us where to find people. We followed the red path and found the wounded. Storm's eyes widened. This had happened while Luonan and Shulafin were fighting. The rescue was carried out by the natives finding the wounded, while Saida took charge of the healing. Perched on Luonan's head, Saida proudly fluffed her feathers. This really is I. In an instant, Storm's eyes welled up with tears. He turned away, keeping his mouth tightly shut. Soon, his shoulders began to tremble. Such a crybaby, how annoying. Luonan chuckled softly. Wiping his tears, Storm looked at. Panting heavily, he bowed deeply to Luonan. Thank you. I'll never forget this. It's fine. Just remember to treat us once you become chief. I will definitely repay this kindness. We will always be your friends and allies. I'll make that happen. Storm was about to continue when a long-lost female voice echoed through the cave. 60 minutes have passed. Security system rebooting. Please be aware of severe tremors. Humph. That came fast. Luonan looked up. Rumble. Suddenly, the panicked natives began murmuring anxiously. Storm, wiping away her tears, shouted loudly, Everyone, calm down. It's just a short quake. Gather the women and children together. Her powerful voice carried authority. People who had lost their composure quickly gathered under her guidance. Even those crying moments ago now followed orders. Unbelievable. Her younger brother, Dream Thunder, guided the frightened people. This way, careful not to fall. Not bad. Luonan smiled. It had started as a joke about him becoming a leader, but now it genuinely seemed possible. The female voice rang out again. Scanning will now begin. Unidentified targets will be automatically expelled. ***. In that moment, a surge of unknown. Luonan's eyes widened. What was that? The tattoos on the natives lit up with a brilliant glow. Only Luonan, Shulafin, and Saida remained unchanged. Is that the identification code? Luonan muttered to himself. 3 unidentified individuals detected. Targets will be expelled. ***. A sudden burst of blue light engulfed Luonan and Shulafin. Saida, who tried to fly away, was also swallowed up. The stunned natives let out terrified screams. Rumble, rumble. The shaking continues. What's going on? Suddenly, everything became bright. Luonan, who had fallen to the ground, cursed. The dry wind carried fine sand particles. Where is this? Luonan slowly stood up. A vast sky stretched overhead. Red dunes extended to the horizon. Saida struggled to lift her head from the sand. Tui. This was unexpected. Some kind of spatial magic? Shulafin spoke while straightening his clothes. Saida kept spitting out sand. They had landed in the center of a red desert. In the distance, Dainal stood like a crown. It looked like it would take at least 2 days to reach it. Looking around, a giant rockbird corpse came into view. Stuck near its ribs was a familiar harpoon. It was the one fired by Yulia's beast. Luonan recognized it as the bird Thunder had ridden. He muttered softly. It felt like a ghost whispering in his ear. Even though they'd been warned of expulsion, actually getting thrown out still felt unbelievable. Luckily, their belongings had scattered nearby. Well then, let's head back. Just as Luonan was about to turn and leave, rumble, the desert suddenly began to shake again, stronger than the previous tremor. What is that? Rumble. Dainal is moving. The rocky mountain began to take on an organic, flame-like form. Metal rose from the ground and wrapped around Dainal. Even a top-tier earth mage like Zoding couldn't recreate such a spectacle. Luonan recalled a voice from before that offered guidance. A safety mechanism. At that moment, Luonan finally understood why Dainal's shape felt unnatural. It wasn't naturally formed at all. The quake lasted several more minutes before subsiding. The transformed Dainal had tripled in size. The towering rocky mass now resembled a giant fortress. Luonan said in surprise. Now no one can get in. Seems that way. The entire terrain is covered by a defensive barrier. What? It's an extremely powerful defensive barrier. Even the Imperial Army would struggle to breach it. Shulafin nodded. Luonan examined it carefully. Sure enough, he saw a faint blue magical barrier enveloping all of Dainal. It truly was a fortress built to withstand specific threats. After a moment of silence, Shilafin continued. By the way, Luonan, don't forget your promise. Promise. Shilafin didn't answer. He simply stared at Luonan. An awkward silence hung in the air. After a long while, Luonan finally realized, and said with a bitter smile, "You're insane." Luonan pulled a piece of paper from his pocket. Drawn on the palm-sized paper was a smiling portrait of Elier. Shilafin's voice trembled. This is. Frame it, and keep it safe. And don't do anything weird with it. Shilafin received the portrait like it was an imperial decree. Staring at it silently, the first thing he said was, I'll carry this as a protective charm. You maniac. Luonan shook his head. That reaction was 30,000 times more intense than when he awakened Stormsword. The ripples in the dunes foretold the end of the journey. They followed the path they had come from. The bloodstains left by the bandits in the sand had long vanished. Chapter 120. The Autumn of the Four Seasons, Part 1. Alert Code 120. Having completed their mission, Luonan and Shilafin returned to the Empire. Since they didn't ride phantom horses, but ordinary ones instead, it took much longer to reach Danehal this time. Aside from eating and sleeping, they spent almost all their time on horseback. This was already the 8th day, and it felt like mushrooms were growing on his butt. An annoyed Luonan poked the sleeping Saida in his backpack. Hey, why don't you come down and walk too? Just. Startled awake, Saida suddenly popped her head out of the backpack. From her expression, it was clearly hot. Though they'd already left the desert, the southern heat remained relentless. The mountainous terrain, with short grass and wasteland, stretched as far as the eye could see. Luonan's gaze began to blur, and landed on Shilafin. You are noble but's made of iron or something? Doesn't it hurt? This level of discomfort is nothing. He still sat upright with a straight back, though clearly tired. He retained the composure unique to a high noble. Luonan shook his head helplessly. I'm honestly jealous. I should have ridden more when I was in the army. He's just worried Miss Iliel's portrait might get wrinkled. Speed up, you lunatic. Every 10 minutes, Shilafin would take out Iliel's photo from his shirt pocket to look at. Unable to bear it, Luonan tugged the reins. His horse dashed forward like an arrow, overtaking Shilafin. Smack. Luonan quickly reached out, snatching the photo from his hand. Hey, what are you doing? Haha. Precious things always disappear like the wind. Stop. If that photo gets damaged, I won't forgive you. Luonan galloped ahead like an imperial cavalryman. Shilafin, pale-faced, chased after him. The arrow in her hand slowly turned into wind. She gripped it tightly, and it took on the form of wind. 95. Woken by the noise, Saida squirmed irritably. Mist swirled in the air, heralding the end of summer. On the 15th day of their journey, they arrived at the Empire. Luonan had returned to the Empire. First, head to Secret's office. Sephra Chiao. After all, she went to Danehal to get her help. Upon hearing the unbelievable answer, Luonan frowned. What, on vacation? Since Sephra Chiao wasn't in the office, Luonan had to ask other students or faculty. Arthur, who was called over, said hesitantly, yes, damn it. She vanished even though she's carrying 5 curses? She supposedly went north and discovered a new site. She said she'll be back by the start of the term. Just my luck. Luonan sighed. This was an unexpected setback. He originally planned to resolve this issue quickly during summer break, but now it would have to be rescheduled. Her eyes fell on the house behind Arthur. All right, how's the move? Thanks to all of you. Arthur nodded. She and her parents had moved into the house next to Luonan's. For both safety and convenience, it was the most suitable location. The move had been completed while Luonan and Shilafin were away in Danehal. Maria and the others had helped out. Luonan scratched his head and continued. Thanks to you guys, I didn't help at all. So, is Maria in the Empire now? Yeah. That's... Then... Luonan suddenly reached into Arthur's pocket. Arthur shrieked in surprise. Luonan pulled his hand out and turned to leave. Tell your parents I said hi. I'm off. Luonan. What was that? Even after Luonan had pulled his hand out, Arthur could still feel the heavy sense of duty in his pocket. It wasn't until Luonan left that Arthur finally pulled out the item to check. This is... Arthur, pale-faced, was about to say something, but Luonan had already vanished from sight. Upon hearing the news, Luonan headed straight for the market. Having more money is never a bad thing. He brought spoils from Danehal to exchange for gold. Since Maria was there, the Carabel Merchant Guild must be too. No need to worry about getting lowballed. Come. Ice blocks, freshly frozen by an Octo-Ice mage. Come take a look. Rooftop tents, just 1 silver coin. Despite the scorching heat, the market buzzed with energy. A stark contrast to the desolate lands of the past month. While searching for the Merchant Guild, a familiar figure caught Luonan's eye. Luonan raised an eyebrow. At first, he thought he was mistaken. The man was dressed casually, not like his usual self at all, but the bronze skin and muscular build gave him away. He was eating ice cream sandwiched and bread at a small stall. As he finished the bread, The vendor clasped his hands together and asked, So, how did the ice cream taste? I'm a former builder. I'll take another. The vendor's face lit up. The woman paid and accepted a new ice cream. Luonan, now close, happily waved his hand. Instructor Navarroche, Luonan, long time no see. I almost didn't recognize you. You're dressed so casually. Navarroche was wearing a white sleeveless shirt and loose black pants. Her exposed shoulders drew attention from passersby. It was a bold outfit, one that might not be accepted for another 2 centuries. What's it to you? As long as I'm comfortable. That's right. I like the instructor's style. I was just looking for you. Come here. Huh? Navarroche waved at Luonan while biting into an ice cream. As Luonan approached in confusion, smack asterisk. His hand shot out like a snake and grabbed Luonan's ear. Why? Why are you doing this? Why? Leaving for vacation without greeting your teacher. You think that's appropriate? Anderson. Senior Anderson should have told you. Words carry more weight when said in person. So eager. Luonan screamed in the middle of the marketplace, judging by the ear-twisting force. He was really angry. He didn't care about the onlookers. Not even a little. If you want to redeem yourself, Navarroche is waiting in the training hall. Just for you. What? The senior is back? Yes. And he'll treat you well. Understood. Understood. Damn it. I'll go now. Let me go already. Luonan nodded quickly. Only then did Navarroche release his grip. He wiped the fallen ice cream off his chest and said, Hey. Anyway, I'm glad to see you're doing well. Your memory's clearly improved. If you brought your sword, we could have a match. Damn. Still, I originally meant to give you a present. Now that's a problem. A present? Here, take it. Luonan shoved something into his hand. Navarroche's eyes widened. A black gem from Dainhall, glimmering in the center of his palm. Where did you get this? Just take it. I might need your help again later. I'm off now. Wait, hold up. But Luonan had already disappeared into the crowd, gone from sight. For a second, Navarroche considered teleporting to catch him, but ultimately gave up. Caressing the black gem, Navarroche gave a bitter smile. Seriously, after selling 10 Dainhall black gems to the Carabel Merchant Guild, Luonan still had over 100 left at home. But due to the guild's current lack of funds, the look of surprise on the guildmaster's face was still worth seeing. They really are Dainhall black gems, and they're top quality too. As for how you got them, I suppose it's better not to ask. MHM. Got it. All right. Understood. Since you're in such a hurry, I'll have the payment delivered to your residence. Would you be interested in running the Carabel Merchant Guild with my daughter one day, Dad? Please. Blushing, Maria pounced on her father. Only then did Luonan realize he was trying to matchmake him with Maria. Luonan gave a brief explanation about where it hurt the most when hit, then left. In his hand was a finely crafted cane. His destination, Galerian Training Hall. It was the first duel arena where Navarroche usually taught. Asterisk clang. Asterisk. Asterisk crack. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Even before entering the arena, he could already hear the noise inside. As he pushed the door open now. Seeing a young girl fighting 2 knights, Luonan remarked, Did she get taller again? They say girls grow fast. It must be true. Anderson hadn't even noticed Luonan enter. He was fully focused on training. With each movement, his hair, tied like a spear, swayed behind him, sweat-soaked neck glowing in the light. Easily dodging the knight's fierce attacks, Anderson looked like someone with 5 eyes. Unlike Luonan, who was born with speed and dynamic sense, he relied on his unique insight to predict the future. Seeing the stone bow in Anderson's hand, Luonan frowned. Not a great opponent. From the grip to the bowstring, that entirely black stone bow was a gift from Doran. Luonan thought it was a pretty good weapon, if used correctly. Combined with Anderson's ability to control enemy movement, it would create an incredible synergy. But this opponent was really tough. Shadow magic didn't work against magic knights that weren't living beings. Huff. Just then, a knight behind Anderson swung his glowing sword down. Anderson quickly rolled to the side to evade. Asterisk. The sword tip struck the ground. Sparks flew from the blade. Anderson quickly got up and aimed at the greysword knight. Since the knight was still holding the sword up, it exposed a gap. He calmly aimed for the opponent's head and pulled the bow trigger. The launched iron arrow struck the magic knight right in the head. Humph. With a loud explosion, the knight's body was blown backward. Asterisk boom asterisk. Smoke poured from the eye slits of the fallen knight. Detected damage exceeding threshold. Function ceased. Well done. The knight's movement came to a halt. Anderson clenched his fists and cheered. At that moment, another knight at his side swung a sword at him. Lost in the thrill of victory, he couldn't react in time. The blade was already inches from his neck. At that distance, there was no way to dodge or block. Just as Anderson closed his eyes, asterisk clang, asterisk, a metallic crash echoed out. A mechanical voice from the magic knight rang out. System. Huh. Anders Han cautiously opened his eyes. Asterisk thunk asterisk. The wobbling knight collapsed. A pristine white dagger was embedded in the gap between its neck and torso. A familiar voice came from afar. Senior. Long time no see. Ah. Luonan. Anders Han's face lit up instantly. Luonan casually walked over and pulled Emer from the knight's body. He looked back at the knight Anders Han had taken down and whistled. Nice shot, huh? Scared me half to death. Not quite good enough. I almost got hit just now. I'm not joking. It's the truth. That's not something just anyone can pull off. Luonan pointed at the knight. Anders Han's iron bolt had embedded perfectly into a narrow joint. A slit barely a finger wide. Even standing still it would have been hard to hit. Landing it in the chaos of battle was no small feat. By the way, you look pretty burned up. You little troublemaker. It was way too hot back then. But compared to the people living there, I was still lucky. Oh right. Did you get hurt? Did you really go to Danehall? Anders Han suddenly leaned in closer. The distance between them narrowed. He could almost feel the other's breath. After carefully observing Luonan's expression, he quickly stepped back. Huh. Sorry. I probably smell like sweat. It's fine. By the way, do you have time? Am I bothering you? Not at all. I was just about to take a break. That's good then. Here. Luonan nodded and handed over a cane. It looked very high-class. The kind nobles would use. Anders Han looked at him in confusion. Looks expensive. Why are you suddenly giving me this? It's a gift. Smart people should be able to use it well. Why don't you try gripping the handle, huh? Anders Han did as told. So? Suddenly, a seam appeared on what had been a smooth surface. The cane rapidly extended, up to 2 meters long, like a snake made of steel. Anders Han's eyes widened. A whip. A whip. Is this really a whip? Just as I thought. Try swinging it hard. Say, you damn pig. How's that? Huh? It really suits you. Once word gets out, people might line up just to get hit. Anders Han groaned in embarrassment. The reason Luonan gave him a whip was that it'd be even more perfect with tall leather boots. Anders Han blankly stroked the whip and said, hey, though I don't really get the meaning, but I'll definitely make good use of it. Thank you. All right. Let's continue our training then. I feel a bit stiff myself. Sure. No problem. But before that, would you come with me somewhere? It's not far from campus. It won't take long. Where to? Luonan raised an eyebrow. After a brief hesitation, Anders Han replied, to Autumn of 4 Seasons. There's something I want to tell you. Chapter 121, Autumn of 4 Seasons, Part 2. Alert 121. Autumn of 4 Seasons. There's something I want to tell you. Autumn of 4 Seasons? Yeah. It's not far from campus. Won't take much time. Luonan raised his eyebrows. The name wasn't unfamiliar to him. During the doppelganger incident, Instructor Roger had mentioned it once. What kind of place was it again? Seeing Luonan hesitate to answer, Anders Han asked with a hint of anxiety. You don't like it? No, I actually like it. Shall we go now? Oh, yeah, just a sec. Anders Han's face instantly lit up. Asterisk clunk. Asterisk. He suddenly dashed into the office and about 3 minutes later, he came back out with an awkward smile. Sorry about that. He wiped the sweat from his brow. Let's go. Luonan nodded. Aside from his now unbound hair, not much else had changed. The two left the dueling arena and headed toward the west side of campus. Walking side, pointed to Luonan's waist and asked, right, how's that short sword? Way better than I expected. What's the deal with your time bow, senior? I saw it explode earlier. Oh, when you infuse it with magic, the time bow automatically enchants the iron arrows. I have no idea how it was even designed that way. Anders Han said in admiration. The time bow Doran gave him had a strange name, Arjuna, just like Ramancha and Amir. By infusing the bow itself with you can imprint elements like fire or ice onto the arrowheads. Thinking of Doran's excitement, Luonan smiled wryly. What a genius. Before they realized it, evening had come. The setting sun bathed the western sky in red. Under that sunset, the campus seemed to be set aflame. So quiet. Yeah. The usual lively vibe is nice, but this place has a unique charm too. Philion during break felt peaceful. With the students gone, the natural sounds became clearer. A breeze rippled across the lake. As they walked, Luonan spoke. That's true. This kind of quiet feels nice. Heading west, they soon reached a small hill. In this vast campus, Luonan had never been to this spot. Anders Han stopped walking. We're here. This is the autumn of the 4 seasons. Nothing special about it. Luonan raised an eyebrow. Aside from the 4 trees at the summit, there really wasn't anything else notable. Anders Han smiled and nodded. Hey, let's head up first and take a look. That was a confident smile. Once at the top, Luonan quickly understood why. Looking up at the trees, his eyes widened. Entwined branches. That's right. 4 trees joined together. 4 different species and sizes of trees intertwine. A cherry blossom tree, an oak, a maple, and a pine. Purple flowers bloomed from the lush oak tree. Luonan noticed that each tree symbolized a season. It was clear that some kind of magic was at work. No matter the season, at least one tree would always be in full bloom. That's how Autumn of Four Seasons got its name. It's truly magical. And the view here is beautiful too. I come here at least once a month. Anderson pointed down the hill, following his gaze. Luonan couldn't help but be impressed. It was a view impossible not to admire. The late summer greenery merged seamlessly with the campus, like a paradise out of a fairy tale. A gentle, cool breeze brushed against their foreheads. Staring quietly at the sunset, Anderson spoke. I went back home recently. Right, you said it was to see your father. Yeah, he's a bit chubbier now, but still in good health. I also saw my mother and older brothers. His voice was calm. Luonan's lips twitched slightly. He knew Anderson's family had suffered a tragedy. Soldiers sacrificed due to misjudgment by the command center. The ones who gave a young girl the name the Grand General dreamed of is engraved on the spirit monument for the fallen. I used to cry every time. In front of the spirit monument, seeing the names of my mother and brothers, I couldn't hold back my tears. But this time, it was the first time I didn't cry. Anderson suddenly reached into his pocket. He was holding a small wooden box. Seeing Luonan's puzzled look, Anderson continued. I thought about it. Maybe it's because I have hope now. Hope. Hope that I might truly become the Grand General. Before, I just kept telling myself I could do it. But now, I really feel like it's possible. Dragging his paint-tailed cloak, Anderson raised his hand. In that moment, as far as the eye could see, large and small shadows soared into the sky. Screech. A sharp sound echoed around them. You awakened it. That power. The shadows flew toward the hills of Four Seasons. There looked to be hundreds of them. Realizing they were all birds, Luonan smiled. It's truly amazing. A stream of black magic rose from Anderson's shoulder. It had already surpassed the realm of normal magic control. His growth rate was simply unbelievable. You've worked really hard. Anderson didn't reply. He just let out a quiet laugh. The birds gathered like mist and flew back to circle around the hills of Four Seasons. Not a single one collided. They kept a perfect distance, like well-trained soldiers. Snap. Anderson snapped his fingers. Screecha. The birds regained their senses and scattered. With the shadow magic withdrawn, he held out the box. Thank you for letting me dream. What is this? It's my gift. Open it and see. Luonan opened the box. A small white orb lay quietly on soft satin. An indescribable pure magic swirled inside. Luonan's eyes widened. Oh my god. Is this a millennial snowflake pearl? Yes. You recognized it. Even royalty can hardly get one. How did you? Millennial snowflake. Just like its name. It's said to live for hundreds of years. This magical flower only grows in the frigid, snow-covered regions of the north. Thus, it's extremely cold. Once this flower blooms, it almost never withers. It stores all the absorbed essence in its roots. At first, its roots are like any other plant, but as the essence accumulates, it gradually turns into a pearl-like beautiful orb. A millennial snowflake pearl refers to a root that has absorbed 100 years of essence. Naturally, it's very valuable. Anderson smiled. I found it with the help of the animals. It was pure luck to find one again before returning to System Island. Are you serious? Do you know how much this could sell for on the market? I know. Compared to the kindness I've received, this is cheap. So don't say anything. Just take it. As he said this, Anderson tightly held Luonan's hand, without his shadow magic. There's no way he could have found such a treasure. He must have invited him here today just to give this. His eyes shone with unwavering resolve. No words could change his mind. After a moment of silence, Luonan put the box into his pocket. Thank you. I'll make good use of it. Higi, I should be the one thanking you for accepting it. Want to sit for a bit before leaving? Luonan nodded. The two sat side by side under a tree. Gradually, Shishuai's singing voice drifted over. Luonan looked around and whistled. Seeing this beautiful scenery again. It must be stunning here in winter. That's right, very beautiful. The rooftops and leaves are all covered in snow. No need to explain. Let's come back then. Yeah. All right. Their conversation paused for a moment. A deeper dusk glow bathed Furion. It was Anderson who broke the silence first. I think I finally understand what my mother once said. She said she liked sunsets because they symbolized the magnificent struggle for survival. It didn't make sense to me then, but the world under the sunset rippled in her eyes. Luonan shrugged. Struggle. She said sunsets are the sun's final battle. A last struggle before sinking below the mountains. A struggle that fails. And night falls. For a child. That was too deep. Yeah. But now I get it. It's not about winning or losing. The beauty lies in the struggle itself. Anderson trailed off softly, feeling a warmth on her left shoulder. Luonan turned her head. Anderson's small head was resting on her shoulder. Senior, to keep the light that's drawing the world from fading. Like a dying fire searching for wood to burn, Anderson murmured softly to himself. Her long hair swayed in the wind, hiding her face. After a moment of silence, Luonan gently stroked her hair. Indeed, struggle is like that. Luonan's gaze returned to the evening sky. Though not fully understanding, it felt like some truth clicked. No matter the outcome, the struggle to survive is always beautiful. Andersan trembled slightly and leaned in closer. Luonan gently caressed Andersan's shoulder. The weight on her shoulder grew heavier. Warmth and heartbeat were transmitted through their touching parts. Yeah. Andersan nodded gently. The two stayed like that until the sun completely set. Only then did they come down from the hill. There was about a month left of the holiday. Back on System Island, Luonan focused on things he usually didn't have time for due to school, like going to distant mountains to gather herbs that pair with the millennial snowflake pearl, or going to the System Island police station to collect information on Nebula Clocky. Of course, he relaxed from time to time too. It would have been a hassle without her. Really? What happened? Some punk tried to steal from us. He took him down with a single slash. The guy was 50 meters away from us. Wow. That far. How'd he do it? Iliel asked, eyes sparkling. Luonan invited Shulafin to dinner with his sister. It was a way to repay her for her help. Luonan was recounting the events in Dane Hall. So here's what happened. Shulafin repeated her usual actions, cutting off a piece of steak and putting it in her mouth. Her precise, quiet movements made her look like a meticulously crafted doll. Shulafin, who had been staring at Iliel, finally spoke. Nothing major. Just received some superficial gifts. Oh, come on. Don't tease me. Show me once. Luonan poked Shulafin's ribs, pointing toward a watermelon sitting on a distant table. Usually she'd complain that he was mocking her, but today was different. Luonan whispered in Shulafin's ear. Your sister really wants to see. Without hesitation, Shulafin gripped the knife handle. So, with a swoosh of wind, the watermelon was sliced into 8 pieces. The disappeared blade reappeared. Splat, splat, splatta. Iliel's eyes widened as she cheered. Wow. Iliel, mid-cheer, began cutting her steak again. Just then, a drop of sauce splashed onto her cheek. Iliel suddenly took out a handkerchief. She leaned in herself. Ah, it got stuck here. Kiki, who knew the little duke could be clumsy too. Iliel gently wiped the sauce from the corner of her mouth. Time seemed to stop for Shulafin. For almost 10 minutes. She froze completely. Luonan stacked 5 layers of meat and took a bite. He shook his head. Snap out of it. Snap out of it. Either way, time kept moving on. Secret returned on the eve of the new semester. Upon hearing the news, Luonan rushed to her study, Sephora Xiao. Seeing a girl reading in the center of the room, Luonan's eyes widened. Secret. Oh, Luonan, long time no see. What happened to you? Luonan's face twisted. Secret, who had been gone for 2 months, had turned into a girl. Thankfully, it was just the long hair. Still recognizable. Haha. I found a curse in the north. And this was the result. Turned out it was a gender-switching spell. Damn it. Can you turn back? I'll need to do more research to know for sure. But don't worry. Secret waved her hand casually. Don't worry. Her crisp voice felt unfamiliar. Come to think of it, at night she turns into an old lady full of wrinkles. That's quite a side effect. Luonan sighed and spoke. In this form, can you still use magic? Of course I can. It's just a change of gender. Nothing else. That's a relief. I brought it. Brought what? What is it? Luonan pulled out a black crystal from his pocket. Secret's eyes lit up. Seeing the magic stone he brought, she realized all the magic stones she had seen from Dane Hall before. Only those found in the Desert Demon Mirror carried such deep magic flowing inside. Give it to me. Can we start right now? Luonan asked. Dozens of questions rushed into Secret's mind in an instant. Huh. She took a deep breath and closed her book. Of course we can. Come closer. 122 days remaining. 1. Alert 122. Come closer. Let's see how far the process has come. Luonan complied. She reached out a delicate palm. Secret pressed it against her chest. Her eyes, now brighter, made Luonan feel uneasy. Luonan gave a wry smile. Truly astonishing. She turns into an old lady at night. To anyone else, she's undoubtedly a little girl, turning a kind grandma into a mischievous child. That's scary enough to punch. With her eyes closed, Secret spoke. Reveal yourself. A crisp voice echoed outward. At the same time, Secret's magic surged and spread through Luonan's body. Too spicy. Blood-red mosquitoes burst out from Luonan's back. Those bastards. Seeing the curse materialize, Luonan clenched his teeth. It was a long-missed sight. The mosquitoes seemed alive, circling around him. However, there seemed to be fewer of them compared to the first time he saw the real curse. A glimmer of interest flickered in Secret's eyes. Oh, looks like all the effort paid off. The curse really is weakened. Of course it has. After going through so much pain, Luonan's mouth twisted slightly. What's unbelievable is everything that happened during this time. Only a little over half a year has passed. Secret pulled her hand back. She took out a piece of chalk. All right then, let's move on to the next phase. Secret paced around the study. She began drawing geometric magic circles. The array almost covered the entire floor. This time, it took even longer than before. After a while, she finally completed the array and held out her hand. Everything's ready. Hand over the magic stone. Here you go. Luonin handed Secret a Dianhel magic stone. As she took it, Secret trembled slightly. The magic under its black surface was stronger than any catalyst she'd ever seen. You really got one. Was it a gift from the natives of Dianhel? Something like that. Doesn't sound like a joke. That's kind of terrifying. Secret stepped into the center of the room. A flare, as if fire was bursting forth. This time, you'll help me give the curse a form. A form? Yes, we'll visualize the curse physically, so we can assess its scale. It's the final step before breaking it. Secret suddenly waved her fingers through the air. The shape of a mosquito began to coalesce. As the visualization process advanced, Secret's expression grew more serious. This is a curse of endless boiling and melting. It finally stabilized after about 10 minutes. Luonin frowned. A massive lump nearly 2 meters wide floated before his eyes. So ugly. This form is extremely unpleasant. If you pulled out a demon's heart or brain, it would probably look like this. The amorphous lump of curse kept writhing. It had no fixed shape. After a long silence, Secret sighed. My God, I didn't expect it to be this bad. Secret, are you okay? The moment it's compressed and injected into your brain, the unsealing begins. After that, as you already know, your body will fall asleep. Your consciousness will wander through the dream world. It's not a pleasant feeling. Damn it, there's no choice. Let's just get it over with. Luonin rotated his limb and sighed. Time flows differently in the dream world than in reality. Last time, I thought it ended quickly, but a whole day passed in the real world. It might be the same this time. Handling this during the holiday was a wise decision. Secret, who'd been biting her nail. Luonin, this might sound silly now, but I have to say it. Say what? Do you really have to go through with the unsealing? A sudden silence fell. Luonin, stunned, finally spoke. What's wrong? You look pale too. Decades ago, a friend of mine committed suicide. He was a renowned astronomy scholar, very well known, extremely knowledgeable. There was no reason for him to end his life. Hearing something seemingly irrelevant, Luonin tilted his head in confusion. Secret, staring at the curse, looked. Cold sweat slid down her pale cheeks. However, his students said he suddenly went mad. We found the reason in his suicide note. It was just one sentence. We are all dust. Dust. His colleagues discussed it and concluded. He believed he had grasped the vastness of the universe and couldn't bear the truth. It eventually drove him mad. Secret looked up at the ceiling. She wiped her face, then turned to Luonin and said, Luonin, I think I understand how that friend felt now. Do you think I'll fail? To be honest, I do. I feel like what we're doing this time is reckless. Secret lowered her head, admitting her mistake. She had only theorized and used simplified experiments to plan the decursing. She didn't expect the actual curse to be this powerful in physical form. It's too dangerous. Even if it succeeds, we can't guarantee how long it'll take. Can't guarantee the time? You mean it might take years? If anything goes wrong. What's a year? Some have wandered the dream realm for 10 whole years. What? 10 years? Luonin frowned deeply. He expected this would take longer than before, but this was beyond reason. Secret said, Luonin, as someone who values growth and ambition, I shouldn't be saying this, but you're already strong enough now. Even if you just continue as you are, you'll surely go down in imperial history as a great prosecutor. Is it worth risking all that just to lift a curse? Secret lowered her voice. Even if she looked like a petite girl. Worth. There was some truth to her words. Looking at his current achievements, he had already grown far more than before. With time, even his physical body would be able to crush Ahayuti with ease. Damn it. If it weren't for that guy, I wouldn't be doing this either. However, the level Luonin seeks to reach is far beyond. The number of giants descending is unimaginable. Suddenly, he remembered the day he encountered Omega Doppelganger. How miserably he died, consumed by the curse. Only by purging these tumors from within could he surpass his limits. Luonin nodded without hesitation. All right. Phew. In that case, we've no choice. Pa. Secret sighed and snapped her fingers again. As the magic circle's glow faded, the materialized curse dissipated like smoke. I'll do my best to keep it stable and smooth. It might take a few days. Go handle your affairs in the meantime. Time passed quickly after that. The opening ceremony was held in the Grand Plaza where the vacation closing event took place. Crodial's face was tanned as if he had just come back from vacation. I hope you all had a meaningful holiday, and that everyone is healthy and strong for the new semester. Phew. Summer is coming to an end. The high sky marked the winding down of summer's momentum. The recent cool weather. As soon as the ceremony ended, Luonin headed to the club building. Returning students bustled around the campus. Empty streets became lively once again. He carried a large travel bag in his right hand. Whistling, Luonin looked up at the blue sky and murmured, 3 days. That's how long until Secret the Sorcerer completes her preparations. Because of his tangled thoughts, he hadn't slept well these past few days. He had to quickly settle everything around him. Recalling Secret's words, Luonin muttered, no matter how you look at it, this is just too much. Handle your affairs around you? Handle my affairs? That sounds like something you say to a man on death row. Of course, back when I was a boundary soldier, that kind of talk was practically because every day is a battle between life and death. In a way, that's a good thing. Though it's a shame he couldn't get things done quickly. Luonin decided to stay positive. He knew how tragic it was for people to suddenly die without even a word. Even in the worst-case scenario, being prepared is never a bad thing. While thinking about all this, Luonin unknowingly arrived at the club building. Even before getting close, he could already hear a commotion. The door creaked open with a warm scraping sound. Seeing the unexpected scene, Luonin's expression twisted. Maria and Bloom were doing push-ups, with Assam and Ophelia on their backs. You cuties. Didn't eat a single meal during the break? Why are you so clingy? Ah, I did eat, Maria asked with concern. Assam, blushing, shook their head. Ophelia, who was sitting on Bloom's back, poked her finger into his back. Bloom. At this rate you're gonna collapse. Hey. Wait. There's still a chance to turn this around. Bloom, pale-faced, picked up the pace. Seeing this absurd scene, Luonin gave a wry smile. He placed his travel bag on the counter and said, What are you guys doing? You idiots. Ah. Luonin. The two stopped their push-ups. Luonin looked around at the club members and nodded. Everyone was here, except for Shulafin. You're all here. Doing okay? We just saw you yesterday, and you're asking that now? Ah. Did you bring the money from Moshi? Maria wiped the sweat off her sleeve. He pointed to a corner of the building. There, about 10 beautifully crafted boxes were neatly stacked. At that moment, Blum, who was adjusting his breathing, suddenly burst into laughter. Haha, of course. That reminds me. Luonin getting such a huge gift at the end of vacation really caught me off guard. His eyes lingered on the shield leaning against the wall. Luonin raised an eyebrow. Ah, did you get that today? Technically, 2 days ago. The owner of the Velf blacksmith handed it to me. You can tell it's a great shield at first glance. The large rectangular shield could cover his entire body. It looked like it could even block a dragon's fire. I really don't know how to thank you. Am I really allowed to use such a treasure? What kind of nonsense are you saying? Since it was given to you, of course you should accept it. I also truly appreciate it. Ophelia also gave a slight bow. She was holding a pure white wand that looked like it was carved from bone, though its true strength wasn't certain. The magic it radiated was undeniable. It seemed to double the power of all spells. I never expected there to be a place like this underground. Better than what your race made. Yeah, much better. Not even worth comparing. That's good to hear. Luonin nodded. Ophelia's wand and Bloom's shield were both crafted by famous generals of Glan Cappadocia. As soon as he heard Secret tell him to organize his surroundings, he handed them these treasures. All right, everyone gather around. There's an important announcement. Announcement. The club members all gathered. Luonin opened one of the boxes. Asterisk click. Asterisk. As the latch unlocked, the contents surprised everyone present, except for Ophelia. Everyone else's eyes widened. These were borrowed from Sister Roger. Everyone, take one. The box contained 5 slender black bracelets. These are magical items Roger used during her midterm assessment. When your body is in danger of fatal injury, or a wound that's difficult to heal, it'll automatically transfer you to a safe location using spatial magic. Seeing the confused faces, Luonin continued. I might be gone for a while. A few days at best, or a few years at worst. What do you mean? Leaving right after the semester starts? Why years? Details will come as we go. Just put on the bracelets first. Luonin looked more serious than usual. The members put them on, still unsure. At that moment, Luonin grabbed his sword. So, just as La Mancha's tip neared Bloom's throat, his figure warped and vanished. What just happened? Huh. Assam was about to scream. Thud, thud. Bloom, who had vanished, came tumbling down the stairs. He had no idea what had just happened. He looked around in confusion. Luonin continued. See, you definitely won't die. The transfer location is within this building. So go all out. What is this about now? I want to test your strength. To see if I really can leave. Luonin, the last to wear the bracelet, stood up. The members shuddered from the aura of killing intent on him. It was like he'd become a different person. Luonin scanned the group, then muttered. Follow me. 123. Days left. 22. Code 123. Alarm 123. Come with me. Bring your weapons. Luonin walked out of the building. Although the members were a bit confused, they still followed behind him. They gathered on the training field. After confirming everyone was armed, Luonin began to speak. Let me explain briefly. As you all know, I'm under a curse. There's no need to hide it anymore. Luonin briefly explained his current situation. The curse was preventing him from growing stronger. To break through his limits, he must undergo the Pearl trial. That's why he needs to leave for a while. Assam asked with a worried tone. What if you do the Pearl trial after graduation? It would be too late by then. No one knows how long it'll take. If there's talent, it's best to cultivate it early. Will it take a long time? I don't know. That's why I borrowed these advanced tools. Luonan raised his bracelet. He thought he'd be refused, but Verage lent it to him readily. The condition was that after the Pearl trial, his training time would double. Attack me with all you've got. That way, I'll understand your current training level. So that's why you called us here today? Exactly. If you haven't improved by the time I return, you're all screwed. By the way, I brought the perfect coach. Coach? Yep. She's here right now. Luonan gestured with his chin toward. The members turned their heads. A tall girl strode toward them. She had files and a small bell clipped to her waist. Standing beside Luonan, she greeted them with a smile. Hi. Long time no see. Ah, that's Senior, Anderson, from last time, eh? Right? Yeah. Nice to meet you, Maria. Maria, how's the business proposal going? Anderson smiled gently. Maria's eyes widened. She didn't expect him to remember her situation. Anderson looked around the room, somewhat puzzled. The Empire's rising star isn't here? Did you leave her out on purpose? That girl knows what to do. She's already awakened to Arcana. Luonan shook his head. He wasn't sure about the others, but he wasn't worried about Shilafin. To be honest, even against all the senior students at Freon, that girl still has a chance to win. You've got a good eye, Senior. He'll observe your fights and suggest directions for future training. All you need to do is gather experience. True. That's something only he can do. Bloom nodded slowly. He had attended Roger's lectures, so he knew what Anderson was capable of. He could observe nearly 30 people at once and correct their movements. Luonan said, let's begin then. Senior. Ah, yeah. Asterisk dingling asterisk. Anderson rang the bell in his hand. The clear sound signaled the start of the fight, but no one moved. The club members looked at each other. It started. Luonan grabbed his sword hilt. So, a wide horizontal slash swept across 4 waists. Assam, Maria and Bloom vanished from sight. Seeing the last person remaining, Luonan raised an eyebrow. You're the only one who made it. Guess age really can't be ignored. Humph. Ophelia, the only one who dodged successfully. Bitter lip. Coward. Blood beaded on her abdomen. She couldn't fully dodge, because it was too fast. You're serious? You better be serious. Don't complain when it's a real battle. Luonan charged forward again. Ophelia chanted a spell aloud. Humph. A wolf's maw made of blood rose from the ground and swallowed Luonan. Don't say things like that. Ophelia clenched her fist. Above the wolf's head, a giant magic circle formed. A rain of shadowy arrows poured down from the magic circle, like black pain, pressure. This spell should have been enough to obliterate any opponent. Just when Ophelia was sure Luonan was out, in that moment she turned. A familiar voice came from behind. Go get healed. Saida is waiting for you. What? The wolf's head was sliced in two. A crescent-shaped sword wave hit Ophelia directly. She didn't even have time to react. Asterisk, buzz asterisk. Struck by the blade wave, her figure distorted and vanished. The rain of shadowy arrows also dispersed like smoke. Luonan spat on the ground and muttered, these guys really don't feel a thing. Still the same after so many tries. TCH. Just then, with the sound of trees snapping, the clubroom door was thrown open. The 3 members eliminated earlier reappeared. Hey. What the hell was that for? That was a Real slash. I thought I was going to die. That feeling is never pleasant, even a second time. The expressions of those who had just died were completely different now. Maria, swinging a massive sword, charged forward. Whatever you're thinking, I'm not going down without a fight. Let's go. Agreed. Wait. Ophelia's not ready, Bloom also charged forward, shield raised. Assam shouted in panic, but the 2 didn't stop. Once they entered range, Luonan swung his sword without expression. Asterisk boom asterisk. A wide burst of sword energy exploded outward. Haha, that was awesome. Bloom's hearty laugh echoed through the smoke. His large shield, which had blocked the sword blast, was unharmed. Nice job. Luonan muttered to himself. Big one coming. Maria leapt from Bloom's shoulder, bringing her great sword down vertically. Haha. Not bad. Luonan smirked. The pressure is intense. As he channeled more mana, his giant sword turned completely dark blue. Head-on isn't an option. Just as Luonan twisted his shoulders to evade, gravity bind, a voice cried out from afar, filled with fear. At the same time, 4 magic circles formed in midair. Asterisk whoosh whoosh asterisk. Transparent chains shot out from the circles and wrapped around Luonan's limbs. Oh dear. Luonan turned his head slightly and gave a bitter smile. Assam had extended her hand toward him. Luonan noticed his own legs trembling. Sorry, Luonano, but you told me to do this. Feels like there's real emotion in it. Looks like what Kira really studied. This spell is far more advanced than Assam's usual invisibility hand. Even if you struggle, your body can't move at all. Luonan felt slightly reassured. He let out a soft chuckle. You all worked hard. Well done. Luonan's greatsword was just about to strike the chains. Then I should get serious too. Luonan switched his energy source. A golden aura surged up along his right arm. It was Bowen's enhancement aura. He swung his arm, and the ropes around his wrist snapped with ease. Asterisk crack. Asterisk. Luonan gripped La Mancha and cut the remaining chains. That was gravitational binding. Assam's mouth dropped open wide. He didn't expect it to be broken so easily. At the same time, Luonan shrugged his shoulder. Maria's great sword. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. A massive crack appeared. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk. Luonan swung his sword lightly. Maria's figure vanished in an instant. Maria. An excited Blum came running over. Complete focus was the best takeaway from this training. In the hand without a shield, he held a sharp one-handed sword. Sword and shield. Not bad. Luonan murmured as he drew his dagger. Emer. Asterisk click. Asterisk. As he swung his arm. Blum raised his shield. Idiot. You should have protected the mage first. Blum's face froze. As he hurriedly turned, the dagger was already between Assam's eyebrows. Before Blum could even shout, Assam's figure vanished. Asterisk PFT. Asterisk. Emer ended up embedded in the club building's outer wall. You can't lose focus. You're the vanguard. Luonan's voice came from right in front of him. A chill ran up Blum's spine. Looking down now, he saw Luonan scratching his head. Ugh. He had already taken cover behind a shield. Asterisk swish. Asterisk. The sword sliced through the air. Blum's figure vanished. The members reappeared 3 minutes later. One more time. All together. They seemed stronger than before. The members reappeared once more. This time with more determination in their eyes. Anderson was taking notes on their movements and habits. He sketched out Maria's sword technique. With admiration. Amazing. All of them are far above the standard. It must feel rewarding to teach them. Yeah. You four have worked harder than I ever did. Honestly, I don't even feel qualified to teach you. Have confidence. Up to this point, I've never seen anyone more. Luonan patted Anderson on the shoulder. He smiled and nodded. Maria shouted once she was ready. Let's go. I'll use blood magic first. To bind his feet. This time, all four charged together. With Ophelia joining in, their attack was fiercer than ever. Luonan took them all down with 4 precise slashes. Brutal. A crashing sound came from the stairs. The clubroom door swung open again. Again, Anderson had finished gathering data after about 5 deaths. But the enraged members didn't stop until nightfall. After the 27th death revival, Maria glared at Luonan. Huff. That's enough. Huff. Maria collapsed to the floor, struggling to stay upright. She was the last one to fall. Around her, Assam, Bloom, and Ophelia were already sprawled out, exhausted. Luonan didn't die even once. But several times during the fight, he broke out in a cold sweat. The members were far stronger than he had expected. A few times, it was genuinely dangerous. In fact, he almost died 2 or 3 times. That alone showed how much effort they had put in. Looking back on those dangerous moments, Luonan looked at the members and said quietly, "Thank you, you idiots." He felt at ease leaving now. Luonan had listened to what Secret said, and knew it could take a long time. He worried about the variables that might arise while he was gone. It wasn't easy. The biggest threat was still Nebula Clocky. If someone that powerful broke into the Academy Center, they wouldn't stand a chance. Currently, only Luonan could extract the mental sanctuary, but someone that high level wouldn't infiltrate the campus. I've completely erased the traces of magic. Luckily, the odds are low. There were no leads in the Academy pointing to Luonan's location. Luonan recalled what Teleniel said, that he had tracked them by following residual magical traces on site. That meant, as long as the evidence was removed, tracking would be difficult. Good thing I killed them all. Luonan let out a breath of relief. After killing Teleniel and Yulia, the first thing he did was erase all traces of the scene. With Saida and the sharp-eyed Shulafin's help, it should be taken care of. Everything that could be done had already been prepared before his departure. The member's direction was clear. His sister's safety was ensured too. Unless the descent incident happens early, there shouldn't be any issues. Now then, time for one last meal. Luonan opened the door and stepped outside. Last night, he had arrived at a newly assigned dorm. He wanted to have one last meal with his sister before doing something big. In Luonan's left hand was a letter from Secret, saying the Pearl trial preparations were complete. Just as he stepped onto the stairs, a rich aroma drifted up from downstairs. It was the smell of Iliel's signature potato stew. Just like Big Sis. As Luonan stepped onto the first floor and looked up, he saw the kitchen crowded with people. Everyone turned to look at him. Luonan gave a wry smile. Why are there so many people here? Chapter 124. Searching for the Scream. 1. Code 124. Why are there so many people? Even though it was early morning, the kitchen was packed with familiar faces. He had no idea how they got there. You're up. Sis, what's going on? CC, I don't know either. Aside from your friends, everyone else just showed up. Iliel explained. They all came at roughly the same time. Nobody invited them. They truly came out of concern for Luonan. Roger, who was leaning against the wall, spoke up. Naturally. A disciple heading off on long training, or more accurately, to his death. These muscleheads. Ugh. In that instant, Roger's elbow struck. Asterisk thud. Asterisk. With a dull thud, Ziluo collapsed. Baron, who had been watching from the side, and Panaxel, chuckled. Haha. You two haven't changed a bit. That's nice to see. Baron, I heard you're heading off on a long journey. As instructor Roger said. This is the kind of occasion you attend. Baron ducked to avoid hitting the ceiling. Just then, the young man behind him stepped forward. I know it's late, but I wanted to say thank you. Ah, Valus. How have you been? Valus was once Luonan's comrade in the punishment unit and a former poacher. His appearance was much cleaner now, almost unrecognizable. He spoke with hesitation, and his eyes suddenly welled up. I said I was doing fine. Why are you tearing up? Don't cry now. You really haven't changed. This is the first time I felt the meaning of life. I really don't know how to thank you. Seriously now, Baron. Just get rid of this kid. What's the point of keeping a weakling? Valus is the best assistant. He really did a great job. Baron placed his hand on Valus's shoulder. Ever since he started helping, Baron's work efficiency nearly doubled. In any case, compared to ending up in the penal squad as a poacher, this is a much better outcome. Luonan chuckled lightly. He patted Valus on the back. Keep it up. Well done. Yes, I'll do my... Valus bowed deeply. Next to the hearth, preparations for the meal continued. Iliel handed a plate full of food to Shulafin. Mr. Shulafin, please set these on the table. It's hot. Be careful. Okay, got it. Shulafin stiffly took the plate from Iliel. He even wore an apron. It looked ridiculous. Truly amusing. A rising imperial star taking orders from a common girl to serve dishes. If Didika's machine painted this scene, it would surely sell for a fortune. Maria rolled up her sleeves and lifted a pot of stew high. Let me carry it. Big sis. I've got it. Wow. Maria is so strong. Iliel's eyes sparkled. As she praised, top members of the adventuring guild like Assam and Maria naturally helped her set the table. Our Assam came too? That's great. We can even be neighbors here. That's wonderful. Yes. I'm really glad to. From the tired look on her face, she must have arrived much earlier than the professors. Though no one invited them, these guys just love meddling in things. Luonan was just about to lend a hand when a familiar girl came into view. Her messy bluish-purple hair looked like she had just woken up. Even while levitating dishes with telekinesis, her gaze remained fixed on Iliel's face. She didn't expect anyone to be more beautiful than Sister Anderson. She was Elizabeth, heiress of the noble Acarcia family. The Dawn Fleur medal given to her by Ornfira sparkled on her collar. Luonan waved at her warmly. Hey, long time no see. Ah, Lord Luonan. Elizabeth snapped back to her senses. Her shoulders flinched slightly, and she quickly turned her head away after briefly locking eyes with him. A memory flashed through her mind, him applying medicine for her. I just came along with Sister Anderson. I didn't expect the eldest son of Glancia to be here. Thank you. It must have been hard to get up this early. Luonan smiled gently. Elizabeth moved her lips and spoke in a barely audible voice. I heard. Please be careful. The tips of her ears peeked through her hair, red with embarrassment. She turned around and continued setting the table. At that moment, a voice came from behind Luonan. Man, women are amazing. Senior. And all of them are beauties. Luonan turned around. Anderson, wearing an apron, was smiling. Still smiling, she spoke. Everything's ready. Come eat. Luonan flinched a little. She was smiling, but it didn't feel like a real smile. Her voice was a little low, and she seemed a bit upset. Are you mad? No. Why would I be angry? Good. When I get back, let's go to that hill again. Andershan's eyes widened. After a brief silence, she replied in a gentler voice. Okay. Seeing her relaxed expression put him at ease too. Roger, who had been quietly watching them, chuckled softly. Some progress, huh? When the food was ready, everyone gathered around the dining table. Luonan sat between Iliel and Anderson. Seeing all these familiar faces, he thought moving to this part of the academy was a wise choice. If it were the Nimberton estate, none of them could have even entered. In the large stew pot, the potato stew bubbled merrily. Iliel opened her arms and shouted loudly. Hee. Thank you all for gathering here for my little brother. Please eat as much as you want. All right. We will. Shulafin mechanically began eating the stew, and the meal began. Looking at the servings, No need to worry about leftovers. Everyone at the table left a few words. Luonan, good luck. Remember to double your training when you return. That's not encouragement. It's basically a threat. If something goes wrong with magic, I'll deal with it immediately. Go with peace of mind. Hope you come back soon, Il. We still have club activities to do together. By the way, this stew is delicious. Is this really made from potatoes? Valen, Navarajar, and Zaladin each gave words of encouragement and advice. Then it was Iliel's turn. She cleared her throat, looked at Luonan, and said, Hey Luonan. I know this is dangerous. I thought about it for a long time too, but I've decided not to stop. As your sister, I can't be the one holding you back. Sis, as long as you promise that you'll come back, that's enough. Iliel pressed her lips tightly together, without a trace of a smile. It was a level of seriousness she had never shown before. Luonan nodded silently. I promise. Hee. Thank you. Only then did Iliel smile. She wiped her eyes with her sleeve, and gave Luonan a kiss on the cheek. After that, Elizabeth, Valus, and Anderson offered their encouragement in turn. I'll be waiting here for you. Come back after achieving your goal. After Anderson's words, a brief silence fell over the room, as if something had to be said, before they could enjoy the meal. After swallowing his stew, Luonan finally spoke. You know. Luonan drew out his words. He clearly had so much to say, yet nothing came to mind. For some reason, his vision suddenly blurred. He looked up at the ceiling, then lowered his head again. Thanks for everything, everyone. Luonan smiled bitterly. No matter how you look at it, Elizabeth's potato stew was completely gone. After the simple farewell gathering, Luonan immediately headed to the sea hold. Only the special class adventurers and Saida accompanied him to the entrance of Sephora Chiao and Zaladin's study. Assam choked up and spoke. Luonan, come back soon, okay? Do you think that's possible? It'll take at least a month to return. Luonan chuckled, half joking, half. After such a grand send-off, if I only stayed a day or two, that was so embarrassing. She roughly ruffled Assam's hair, then turned to the others and said, I forgot to say this earlier, but thank you all so much. Stay alive. Don't worry. Haha. You make it sound like you're going off to die. Don't say that. You better come back, or I'll kill you. Yeah. Saida rubbed her cheek against hers. Maria gave her a suffocating hug. The only one who didn't speak was Shulafin. Luonan frowned. Useless guy. You followed me all the way here, but won't say anything. You're coming back anyway. I hope you return to the estate soon. You're hopeless. Luonan gave a wry smile. Then her face turned serious. She walked step by step toward Shulafin. Luonan brought her face just an inch from his nose, and spoke. I have only one request for you. Her eyes looked like they were burning. Though she was full of intensity, Shulafin didn't waver. After a brief silence, Luonan continued. Protect my sister. I swear. Shulafin nodded firmly. Luonan patted his shoulder, then turned and voices of encouragement followed from behind. The dark corridor swallowed her figure. She's here. Sorry. I'm late. As she just stepped out of the corridor, Sephora Chiao appeared before her. The first thing that caught the eye was the more intricate magic circle. The geometric patterns not only covered the floor, but also stretched across the walls and ceiling. Secret, still in her girl form, greeted her. No, it's not. Being loved is a wonderful thing. Brother Secret smiled. He knew what kind of farewell Luonan had received. Luonan didn't deny it. He nodded. That's true. Honesty feels good. So, you're putting that thing into my head, right? Luonan pointed with his chin at the center of the study. A black object resembling a demon's heart was floating midair, pulsating. This must be the curse entity Luonan had to deal with this time. Secret nodded solemnly. Yes, so I'm bringing the source of the curse with me again? That's right. Just like last time, you can tell it at a glance. Secret explained the precautions for entering. Although the ritual had been improved for safety, he still emphasized the danger. The magic stone you brought is high quality. It won't fail. Now, everything depends on you. As always, I'm ready. Then, let's begin. Luonan sat cross-legged beneath the object. Secret placed his hand on Luonan's forehead. Whoosh! The magic circle in the study radiated brilliant light. The massive object gradually shrank and began to flow into Luonan. I'll be waiting for your return. It felt like plunging his brain into ice water. Luonan clenched his teeth. Secret chanted an incantation. Consciousness began to fade. He couldn't resist the tide of pain. Luonan closed his eyes. It was the last moment he held on to sanity. Get up. You filthy little beggar! An angry shout echoed nearby. Luonan opened his eyes. Wooden buildings blocked his view on both sides. In the narrow blue sky, clouds drifted lazily like feathers. This places. Luonan realized she was lying on the ground. She had clearly been there for a while. Her back ached. This was clearly the back alley of some city or town. Not here. Not now. Out of habit, she reached for her waist and found both swords were missing. She noticed her hands were larger. Looks like I successfully entered the mind world. As she was thinking that, a bucket of cold water splashed on her face. Peh. Splash. The stinking muddy water seeped into her eyes and nose. The sudden attack made Luonin spring to her feet, but her eyes were filled with muck. She couldn't see clearly. At that moment, something struck hard below her cheekbone. Bang. Her head jerked violently. A thick hand grabbed her by the collar. An angry voice roared by her ear. You little beggar! Didn't you hear us tell you to get up? This is our turf. Get lost somewhere else. Ah, damn it. Luonin brushed the hair off her forehead and turned her head. A chubby, filthy little boy was shaking her by the collar. Judging from his clothes, he was clearly a little beggar. His pudgy chin was covered in grime. Next to him stood a skinny, short kid, as shriveled as a dried anchovy, giggling away. Look at you, soaking wet like a drowned rat. These two guys looked familiar. Where have I seen them before? Luonin turned to look again. The fat one grabbing her collar had a surprised expression on his face. He chuckled a few times. Yo, you're glaring at me? Do you even know who I am? Just as the fat guy was about to threaten him, Luonin punched him in the mouth. Asterisk crack asterisk. It felt like hitting a crab cake. The fat guy's teeth flew out. Yan Ziyu's face stiffened. The fat guy held his mouth, screaming in a slur. Wait, asterisk, thud, asterisk. Luonin then kicked him in the ribs. The fat guy flew into the opposite wall and slammed onto the ground. No hands needed at all. Luonin shoved his hands into his pockets and began stomping on the fat guy. You damn beggar. Are we friends or something? Woo-woo. Please, spare me. He cried like a pig. Please. I'm sorry. Stop. Luonin gave no response. The fat guy couldn't take the beating anymore. He foamed at the mouth and passed. Only then did Luonin stop stomping. Phew. What bad luck. Just got into the mental world and got splashed with mud and beaten up by a beggar. What a terrible start. Luonin pulled down his pants and peed on the He wondered if this would happen in reality too, but he soon dismissed the thought. Forget it. Secret will clean it up. His head was still spinning. First, he needed to figure things out. Yan Ziyu stood frozen like a statue, watching this absurd drama. After everything was handled, Luonin turned to look at Yan Ziyu. She asked, got a smoke? Yan Ziyu screamed and ran off. In no time, his figure vanished beyond the alley. Bright light shone from both ends of the alley. Hoofbeats echoed. Voices of the crowd rose and fell in a clamor. Where should I go check out? Luonin pulled some coins from the fat kid's pocket and took a step forward. As he walked out of the alley, the view of the town seemed familiar. Pointy-roofed wooden houses, wide roads, and the occasional luxury carriage all gave him a sense of nostalgia. Then Luonin finally recalled and muttered the words. This is the town where I turned myself in. Chapter 125. Screaming Hunt, Part 2. Hashtag, Chapter 125. This is the town where I turned myself in. The place where he confessed to murder and was taken into the interception unit. The memory was crystal clear. Luonin looked around the area. It seemed like it had rained yesterday. The street was full of puddles. Luonin squatted before one to check his reflection. This was how he looked when wandering. His gaunt face confirmed it was the day he joined the interception unit. He didn't expect just the surroundings, but even his body had changed. Everything was exactly the same as back then. What was the name of this town again? The roads were well paved. There were many pedestrians. Clearly a bustling town. At the end of the main road outside town stood a castle. Although it paled in comparison to the royal city, it was still an impressive fortress. Seeing the family banner hanging atop the tower, Luonin snapped his fingers. That's right. This area is under the jurisdiction of Baron Dantel. Luonin's identity and the scene of him killing with his own hands remained vivid. If not for the conscription checkpoint, that kid would have been killed too. Such memories. Among those Luonin killed was the son of the Southern Bureau head, so this wasn't surprising. Recalling the past, Luonin's lips twitched. What do you want to show me this time? Luonin stood up. He took a deep breath and prepared himself mentally. The air was filled with the scent of bread. Maybe the curse had gotten stronger, making the mental world feel even more real. Just like the first time he entered Nimbarton, it was almost indistinguishable from reality. Oh my, what are you doing on the street? So this is how beggars are treated now. The contemptuous looks from passers-by also felt painfully real. At that moment, Luonin's wandering gaze landed on something. Cece, eat more. A little girl in a tattered apron squatted there. She looked about 7 or 8 years old. Every time she smiled, a missing front tooth would peek out. But what caught Luonin's attention wasn't the toothless girl. A strong dog was burying its face in the bread. Its tail wagged happily. Luonin tilted his head, puzzled. Where have I seen this dog before? That stance looked very familiar. The girl kept petting it while feeding it, but it didn't react. Clearly, it was a very docile dog. Then, the dog lifted its head after finishing the bread. All done. Good boy. Luonin's eyes widened. No way. That wolf-like face, left ear half missing. Those beautiful blue eyes were unforgettable. The dog licking the little girl's face startled Luo Nan. Huh. So ticklish. She never imagined reuniting in this way. After a moment of shock, Luo Nan managed to speak. Saida. Seeing her silly expression, Luo Nan was certain this was Saida. The Saida who had been her companion for about a year. She died during a poacher attack. It was one of the reasons Luo Nan joined the city border forces. Damn it. You. Reuniting after decades. Just as she was about to speak, a woman's shout came from afar. Hey. Camilla. I have something for you to do. Why are you still there? Coming. The flustered little girl stood up. Across the street, a middle-aged woman stood with hands on hips, staring at her. She seemed to be her mother or employer. The little girl gave Saida one last pat before running across the street. Cece, I'm leaving. Bye. She nimbly crossed the busy street. Saida, licking her lips, quietly sat beside Luo Nan. Doing all right? Wow. You jerk. Your owner got beaten half to death by a beggar, and you're still eating so well. Woof woof. Saida pretended not to hear. She scratched her ear with her hind leg. Luo Nan let out a dry laugh. She almost forgot this was how Saida was. Though they wandered together, there was no master-pet bond between them, more like casual companions. Seeing her shameless demeanor, Luo Nan felt a touch of nostalgia. There was a butcher shop nearby. Luo Nan used coins taken from a fat man to buy a sausage and handed it to Saida. Since he had already decided what to do, he figured there's no harm in enjoying it. Here, help me with this. Wow. It was as if Saida was saying, trust me. Yeah, he replied. Luo Nan picked up a stick and switched his power source. Luckily, his ability still worked. He just didn't have a blade. Shimmering magic surged up along the branch. Find something with the same scent. Wow. Luo Nan let Saida sniff the scent and continued walking. Honestly, he didn't expect this to really work. He just wanted to be with Saida. Luo Nan strolled through this mentally constructed town with Saida. Saida, chasing the scent of sausages, kept sniffing the ground. They hadn't yet found the source of the curse. Watching Saida's back, Luo Nan's lips twitched. Now that I think of it, you're still alive. So that means it hasn't happened yet. Well. Suddenly, Luo Nan's expression turned grim. It was the event in this very town that led him to become an inquisitor. Looking back, it was damn. Even though that time felt so far away, the memory was still vivid. 5th day of the month of Ease. While staying in town, he was separated from Saida, and then it happened. It all started when he witnessed a carriage accident. Around 100 people were gathered noisily on the roadside. A luxurious carriage stood in the middle of the road. A woman was holding what looked like a bundled-up body, crying in despair. It took Luo Nan a few seconds to realize that it was a person. The child had been trampled by horse hooves, face and body beyond recognition. Nearby, Saida's body was riddled with arrows. He was already dead. The ones who shot him were 4 men and women. They kicked the coachman's legs and complained the carriage was dirty. One of the brothers laughed as he did. Those disgusting conversations still echoed in his ears. Why the hell did that mutt suddenly rush over? Was it that old hag's pet or something? No idea. Anyway, I hit him in the head. So you're buying the beer. Not a single bystander stepped in. Judging from their attire, that young man clearly held some status. Luo Nan placed his hand on the arrow shaft and slowly raised it toward them. One of the bowmen widened his eyes. Huh? What's this beggar trying to pull now? He couldn't remember what happened next. All he knew was that when he came to, corpses were everywhere. The arrow in his hand had snapped in two. The crowd had completely vanished. The heads of the young man and the archers rolled on the ground. The ones who shot had the symbol of the Melio group. Calabaro's hook tattoo. Calabaro. That was when Luo Nan's hatred for the Melio began. There were about 10 more armored corpses on the scene. Their armor bore the same crest as the distant castle's banner. They were private soldiers of a noble. It was then that Luo Nan realized the young man was the son of Baron Dantel. Luo Nan crushed the young man's head and lifted Saida's corpse. After burying Saida in the forest near the village, as he turned to leave, several village guards appeared from the bushes. They pointed spears at Luo Nan, voices trembling with fear. Don't move, you monster. Without hesitation, Luo Nan threw down the arrow. He allowed himself to be taken away, and due to a certain talent, he avoided execution and joined the punishment force. Damn it. It's been a long time since I remembered such a boring story. Even if I don't know what this world will become, doing nothing could lead to another incident. Luo Nan shook his head. It's not even real anyway. Maybe if he wandered around, he could prevent something from happening. But his goal wasn't tied to memories of the past. He just needed to find the culprit and take care of them. Saida only had to keep following him. She wouldn't die in reality. The future had already changed. Ever since Luo Nan returned, the empire had undergone massive changes. The internal crimes of Lockridge were exposed. The noble class also went through a major reshuffling. Incompetents like Baron Dantel mostly lost their lordship powers. Therefore, the little girl probably wouldn't meet a tragic end. So, it has nothing to do with me. Thinking that, Luonan kept walking. The village under Luonan's sky felt incredibly peaceful. The scent of bread grew even richer. 1 step, 2 steps. After 10 steps, Luonan stopped. Ugh, damn it. His feet felt glued to the ground. Even if he was in a foul mood, he felt he should stop the accident first. The problem was, he remembered the place, but had forgotten the date. Just then, a familiar figure came into view. That skinny frame reminded him of Salt Rice. Luonan's expression brightened. Ah. It was that boy he beat up. And the pig, both seemed to have amnesia. Luonan quietly approached and placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. Hey. Ah. It's you. Salt Rice's face turned pale. He struggled hard, but couldn't escape Luonan's grip. Luonan grabbed his arm tightly and whispered coldly, Shut up. Unless you want to be beaten like that pig earlier, answer me honestly. What day is it today? Why ask something like that? What day is it today? It's the 5th day of the month of Ease, right? That's right. What? Luonan frowned. It was the very day the accident happened. No way. The worst-case scenario faded from his mind. It might have been an illusion, but he felt the woman who gave the girl bread looked very similar to the one holding a bloody corpse. Very similar indeed. So then, was this kid rushing over because of that? Even if Saida lacked a conscience, she would still repay kindness. Luonan suddenly noticed that the woman calling the girl looked just like the weeping woman. Just my luck. Luonan tossed the rest of the sausages to Saida. Wait here for me. Okay. Saida sat obediently and began eating the sausages. What a boring turn of events. Luonan turned around immediately and ran toward the site of the incident. Even if it's a curse, this is too much. Thankfully, it wasn't far. The scenery rushed past him. Just as Luonan rounded the corner, a scream rang out. Watch out. A large 4-wheeled carriage raced down the avenue. Compared to other carriages, its speed was absurd. The hat-wearing driver spat at the pedestrians. Damn it. Luonan's expression darkened. Accidents always catch you off guard. In the middle of the road, just 20 paces ahead of the carriage, the little girl he'd seen earlier was picking up bread. 1 piece, then another. The carriage was rapidly closing in. The girl heard the sound of hooves and turned her head. A sudden shadow fell across her face. It was the shadow beneath the head of the galloping horse. What the hell is this brat? The driver grumbled like he'd spotted a pebble on the road, cursing under his breath. He clearly had no intention of stopping. Luonan reached the edge of the avenue and shouted loudly, Damn it, stop. But his voice was drowned out by the crowd screams. It was too late to save her himself. Luonan quickly assessed the situation. He picked up a stone. His arm disappeared from view. HNGH. Asterisk smack. Asterisk. The stone hit the coachman right in the head. The unconscious coachman fell off the carriage. A loud snap came from the reins. The reins tightened. The carriage veered off course. Asterisk hiss. Move. The startled horse began to gallop wildly. Though it slowed down a bit, it was still too far from the little girl. Still can't save her. Luonan bit his lip. A black blur dashed past him. Saida. Wow. Like the wind, Saida raced to the little girl's side in an instant. Just as the hooves were about to fall, Saida grabbed her by the neck and flung her to the roadside. Asterisk thud. Asterisk. Saida was struck by the horse and thrown aside. Luonan's eyes widened. The dog's body rolled across the ground. The little girl, barely alive, ran toward Saida. Buzz. 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 A stream of red blood oozed out from under Saida's body. Something snapped inside Luonan's mind. It was a feeling he hadn't had in a long time. The peak of fury felt like this. His stomach felt like it was boiling. At that moment, the carriage came to a stop. An angry voice rang out from inside. Why did we stop? What happened? Ugh. The ornate carriage door opened. A tall woman stepped out. She had a tall, elegant frame. Upon seeing the blood on the carriage, so filthy, her expression was as if she had seen a bug. After confirming the woman's face, Luonan froze. What? What is this beggar trying to pull now? The woman who met Luonan's gaze stuck out her tongue slightly. Her long black hair flowed down to her waist. Though her outfit was different, she was someone Luonan definitely knew. Luonan opened his mouth. Senior. Chapter 126. Seeking the Scream. 3. Alarm 126. Senior. Luonan's eyes widened. The one who stepped off the carriage wasn't Baron Dantel's son. The woman, having fixed her hair, glared fiercely at him. Senior. What are you saying? Anderson stood there. Although his face looked familiar, he was very different from the Anderson Luonan had known. He wore an extremely luxurious suit, with none of his usual gentle demeanor. His eyes were filled with cold contempt. Not knowing where to begin, Luonan finally managed to ask, What are you doing here? Humph, a beggar dare speak to me like that? Anderson sneered. He strode forward and slapped Luonan hard across the face. Asterisk smack asterisk. His face burned with pain. Do you really have a death wish? Humph. He was so stunned he didn't even think to dodge. A drop of blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. A terrified voice came from inside the carriage. Senior. What happened? Amidst the noise, more people got off the carriage. They were also people Luo Nan recognized. Seeing their faces, Luo Nan gave a bitter smile. This is just too much. Stepping down from the carriage, members of the elite adventure team, Assam and Maria, Ophelia and Shurafin, all dressed in loose, ruffian-like clothes, as if they had planned it beforehand. Luo Nan frowned. Luo Nan placed her hand on her sword hilt. Even if it's a curse, this is too much. Pale-faced Assam took a few steps back. Calm down. Shut up. You imposters. Who are you really? Why are you pretending to be my friends? Luo Nan. We're not imposters. Maria supported Assam. Andy's Han slapped Luo Nan. Still not satisfied. He kept muttering. Asterisk slap asterisk. Maria clapped her hands to get everyone's attention. She shouted at Andy's Han. Senior, snap out of it. Stay out of this. Despicable poachers, daring to impersonate my friends. You're too invested. Ophelia, who had been observing, sighed. Shurafin nodded in agreement. Except for Andy's Han. The other four seemed unchanged in personality. Maria rushed forward, grabbing Andy's Han from behind. Professor Secret said, not to get too invested. Let me go. What is this? Darling, hurry up. Andy's Han struggled desperately, but couldn't break free from Maria's strength. Assam approached with a swagger, whispering something in his ear. From the tone, it sounded like some kind of spell chant. Suddenly, Anderson let out a short, sharp scream. Anderson clutched his head and groaned in pain. After a moment, he finally lifted his head. The hostility in his eyes had softened considerably. Where is this? This is Luo Nan's mental world. Don't you remember? Did I black out again? Maria nodded. Anderson glanced around, his gaze falling on Luo Nan. There was still a clear handprint on his dirty cheek. His eyes widened. Luo Nan, what should I do? His reaction showed he understood the situation now. Staggering toward Luo Nan, Anderson grabbed his face with both hands. His trembling lips released a tearful voice. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Enough. What on earth happened? That? Luo Nan asked. His tone now sounded like the Anderson he used to know. Just as he was about to speak with his head lowered, suddenly, the coachman who had fallen from the carriage stood up. Ugh. Why am I? The hat covering his face had flown off somewhere. Seeing the coachman's face, Luo Nan cursed under his breath. That face was all too familiar. Damn it. Luo Nan. The man facing Luo Nan, Bloom, curled his lips in a sneer. Blood was flowing down his forehead. It was the result of being hit by a stone thrown by Luo Nan. The odd angle of his ankle drew attention. That must have been caused by falling from the carriage. Ophelia, who had been standing still, walked over to Bloom. Bloom, are you okay? I can still hold on. I got too into it. Be careful. If you get hurt here, you'll get hurt in real life too. What? Luo Nan's expression twisted. He grabbed Maria's shoulder and asked, what do you mean? Hurt in real life? It means exactly that, but it can still be healed after you return. You bastards. What the hell did you do? Luo Nan looked around at the members and growled lowly. He looked ready to draw his sword at any moment. The onlookers shrank back, intimidated by the killing intent on his shoulders. If you won't tell me the truth, let me explain. At that moment, Anders Han stepped forward. His dejected appearance evoked sympathy. Barely suppressing his anger, Luo Nan nodded. Go on. We're here to help you. Do you know it's been 3 months outside? You've got to be kidding me. It's true. You've been sleeping inside the world of Sephara Bridge. Professor Secret told us that time flows differently in the celestial world. Luo Nan's face hardened. He couldn't understand what that meant. It should have only been a few hours. How could it have been 3 months? We knew we couldn't leave it like that. So we all went to Professor Secret. We asked if there was a way to help. After 3 days and nights of pleading, he finally let us in. That's impossible. It's the truth. Shulafin nodded in agreement. The explanation continued. It was Luo Nan's 15th day in Haiju. Secret had successfully developed a magic spell that allowed others to enter the astral realm. Secret warned them that the spell was still incomplete, but the others ignored the warning. It could lead to identity confusion, just like what happened with Anderson and Bloom earlier. Injuries sustained in the astral realm would leave marks in the real world. That was the main caution. Although the mission was simple, this was why so many people had been dispatched. If one person lost control, the others could help restore them. Anderson, rummaging through his pocket, pulled something out. Thank goodness I found you. Here, take it. What is this? Luo Nan looked at it curiously. It was a palm-sized cube. A red needle inside kept spinning constantly. It was a compass to locate the source of the curse, crafted by Professor Secret using magic. In truth, this was the reason they had come, to deliver it to him. Anderson explained. As long as you follow the compass's direction, you'll find the source of the curse. It's simple, yet powerful, though still skeptical. Lu Onan took the compass. At that moment, the spinning needle suddenly came to a halt. It pointed behind Lu Onan. What's going on? Lu Onan turned around. A girl was crying while holding the barely breathing Saida. No way, Lu Onan murmured. He walked toward them. The needle slowly turned again, once more pointing at the girl and Saida. Damn it. Lu Onan gave a bitter smile. If what Anderson said was true, then the meaning was clear. The girl sensed the shift in Lu Onan's gaze, and clutched Saida even tighter. Hey, why? Lu Onan didn't respond. Instead, he walked in a circle around the girl and Saida. Every time he moved, the spinning pointer continued to point at them. After one round, Lu Onan stopped in place. He suddenly noticed a faint magical fluctuation coming from the girl and Saida. The others approached the stiffened Lu Onan. Lu Onan, accept it. Everyone's been worried about you. Afraid you'd never wake up again, Assam said with concern. He told Lu Onan. Everyone was anxious because the rescue took so long. Lu Onan bit his lip. Shulafin handed him a sword. Do what needs to be done. Lu Onan took the sword as if hypnotized. It was a sharp and fine blade. Shulafin was right. Even if he didn't want to, he had to move forward. Lu Onan nodded and looked toward the girl and Saida. Fine. We have to go back. Thank you for believing in me. The members' expressions visibly relaxed. Lu Onan let out a light sigh and gripped the sword tightly. A semicircular slash swept across four of them, excluding Anderson. They didn't have time to react. Four heads flew into the air. Blood gushed out. The sword splashed Lu Onan's face. The headless bodies fell to the ground. Screams rang out along the road. Lu Onan swung the sword again. The sword energy followed its trajectory straight toward Bloom. With his injured ankle, Bloom couldn't move and was cut in half on the ground. Andershan's face turned pale. Lu Onan, what are you doing? The entire Special Adventurer squad was annihilated. Anderson collapsed to the ground, his legs giving out. Silent, Lu Onan spoke at last. How disappointing. I thought you might offer something useful. But you're all dead now. Why? That's enough. You imposter. If you planned to trick me from the start, you shouldn't have brought that person. Lu Onan raised his hand and pointed at Shulafin. Sitting on the ground, Anderson asked in a trembling voice. What do you mean? This guy may not be very capable, but he's not a bad person. There's no way he'd abandon his sister, someone who breaks a promise after just 3 months. He'd never become that kind of person. Lu Onan slowly walked toward Anderson. As he neared the carriage, Anderson looked at him in fear, and also ugh. Lu Onan grabbed Anderson by the neck. He struggled desperately, but Lu Onan didn't loosen his grip. He brought his face close, nearly touching foreheads, and growled in a low voice. Everyone made a promise to me. Promised they'd try their best and wait for me to return. Promised not to let me down. Lu Onan, you insulted my friends? A metallic voice escaped from his pale lips. Lu Onan still didn't let go. Anderson's struggling body went limp. Lu Onan stood up and exhaled sharply. Most importantly, my mentor wasn't as indulgent as you. Lu Onan closed and reopened his eyes, and realized the person he was holding had changed. Anderson was gone. A strange-looking young man lay dead with his tongue sticking out. He was the son of Baron Dantel, killed by Lu Onan in a past life. Bastards. The decapitated corpses of his subordinates had also transformed into the poachers Lu Onan remembered. Lu Onan turned after tossing the young man aside. All the buildings and people had vanished without a trace. Only a long, wide avenue stretched out beyond sight. Saida and the girl, now restored, were staring at Lu Onan intently. Who exactly are you people? Lu Onan spoke. He could no longer sense any flickering magic from the two of them. The smiling girl bowed to Lu Onan. Thank you. Woof. Saida wagged its tail and barked loudly, its tongue hanging out, panting as if it were laughing. Suddenly, Lu Onan's vision distorted like magic. Foolish one. Someone who should have died didn't. As if making up for a past mistake, he was caught in an illusion. Lu Onan wiped his eyes with his sleeve and spoke. Don't ever appear before me again. No response. When Lu Onan looked forward again, the two had completely vanished. Only empty space remained. Damn it. Lu Onan pressed a hand to his forehead and sighed. There wasn't any clear reason why, but he felt like he'd just been through a war. Even knowing they were fake, killing people close to you is never easy. Just then, a familiar voice came from behind. Not bad. A chill ran through his body. He hadn't sensed any presence even as the man approached. Lu Onan gripped his sword and turned. A beggar who looked like a salt vendor stood there, hands in his pockets. Looks like you've gained enough insight to make the right decision. We can proceed to the next phase. Lu Onan's eyes widened. The salt vendor's face turned into a black shadow, shifting and wavering. It looked eerily similar to the shadow of his father that he once saw. Lu Onan instinctively realized that this beggar was the source of the curse. You've grown a lot. The growth rate of mortals is truly astounding. Die. Luonan reflexively swung his sword. The salt vendor casually tilted his neck to dodge the blade. Even the continuous slashes just allowed his body to shift freely. The shadow that grabbed the sword spoke. Calm down. I'm not the one you should be killing. What kind of nonsense is that? I'll tell you how to leave this place. But first, there's something you need to see. His words made no sense at all. Just as Luonan was about to speak, the shadows suddenly expanded, engulfing him. In complete darkness, a sinister voice echoed. You'll make your choice when the time comes. Though he felt a chill, he couldn't move his body. His flesh seemed to be melting into liquid. One by one, his senses faded, just as his last trace of hearing was about to vanish into the abyss. What is right? What is wrong? Black or white? The shadow whispered softly, and Luonan's fading consciousness finally snapped. His fully liquefied body began to flow elsewhere. Ah! Luonan suddenly sat up. His lost senses had returned. Startled, he quickly looked around. Where is this? It was a mysterious room, more humble than Zaladin's study. In the grayish, solid space, there was nothing but a bed, a desk, and a chair, no other furniture. Luonan noticed his perspective had risen. He looked down at his hands and feet. The large hand emerging from the white sleeve wasn't his. Damn it! What the hell is going on? Luonan staggered toward the desk. On the worn-out wooden desk were some parchment sheets, a quill, and a small medicine bottle. When Luonan picked up the bottle, his eyes widened. The small bottle made of rough stone was heptagonal in shape, identical to the emblem of Bishop Terraniel from the Nebuchadnezzar order. Suddenly, something Secret once said flashed through his mind. His father's memories. He once explained that during the casting of a curse, his father's memories might have flowed into his mind. In fact, back on Pearl Island, the Nim Barton Luonan created was also based on his father's memories. Then could this one be the same? Just as Luonan was considering all possibilities, there was a knock at the door. A woman dressed in pure white robes entered with her head lowered. Her shoulder-width ears revealed her identity. She was the master. Are you all right? What? I heard you scream. Did you have a nightmare? It was the first time he'd seen this woman, but her robes looked familiar. Aside from being a bit worn, they were just like those worn by the followers of Niebuhr Kragier. Before Luonan could say anything, words flowed from his mouth automatically. I'm fine. I'm okay. Luonan's eyes widened even more. He tried to speak, but no sound came out. His body wouldn't obey. It was like his soul was trapped inside his body. I see. That's a relief. Luonan kept trying to do something, but the master, the one in control of the body, refused to yield control. Damn it. What's going on? It was as if he were being told to just silently watch. His mood worsened even more. The master walked toward the desk. She handed over her aura to her. Her eyes widened further. 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 Damn it. What's going on? It was as if he were being told to just silently watch. His mood worsened even more. The master walked toward the desk. He hung the heptagonal potion bottle around his neck. The rough heptagonal bottle emitted a mist-like magical aura. He couldn't help but whisper again now. May the stars bless me. He straightened his clothes and opened the door. *ZZZZZ*. The sound of chains accompanied his steps, as a completely unexpected sight unfolded before him. Luonan's eyes widened further. A small village resembling Nimberton stood beneath a blue sky. Whenever the wind blew, the wildflowers that covered the ground would dance. The door and buildings he came through had vanished. It was a typical shift found in dreams or mental realms. Luonan frowned as he looked around. Was there a fire? This seemingly peaceful village was not entirely so. Many of the wooden houses had been burnt and collapsed. Rather than a fire, it looked more like an attack from some fire-breathing creature. Villagers in scorched clothing moved about busily. Then, Luonan's gaze stopped on one spot. Something strange was happening. That was about 100 animals like buffalo, horses, and monkeys were transporting wood and stones. Their semi-transparent bodies indicated that they were magical beings, spirits. Small and medium-sized spirits were carrying materials or repairing damaged houses. Occasionally, huge spirits appeared, digging or forming hills. He quickly realized they were working for a water supply. Watching the spirits' construction efforts, Luonan gave a wry smile. Astounding. The magical signatures from the spirits were unified, clearly controlled by a single person. Considering that average spirit masters can only control 2 or 3 spirits, this was an incredible feat. The former city lord walked toward the center of the village. The woman he had spoken to earlier was now surrounded by villagers. Villagers in blue-green garments bowed repeatedly in gratitude. We thought we would freeze to death this winter. We're truly grateful. Now that the river has been brought to the village front, you didn't have to go this far. The land here is fertile. More people will gather in the future. Once reconstruction is complete, will officially draw water. The red-eyed elf woman skillfully controlled the spirits. The magic radiating from the spirits also radiated from her. She respectfully bowed as her eyes met the former city lord's. Former city lord, you've grown stronger again. Elsha, these must be ultimate spirits, right? Thanks to you, former city lord. The magic book you wrote helped me tremendously. Is that so? How does it compare to the first one? Relance was excellent too, but I think this one is even better. By the way, has the title been decided? The woman pulled out a book from her robe. Luonan furrowed his brows. The book's cover and pages were all black. It looked very familiar. The former city lord moved his lips and said a name. Vigila. That's a great name. I'll keep working hard. Good. Keep at it a bit longer. The woman bowed again and resumed her spirit techniques. Watching all this, Luonan was stunned. He couldn't say a word. Damn it. How long has it been? Finding out Vigila was written by the one called, that was already shocking. But even more shocking was the time frame in which it was written. Ari, the librarian of the Tower of Dawn, speculated that Vigila was written at least 2,000 years ago. It was simply unbelievable. The scene before him was from 1,000 years ago. Luonan forgot to resist for a moment. He stood frozen in place. No matter what, the former city lord continued walking on her own. With every step, villagers would gather around her. Former city lord, thank you so much. We never imagined you'd come to our village. Asterisk sob 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 asterisk. Monster. The monster burned down the whole village. It even ate people. Don't worry. A very skilled warrior has already gone to deal with the monster. The former city lord gently patted the crying child's head. She had been patrolling the village with the residents at the time. A burly figure sat in a corner of the village, caught Luonan's eye. The man was as sturdy as a river boulder, with the Nebuchadnezzar horn star tattooed on his back. It hurts. Hold still. The joining part hurts the most. A short farmer woman screamed while lying on the ground. The giant was holding her leg, working intently on something. Luonan noticed that the farmer's right leg was severed below the knee. The giant shouted, "There, it's connected. Hey." A long scream echoed out. The wife and child Moments later, the farmer regained consciousness and raised her head. Asterisk pant pant asterisk. Asterisk sobs asterisk. Asterisk laughs asterisk. You held on. Now try standing up. A metal leg had been attached below the severed limb. The lost sensation returned. The farmer carefully stood and took a step. She shouted in excitement. It moved. I can walk. Hurrah. Of course you can. That prosthetic was made by me. The man laughed heartily. The farmer ran to his wife and child and hugged them tightly. A heartwarming scene. The savior approached the giant and said, "Great work. Your craftsmanship is as excellent as ever." "Oh, you're here." The giant stood up. He was at least 2 meters tall. He looked more like a water being than a human. He put his hands in his pockets and continued speaking. "Thanks to the techniques you taught me. How did you know all that?" "It's nothing special. Just a bit more experience than others." "If I ask about your experiences, you're not going to tell me again, right?" The savior silently nodded. The man's mouth twitched slightly. And finally, he couldn't help but laugh. "Humph. You're the strangest mortal I've ever met. A dragon forged for mortals' lies. That line. Alabric. Alabric." Luonan flinched at the mention of that name. A person he had recently heard about from Claniel and Yulia, a master of crafting. He had always wanted to meet this person now, but didn't expect it would be so soon. Just as he was deep in thought, a voice came from behind him. "Savior, sir. As you commanded, I have eliminated the nearby demonic hands." Sensing the aura, Luonan was startled. That aura was stronger than even Alcia's or Alabrica's. The savior turned around. A man in a white robe stood there. A bloodstained longsword hung at his waist. There were too many of them, so he only brought back the head that looked like the leader's. The sword shimmered with magic in the white light. A massive Drax head was tied to his back. Alabric stroked his chin in awe. "Well, just the head is this huge. It could be called an honorary dragon. It really is massive. It was probably this beast that burned down the nearby cities and villages, and not a single drop of blood on you. You're truly impressive." The robed man bowed. He didn't say much else, but his humble demeanor left a good impression. The savior spoke. "Good work." "Thank you, savior. Take a break. The reconstruction is nearly done." Luonan furrowed his brows. He couldn't quite catch the man's name clearly. Just as the man bowed again and turned away, the surroundings suddenly lit up. "Huh." Everyone looked up at once, then collectively gasped. Scarlet flames poured from the sky like a waterfall. "What?" The flames covered nearly the entire sky. Alabrica's face turned puzzled. Screams echoed throughout the village. Fire. It's on fire. Help." The first to act were the elves of Eldia. They desperately cast protective barriers, but within seconds, they were consumed by the flames. Aribulish also conjured streams of water toward the sky, but it didn't do much to extinguish the fire. Luonan shouted, "You idiot. Do something quick. Despite the urgency of the situation, the savior remained calmly standing. When the flames were about 50 paces away, he suddenly raised his right hand and said, "Everyone calm down." In an instant, the screaming stopped. At the same time, the flames swept through the village. Asterisk rumble asterisk. The raging flames engulfed not only the village, but the surrounding land as well. What's going on? Luonan, who had closed his eyes due to the heat, looked up. Nothing had happened. No one was injured. The village's buildings were also complete. The reason was in the sky. A massive purple hemispherical shield covered the entire area. Celestial Sanctuary. Luonan's eyes widened. It was a sight he recognized. But compared to the Celestial Sanctuary he'd seen before, this one was much larger in scale. Its thickness was unmatched. At that moment, a deep voice echoed from the sky. The flapping sound of wings that had been heard for a while grew closer. Asterisk whoosh 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 asterisk. Suddenly, the smoke covering the shield dispersed. A heavy shadow was cast over people's faces. The wind from the wings swept away the smoke and remaining heat. And soon, the one spewing the fire finally revealed itself. Damn it. Luonan clenched his lips. From head to tail, it was estimated to be over 70 meters long. Its body covered in red seemed to defy all logic in the world. An ancient red dragon of the highest tier loomed over the village. Seeing this, Aribulish scratched his head, looking a bit annoyed. Damn it. What is that thing doing here? Do you know him? Yes. The Red Death Gargolins. Infamous as he is, why would he come here? Alabrick explained. This dragon is a descendant of Nabaldor's. Luonan was familiar with Nabaldor's as well. The great dragon still revered as the Flame Mother. She was the only one who survived the final battle and defeated the giant champion. The former city lord spoke. A noble dragon. Why would you do this? Alabrick is here. Upon hearing that, Luonan immediately looked at the robed man. Judging from the situation, the drac he brought must be his servant. It was me. Don't move. Just as the man stepped forward, the former city lord stopped him and said, I'm afraid it's not that simple. What do you mean? We did kill him out because he trampled people's homes and hunted mortals at will. This time, we won't apologize. Ridiculous. Do you think my servant's life is equal to the lives of you insects? To me, it absolutely is. The former city lord answered without hesitation. A dreadful silence fell. Everyone froze like statues. The red dragon's mocking laughter echoed in the sky. Very well, then. It's been decided. You'll all be reduced to ash. The dragon's chest began to swell. An overwhelming flame about to burst forth. At the same time, the former city lord grabbed the man's sword arm. Asterisk shing. Asterisk. With a crisp sound, a gleaming blade was drawn. My lord. The man tried to say something more, but the former city lord ignored him. Asterisk bang asterisk. The former city lord shot out like a spring. What? The distance closed rapidly. The dragon's eyes showed surprise. The former city lord leapt high into the air and slashed toward the dragon with a sword. A graceful strike swept across the dragon's leg, leaving behind a white streak. Just as she reached the peak and was about to fall. Asterisk crack. Asterisk. Dozens of shattered fragments of the dragon's foot scattered like flying blades. Ack. The dragon let out a cry of agony. A deafening roar shook the heavens. Everyone below covered their ears. Unable to endure the pain, the dragon fell. Just before hitting the ground, it barely regained balance. The dragon fled. The situation was quickly resolved. The moment the former city lord landed, cheers erupted throughout the sky. Most people were focused on the fleeing giant dragon, but not Luonan. Oh my. The sword marks left by the former city lord. They lingered in his mind. Even though he only tracked it with his eyes, he recognized it. The sword style of the former city lord. It was very similar to Varich's. It was said to have been taught by a wandering swordsman, whom he encountered in the jungle. That wandering man had once Luanan's eyes widened. The Savior's swordsmanship was strikingly similar to Navaroch's. It was taught by a wanderer he met in the southern jungles. However, the skill levels were worlds apart. Just a single strike revealed it all. Navaroch's swordsmanship was one of the best Luonan had ever seen, but it was insignificant compared to the Savior's. He felt a phantom itch in his non-existent hand. Can I learn it? It was the first time he couldn't mimic something after seeing it. As Luonan wandered the maze of sword scars, a cloaked man approached. You've worked hard. Pick up your severed leg. It's valuable material. Understood. Though the conversation had ended, the man didn't leave. He moved his fingers and cautiously spoke. I could kill him. Of course you could. You knew, and yet stopped me. Lord Naldos cannot be killed. The man, struck by that truth, fell silent. If the enraged Naldos came in person, he'd be reduced to ashes. After a brief silence, the man spoke again. But the Savior could do it, right? That's enough. Suddenly, the Savior's voice deepened. It was filled with authority, as if calling someone forth. The pressure released in that instant made the man shrink back. Sorry, I spoke out of turn. It's fine. Go get some rest. The Savior's voice returned to normal. The man bowed and withdrew. The Savior straightened his clothes and turned to Alibulihii. Alibulihii, please join Arxia and help oversee the nearby construction for a few months. What? Where are you going? Looks like I need to go find Lord Naldos. Even if his family was hurt, facts are still facts. Haha. You're really smooth at handling things, even if you seem indifferent. That makes it safer. Ollie Black burst into hearty laughter. He said he appreciated the Savior's respect for dragon laws. Ollie Black patted his chest and said firmly, leave it to me. Oh right. Be careful when passing through Central Kynax. Why? A young fellow recently made his lair there. Although the land is fertile, humans keep coming. Ollie Black complained. The Savior read the subtle expression on his face and chuckled softly. Seems like you don't really hate him. Haha. You saw through me? The way he's so full of energy reminds me of myself when I was young. After all, he's a fellow black dragon. I should say hello. What's his name? Orser. He has 4 wings. You'll recognize him right away. When he heard the name Orser, Luonan gave a wry smile, once again recalling distant memories. What a story. He's still just a young dragon. After losing the battle with the first emperor, Orser's departure west had long become a myth or legend. After a brief farewell, the Savior turned and left. Well then, I'll be back. His attendants, including Alcia, saw him off, and just as he left the village, suddenly, Luanan's vision turned pitch black. Damn it, what's going on? It was like going blind all of a sudden. He couldn't see anything. Just as Luonan was about to curse, his surroundings suddenly lit up. The image of a village appeared before him, but it wasn't from the Savior's perspective. The scene kept changing, showing the village's transformation. It felt like watching a video shot for Roger. What is it trying to show? Luonan frowned in confusion. Time in the scene sped up dramatically. With each blink, the sun rose and set again. Just as Arxia had said, people gathered from all directions. The river brought by the elves flowed around the village. The growing village eventually became a massive city. The tribal chief became the village chief. The village chief became a lord. The seeds planted that day grew into towering trees, providing shade for the people. When the 7-pointed star flag flew atop the city walls, the old Savior and his companion. However, their plan to disappear like smoke had failed, though they escaped at dawn while everyone slept. Someone still followed. The old Savior spoke up. I am not the leader you should trust and follow. Old Savior, in this city, no one is unaware of your miracles. These are miracles you created. Pray to the ancestors, and rest in peace. If we cannot gaze upon the same stars, then let us at least gaze upon your back. Despite the Savior's persuasion, the people remained steadfast. In the end, the old Savior could only leave them with one parting message. Keep going forward. Luonan slowly nodded. So this is how it all developed, step by step. After wandering the continent for a while, they were settled in the distant north. The natives cried out in panic. Who are you? This land may be barren, but it is resilient. We've come to help you, said the old Savior. What happened once is happening again. What started as a shabby tent village turned into a magnificent castle within years. Not long after they established themselves there, they left the north. At that time, the former Savior continued to prosper communities and then moved on. Decades later, one day, the former Savior spoke as he walked alongside Ollie Black. We should probably give the organization a name. They were still searching for the next place to flourish. Crossing the continent, the vast western plains were covered under blue skies. The former Savior raised an eyebrow. Is it really necessary? Yeah, everyone hopes so. It gives a sense of belonging. Isn't that nice? I heard outsiders already call us the Nebula Order. That name sounds awful. and it was coined by those who consider us heretics. Ali Black frowned. Alcia and the cloaked man beside him also nodded in agreement. Ali Black's opinion. Yeah. The word order always puts people on guard. The former savior stroked his chin and looked back. He saw the people following him. There were more than he imagined. Luonin frowned. Damn. How many people are there? At least several thousand. People of all ages, genders and races gathered together, imitating the former savior's attire. Wearing pure white cloaks, they looked like a flock of sheep following their shepherd. The name, said the former savior, Chening. As he looked at the sky while walking, he finally spoke. Nebula Kragi. What does that mean? Nebula Order. It's how outsiders pronounce the name in an ancient tongue. What the heck? It's still the same thing. Alibulihii let out a soft chuckle. The old savior, who had stopped walking, smiled at the child following him. Crisp laughter echoed around them. As long as the meaning remains, names don't matter. The sky was clear, and the breeze was refreshing. With every step, the feeling of the grass was pleasant. Staring quietly at the horizon, he murmured, I believe in people, that they can become something better, even if they are a foolish race prone to self-destruction by nature. After this cryptic monologue ended, the scene vanished. Darkness returned to his vision. In an instant, everything went black. Then light returned once again. Luonin opened his eyes. A crimson sky came into view. Crack. The sound of burning wood echoed from somewhere. Drywood crackled. Suddenly, a pungent stench invaded his nostrils. Luonin, frowning, slowly got to his feet. Whoosh. A gust of hot wind blew his bangs aside. Realizing his senses had returned, Luonin's eyes widened. My body is back too. Judging by the perspective, this wasn't the savior's body. It was Luonin's own. La Mancha and Einir, his two beloved swords, hung intact at his waist, but there was no time to celebrate. A hellish sight unfolded before him. Damn it. What happened? He stood atop a cliff. Due to the height, he could see the devastation clearly. The city was consumed by flames. No signs of survivors inside the city walls. The raging fire devoured corpses and ruins alike. The flames grew fiercer. Thick smoke swirled like a tornado, blotting out the stars. The river surrounding the city turned blood red. It began to boil. The heat and flying sparks made it hard for him to open his eyes. At that moment, a familiar voice came from nearby. This is ridiculous. I leave for a while and it ends up like this. When he turned his head, familiar faces came into view. The savior and his close followers stood together, overlooking the city. Damn it. Luonin instinctively bent down. The savior's face turned into a shifting shadow. Staring blankly at the devastation, Ali Black spoke. Another war? Yes, muttered the man in the cloak. Just as he said, the clash of weapons could still be heard in the distance, along with the screams of death echoing in the wind. How many times has this happened? Witnessing destruction, if we count by nation. It's been over 100 times, probably. And the nations we helped to found? Over 70%, I'd say. TCH, Ali Black spat on the ground. Alcia, staring silently at the carnage, bit her lip. Luonin scanned the terrain and realized this was the village he first visited, where the savior defeated the dragon in person. The long silent savior finally spoke. Let's go. Go where? To save those who are still alive. Everyone in the city is dead. Didn't you see? There are survivors among the invaders. They left behind the wounded. Ali Black and Alcia's faces stiffened. A man struggling to take a deep breath spoke up. We should prioritize rescuing believers. You should return to the sanctuary to assess the situation. Mortal life has no rank. Follow me. The savior stepped forward, but no one followed. An angry voice came from behind him. I refuse. The savior turned his head. The speaker was a cloaked man. He continued with a voice that seemed squeezed out. I can no longer agree. Where exactly is their value? After following the savior for thousands of years, I've reached my limit. My limit? Yes. This isn't salvation at all. It's as foolish as pouring water into a leaking jar. No matter how hard we try, mortals will only sink into the mud. The cloaked man continued speaking. He began to recount events from a time Luonin had never seen. They were ordinary stories of mortal affairs. Mutual slaughter. Complete annihilation. Though his tone was passionate, it was filled with deep hatred. The man glared furiously at the savior. Rebirth through nirvana is the only true salvation. Do you agree as well? The savior looked toward Alibulihii and Arxia. The two hesitated and averted their eyes. Their silence. I see. Savior. It seemed the three had exchanged thoughts already. The savior silently looked at them and nodded. If that's the case, then so be it. Let us part ways here. Are you really leaving just like that? Yes. There's no point in saying more. I hope you find your own answers. The savior walked toward the cliff's edge without hesitation. Parting from companions he'd spent countless years with felt hollow. The cloaked man cried out in despair, "Savior, may the stars bless you." But the savior neither stopped nor looked back. At that very moment, the cloaked man's figure vanished. Luonan, instinctively afraid, was about to shout, "Wait!" Asterisk plop. Asterisk. The sound echoed like a stone sinking into a swamp. A deathly silence fell. The savior slowly lowered his gaze. A pure white blade had pierced his abdomen. "Ah, I see. I will find the answer." The vanished man appeared behind the savior. Blood dripped from the torn wound at the tip of the blade. The man leaned close to the savior's ear and whispered coldly, "So please, leave your power behind." The savior's body wavered. Clearly, this was no ordinary sword. He couldn't resist. He could only look at the man. The man held the savior's neck with one hand to keep the blade from slipping out. Glowing energy was being absorbed through the blade. Realizing what was happening, Luonan cursed. Damn it. It was a reflexive reaction. Luonan suddenly charged at him. Closing the distance instantly, he slashed and shouted, "You bastard! What are you doing?" "What?" The cloaked man turned his head. Two swords were already at his face. He hurriedly drew his sword and raised his arm. Humph. The sound of metal clashing echoed across the cliff. Chapter 129. Searching for the Screams. 6. Alert 129. Humph. The sound of metal clashing echoed across the cliff. The staggering savior collapsed to the ground. The cloaked man asked in confusion, "Who are you?" "Ah." Three blades crossed, sparking as they clashed. The sword stained with the savior's blood dripped with crimson. Luonan clenched his teeth. The man blocked both La Mancha and Anil using only his right hand. He doesn't seem to be from here. Doesn't even know who we are. And even though Luonan was giving it his all, he could barely hold his ground. This opponent was stronger than anyone he had ever faced. So strong. Unbelievably strong. It was like standing before a towering mountain. But he couldn't give up. Luonan forced a cold smile. "I knew you were a damn traitor." "Humph. I saw through you from the start." Despite the provocation, the man was unfazed. Instead, the pressure on his blade intensified. Luonan's heels were pushed back. The man spoke calmly. "Sorry, I can't let you live. TCH. The man knocked Luonan's sword aside in an instant and launched a counterattack. The strike came at Luonan. Its speed was beyond imagination. Luonan's eyes widened. "What the? Damn it. I can barely keep up." The snow-white tip of the blade shot toward Luonan's throat. There was no time to dodge or parry. TCH. As Luonan turned his head, the sword grazed his neck. The man's face twisted. He dodged it. Luonan didn't respond. There was no room for mockery. He spun and swung his sword. The man bent backward. TCH. The horizontal slash grazed the man's nose. Damn it. That sword plays like a beast's. Is he even human? The man stood face to face with Luonan. Luonan lunged forward, launching a fierce assault. Clang. Each time the blood-stained La Mancha approached the man's body, sparks flew. "I can't hit him." Luonan frowned. Even with the sword enhanced, he couldn't break through. The blood trickled and struck across his collarbone. Tap. The man who had been on defense took a step back. He spoke coldly. "I don't know where you're from, but I must know who you are." Bang. In an instant, the man's figure vanished. The ground where he had stood erupted with debris. Luonan took a deep breath and focused. Time seemed to slow down. The man's silhouette reappeared. He had already charged in close. Sword raised for the strike. SHHK, SHHK, SHHK. Dozens of comet-like sword lights rushed at him. Luonan realized these were the same kind of strikes as before. He cursed. Damn it. Luonan hastily took a defensive stance. The sword lights grazed across his body. PFF. Two of the hits, which he couldn't react to in time, pierced through his abdomen and left shoulder. Arg. Luonan spat out a mouthful of blood, though not life-threatening. The pain was intense. Nerves torn. His tendon snapped. La Mancha slipped from his right hand. Luonan clenched his teeth, analyzing the sword path. It's the Savior's sword technique. Recognizable at a glance. That was exactly the Savior's technique. Though there were slight differences, it was nearly identical. I was too careless. Not just physically, but technically I'm far behind too. Just as the man swung his sword again, trying to slice off Luonan's leg, a massive hand suddenly grabbed him from the side. Huh. How dare you? A terrifying roar erupted. Barely surviving, Luonan used a nearby rock to stand up. The hand, covered in black scale. Luonan looked up along the wrist. A massive black dragon grabbed the man. It was Alibulihiai's true form. He roared in fury. Alibulihiai, you agreed to, didn't you? Just to seek another path? To stab the Savior from behind? How could you do something like that? I simply accepted a power that was about to go to waste. The man replied calmly, his voice void of any emotion. Alibulihiai roared again and slammed the man into the ground. You bastard. Boom. The ground rumbled. Part of the cliff collapsed. Dust filled the air. Behind Olibulihii, an elven woman came running over. Help! Savior! Ah! Arxia helped the savior up, though he was still breathing. Deep crimson blood kept gushing from the stab wound. As he tried to stop the bleeding, he choked out. Hurry! Wake up! You can't die. His voice was completely unlike his usual icy demeanor. Tears streamed from beneath his red eyes. The savior glanced weakly at Olibulihii, who gritted his teeth. We must move him now. That guy's sword left a wound that can't be healed by normal means. Yes, yes. With a trembling voice, Arxia began chanting a spell. Magical energy nearby formed into a vortex, starting to trace a geometric magic circle in the sky. In the name of the swiftest and strongest child. Soon, a massive magic circle enveloped the entire cliff. A glowing blue hawk folded its wings and descended. Its size was nearly half that of Olibulihii. Luonan's eyes widened at the sight. Hylon. He had once learned of it from Liang, the top-tier wind spirit known as the Storm Prince, Hylon. He never thought someone could actually summon it. Hylon flapped its wings and landed before him. Whoa. A strong wind scattered the nearby flames and smoke. The savior was now in the arms of the summoned monkey spirit. Please, Hylon, take him to my place. Hylon nodded. Carrying the savior on its back, the monkey spirit climbed up. Just as Hylon spread its wings again to take off, a familiar voice came from beneath Aliblack's hand. No. What? Ollie Black quickly turned his head. Slash. A red line appeared across his wrist. At the same time, a shadow leapt across the sky. Whoosh. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Landing on the ground, the shadow looked at the savior and said, the transfer of power isn't complete yet. Ah. Ollie Black roared in pain. Though his body staggered backward, his left hand still pressed on the enemy. No. No way. Alcia turned pale. Brushing dust off his shoulder, the man said regretfully, good thing you're a prosthetics master. You can just make a new one and attach it. You bastard. Huh. Hylon. Alcia shouted anxiously. Hylon immediately flew off the cliff. The great spirit flew several kilometers with a single flap of its wings. Hylon became a tiny blue dot. The man wasn't panicked. He swung his sword. SHHK, SHHK, SHHK. Dozens of crescent-shaped sword waves flew toward Hylon. What? Watching from the side, Luonan gave a bitter smile. Each of those 9-meter-long sword waves was made of pure energy. The number, the size, the range had all reached unbelievable levels. Hylon flew across the battlefield. The man targeting Hylon suddenly clenched his fist. Crack. A strange barrier suddenly appeared and blocked Halen's path. Arxia's expression turned to terror. The star's protection can reach this far. Thud. Hylon was forced to stop as his way was blocked. A following sword aura struck his beak. Slash. Hylon, now wingless, began to fall. Arxia reached out in despair. No. Don't. Thump. The next sword aura split the monkey in half. Its body was flung away. Their figures quickly disappeared into the fiery pit. Ah. I didn't expect this to happen. The cloaked man clicked his tongue. Arxia immediately rushed to the cliff's edge. But the savior's figure was already gone. Even fiercer flames engulfed the battlefield. She turned back to face the man, full of rage. You. Buzz. A burst of magic circles formed around the man. Massive beasts roared and charged out. Judging from their presence, they were all high-tier or above spirits. The man sighed. Arxia, stop wasting your mana. You killed the savior. The spirits charged forward fiercely. At the same time, the man spun rapidly. A circular slash swept across the spirits. Crash. Torn magical energy sprayed like mist. Dozens of high-level spirits vanished in a single blow. Arxia collapsed to the ground in despair. Ah, you should have known. He struck her on the back of the neck. Thud. Arxia lost consciousness and collapsed helplessly. The man quickly turned around, clenching his fist as he aimed at Olibulihii. Buzz. The same barrier that blocked Hylon now covered Olibulihii again. Damn it. Let go. Now, you need to calm down. Ollie Black roared, trying to unleash dragon breath. However, no matter how he struggled, the heart's protection didn't budge. The man who had quickly regained control turned to Luonan and said, much quieter now. Lunatic. Luonan muttered under his breath. He was still leaning on the rock, panting heavily. That was dangerous. His body couldn't move. What Ollie Black said about his wounds not healing seemed to be true. Blood continued to pour out, forming a small pool on the ground. The man strode toward Luonan. I'll ask again. Who are you? Your mom. Say nothing and I'll kill you. Then do it. TCH. Luonan spat. A bloody clot landed at the man's feet. The man stared silently at Luonan, then shook his head. Wait a sec. Now that I look closely. What? Who's your mother? What kind of crap are you talking about? Luonan frowned. The man moved closer and grabbed Luonan's hair. Aside from the hair color, it's really similar. He leaned in to study Luonan's face closely. So close, he could practically feel his breath. Is this guy gay or something? Don't move. I don't know what he's up to. But the feeling is oddly familiar. Sweat beaded on Luonan's palm as he gripped a nail. Maybe this was his only chance. His heartbeat returned to a rapid pace. And with the loss of blood, his rationality started coming back too. Against someone who doesn't even react to normal provocation, he had to come up with a strategy. If it's that method, just a moment. A clever idea flashed through Luonan's mind. There was no time to hesitate. He looked over the man's shoulder and spoke up. The savior is still alive. What? The plan worked. The man froze instantly. He turned his head quickly, but all he saw was a burning landscape. He realized he had been tricked. Looking back at Luonan, he saw Ymir flying toward him, glowing white. This power. Seeing the radiant magic, the man faltered. Golden light enveloped Luonan's arms. It was Baron's aura, a power-boosting aura. You keep surprising me more and more. The man widened his eyes in amazement. He could feel Luonan's power surpassing their first encounter. He gripped his sword with both hands and raised it. The two swords were about to clash. Luonan shouted, "Die!" Swoosh. The remaining magic surged like a receding tide. Ymir's blade gleamed even brighter. Boom. A shockwave burst forth from Ymir's sword. It was a skill called Tyrannial, the cry of the Lord. A strike dozens of times faster knocked the man's sword aside. What? The man's face froze. Even though he tried to react, it was too late. The sword aura slashed across the man's face. Tch. Blood gushed out. His robe was torn apart, feeling emptiness at his fingertips. Luonan cursed. Damn it. It wasn't a fatal hit. The man, head tilted, slowly straightened up. The face that had been hidden all along was finally revealed. Luonan's eyes widened in shock. What? The wound. A long scar ran across the man's nose. Though not very deep, it was enough to be striking. The man frantically touched his face and saw his fingers covered in blood. He shouted in fury. You bastard. The man swung his sword, but the shocked Luonan didn't even think of dodging. His gaze remained fixed on the man's face. His brows and eyes tightly connected, bathed in a sunset red glow. His chin was sharply carved like a blade. Whoosh. A gust of hot wind messed up the man's hair. His snow-white hair gleamed under the firelight. Except for the hair color, their faces looked astonishingly alike. Slash. The sharp blade cut across Luonan's throat. What's happening? Along with a flash of excruciating pain, the world flipped over. Even so, Luonan's mind remained filled with the man's face. His vision darkened. His consciousness faded. Luonan opened his eyes. A familiar old wooden ceiling came into view. He felt dazed at first. It took him a while to fully wake up. Touching his neck, Luonan sighed. Just as I thought. There was no wound, but the sensation was vividly clear. He slowly. The inside of a rural farmhouse entered his view, and he quickly realized this was a house in his hometown, Nimbiton. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Enjoying your trip? Luonan turned his head. An invisible figure was sitting at the table drinking tea. It was unclear how he drank it, but he definitely was. Luonan walked over and sat down across from him. What did you show me? Just some things from the past. Is the old savior really dead? Who knows? The figure shook his head, clearly unwilling to say more. After a brief silence, Luonan asked, Is the cult leader my father? The figure shrugged with mild interest. It was a thought he had long ago. So foolish he kept it buried inside. He'd never said it aloud. Ever since he could use those abilities. He found it strange. But now he had to consider the possibility, not just because that man's face looked so much like his own, but for other reasons too. If that assumption was true, many questions would be answered, like how he had the talent to absorb mana, and how he could use those powers, being able to use those abilities, those very abilities. He could use them. Luonan recalled it all, gritting his teeth. It was the first time he had suffered such a crushing defeat. Even until the moment his throat was slashed, he never claimed victory. Even powerful allies like Arxia and Alibulihi were helpless. He was already strong before the betrayal, but after seizing the savior's power, his strength was immeasurable. That's how he came to possess the talent to absorb mana, and how he could manipulate shimmering energy. The figure sipping tea finally spoke. The cult leader? Maybe. Maybe not. Why not just say it? I have no obligation to tell you. Why are you so sure that man is the cult leader? That kid has not just power, but ambition. Someone like that, unless he's an idiot, is destined to become a leader. Interesting deduction. Damn it. If you're not going to talk, then get lost. Luonan cursed and stood up. He pushed aside the countless questions flooding his mind. Right now, family ties weren't the priority. No matter who that white-haired guy really was, as long as he was the leader of Nebula Kragi, he had to be eliminated. because he still sought to summon the bald-winged one to destroy the world. Luonan rubbed his forehead and spoke. Then why did you show me all this? To give you a chance. A chance? Yes, a chance to choose better. The one who cast this curse hopes that you'll never discover your true power. After saying that, the figure stood up from his seat and continued, gazing out the window. A fragrant flower always draws bugs. But you've broken 3 curses already and made an enemy of the cult. What are you trying to say? The stronger you get, the harder your path becomes. Are you still going to fight the cult? Whoosh. The figure suddenly expanded, revealing the scene of Luonan's battle with the cloaked man. It reappeared before his eyes, from the cliff to his neck being cut. It all took less than 5 minutes. Damn it. That overwhelming gap crushed him again. Luonan furrowed his brow. Seeing your own head roll from a third-person view is not a pleasant experience. That guy is still alive. Time has passed, and he's gotten even stronger. Yeah. If you continue fighting the cult, sooner or later, you'll meet him again. And next time, there'll be no miracle to reattach your head. Luonan curled his lips. Every hair on his body stood on end. The figure continued gravely. But it's not too late yet. Abandon your oath now. Return to a peaceful life. If you wish, I can tell you exactly who needs to be killed, but I won't hide it. It's a foolish choice. The figure shrank back to its original size. The illusion vanished, revealing a pitch-black form. The figure spoke. Now make your decision. I'll respect your choice, but I won't ask a second time. Damn it. All this noise just to say that? Luonan gave a faint smile. It all came down to the same question Secret had asked before the vow. A push to give up comfort. Not to embrace the challenge. Of course, the fear was real. Just imagining seeing that man again. His palms started to sweat. Maybe the figure was right. The moment they meet, he might lose his head. Damn it. But none of that matters. A promise was made. It must be kept. Luonan spat on the ground and answered without hesitation. Tell me how to fulfill the vow. All right, come with me. Surprisingly, the figure didn't mock or press him. He turned and walked toward the door. Luonan followed the figure out. As soon as he stepped outside, his eyes widened. A massive boulder had appeared in the center of the garden. What is that? The thing you need to slay. That boulder is ugly as hell, like something a giant chewed up and spat out, and left to rot in the desert for 1,000 years. It's the manifestation of the curse's core. It's sealing away your latent power. This thing. Yes, try touching it. Luonan placed his hand on the boulder. Just as the figure said, he felt a powerful force struggling deep inside the rock, but something felt off. The boulder itself emitted a unique magical energy. Luonan felt a strange sense of déjà vu. He tilted his head in confusion. The figure continued speaking. Cut through this, and you can go back. Of course, it won't be easy. The rock looks extremely solid. Luonan gripped his sword handle. La Mancha flashed red with energy. A sword strike slammed into the rock. Crack. A loud impact rang out. Seeing the untouched surface, Luonan clicked his tongue. So tough. Told you. It's not easy. The hardness far exceeds expectations. After several tries, only the blade was damaged, while the rock remained intact. The figure chuckled and said, looks like you need some serious training. With your current power, you can't break this core. Training? Yes, until you can split this rock open. Snap. The figure snapped his fingers suddenly. The scenery warped. Nimbitan vanished. In the blink of an eye, Luonan found himself in the East District training ground. He shook his head, not even surprised anymore. Don't like it. I think it's the perfect place to train. Keep watching. The house from Nimbitan had become a top. An ugly boulder now stood in the center of the spacious training ground. Training equipment was neatly arranged all around. The figure nodded. Everything you need is here. Sleeping and eating can be done in that building over there. All you need to focus on is breaking the rock. You act like you want me to stay here forever, but I don't have that much time. Didn't I tell you? 10 days here is just 1 hour out there. Luonan's eyes widened. This was the first he'd heard of it. Actually, only 3 days have passed outside. Mental training here also affects your real body, so it's not a bad deal. You're suddenly so friendly now. You weren't like this when you were trying to stop me. Respecting your decision is the caster's will. Besides, there's also this. The figure glanced around the training field, then snapped his fingers again. Gia. The squad building's doors suddenly opened. An ugly-looking boy stepped out. The sudden appearance of Shulafin made Luonan frown. Damn it. What the hell is this? Long time no see. Luonan. Shulafin said, his voice exactly the same. He walked up to the training dummies, gripped the sword handle. Slash. A sharp gust swept across the training field. The heads of 30 wooden dummies fell off at once. He sheathed the sword and looked at Luonan. Well, want to have a match? Heh. Luonan gave a bitter smile. The voice added, if you need training opponents, You can summon them anytime. As if to prove the point, the squad building doors opened. Jia, a tall woman, stepped out. She wore imperial military uniform. Her boots were high leather heels. How are the soldiers doing these days? It was General Anderson in her prime. At her waist hung the whip Luonan had given her. She stepped toward Luonan. He cupped her face in his hands. Your face is badly injured. General, you don't have to bear this alone. I and the stars of the Empire will aid you. Her gray-blue eyes were beautiful. Her hair gently brushed across his cheek. Even though he knew it was only an illusion, it still stirred a faint sense of nostalgia. Luonan closed his eyes and muttered softly, "Get lost, all of you." "All right then." Snap. A finger-snapping sound rang out. When he opened his eyes, the figures of Shulafin and Anders Han were gone. Luonan looked up and sighed deeply. Yeah, it was tempting. To be honest, it was an offer hard to refuse. Not only could he get everything he needed, he could the benefit of slowed time went without saying. Call me again when needed. I'll come right away. Hold on a second. But that's only if none of this is a lie. HM. The summoning voice paused at once. At the same time, Luonan gripped his sword. A red comet-like slash flew toward the figure. What? The figure quickly twisted its form. However, the slash was much faster than before, leaving no room to evade. What? A red mark slashed across the figure's body. Ah. Fragments of its severed form fell to the ground. The figure's surface bubbled like foam. He looked up at Luonan and spoke. Did you sense it from the start? Yeah, I did. Humph. I thought my disguise was flawless. The figure murmured with a sigh. His damaged body could no longer recover. Whoosh. Everything around began to crumble into dust. The squad building, the ugly boulder, the dying figure, and Luonan's body. Luonan nodded toward the rock and said, "What's underneath it? Is that the curse?" The figure didn't reply. In truth, he had already noticed midway through. What was sealed beneath the rock wasn't his potential or anything like that. It was a curse, far stronger than now, boiling beneath the surface, ready to explode at any moment. More than just the spread of a curse. If that rock were destroyed, the suppressed curse would erupt and engulf his entire body. The fading figure spoke again. How did you figure it out? I thought I had fully masked the presence of the curse. Luonan drew out his words. If it were before, he probably wouldn't have noticed. Just like the figure said, the curse beneath the rock had layers of camouflage magic. But after that journey through memories, his senses had become sharper. It was as if the fog in front of his eyes had lifted. Besides, the magical energy from the ugly boulder was similar to Sinir's statue. That oppressive feeling of something stunting his growth wasn't there. And they even looked alike. Luonan let out a small laugh. At any rate, everything around him was fading away. It seemed the goal had been achieved. So that figure really was the source of the curse. The shrinking figure had now become less than a pile of ash. From that moment on, it began to fade away. In the vanishing world, the figure's voice echoed around him. As expected, good instincts. MHM. Luonan opened his eyes. He felt as if he'd just woken up from a very long sleep. His head still felt foggy. In front of him was a blue, glowing wall. What is this? An unidentified wall, wrapped around Luonan like a cocoon. There was barely enough room to move, but he couldn't see outside at all. This is a pain. Am I still in the dream world? A chill ran down his spine. Even though he didn't feel the usual dissonance, he couldn't let his guard down. Luonan slowly reached out and touched the wall. Crack. A thick crack appeared instantly. The wall shattered into countless fragments. I didn't expect it to shatter so easily. Luckily, I wasn't hurt by the shards. Looking around, I finally saw a familiar scene. Sephra Chiao. The closed study was filled with books. The magic circle he used for meditation was still on the floor. Suddenly, Luonan noticed his field of vision had risen. His limbs were nearly the same size as those of the old-style mainstone vessel. Damn it, how long have I been trapped? Just as he reached to touch his face, a familiar voice came from behind. Long time no see. Luonan. Chapter 131. An untimely winter. 1. Long time no see. Luonan. Secret. Luonan's eyes widened. It was the voice of a child whose gender was hard to determine. Had she been freed from the curse that turned her into a woman? Luonan quickly looked around, but he didn't see Secret anywhere. Where are you? Sorry. Something came up. Can you take a look at my desk? Desk? Sephra Chiao was shrouded in darkness. All the lights were off. Only the shards of the crystal from which Luonan had emerged emitted a faint blue glow. Luonan cautiously touched the crystal. What exactly is this? The unidentified crystal was extremely hard and lightweight. It looked at least 20 centimeters thick. Ordinary impact couldn't break it. Why was this substance covering him? He was puzzled. What happened while I was gone? Fortunately, his personal belongings, including those in the satchel, were still intact. Luonan picked up a shard of suitable size and stepped forward. His new height still felt unnatural. Soon, he reached the desk and discovered something strange. You found it. This one is mine. This is it. You found it, right? Yes, I used that familiar to contact you. Inside the hemispherical glass jar floated an eyeball. Its blue pupil followed Luonan's movements. Secret's voice came from a small hole behind the eyeball. Because I've been away longer than I expected, if you woke up, he would detect your movement and notify me. Your voice sounds more mature. What exactly happened? There's not enough time to tell it all. The familiar is about to vanish. Let's talk after you get out. Just as he said. The familiar's body started to swell. Its veins bulged, as if it would explode any moment. Luonan leaned in toward the eyeball and nodded. All right. Let's do that then. I'll tell you the exit spell. Memorize it. Delphalin, Lunagir, Kashpa. Say it while touching the bookshelf missing 10 books. 10 books. Got it. Good. I'll come find you when I'm done. No need to memorize it really. It's pretty simple. Suddenly, Luonan raised an eyebrow while checking the desk. A thick layer of dust had settled on top. How long has this been unused? It looked like frost had fallen overnight. Even Secret's usual feather was covered in a thin layer of spider silk. Clearly, it hadn't been used for days. At that moment, Secret's voice began to break up. Anyway, I'm glad you're back. You've gotten taller. Secret. See you outside. Luonan. The letter. No more sound came through. But with a metallic scraping noise, the communication was cut off. Bang. The swelling eyeball exploded. Green bodily fluid covered the inside of the glass jar. Ugh. Luonan clicked his tongue in disgust. Looking closely, dust covered not only the desk, but the entire study. This isn't good. Just as he was about to head for the bookshelf, an unfamiliar box caught his eye. Something he hadn't seen before. The lid wasn't closed. It was half open, placed beside where Luonan had been lying. What is this? Luonan approached it curiously. He opened the box. Papers inside spilled out all over. Most of them were sealed envelopes. Luonan picked up one at random. Seeing the handwriting on the cover, Luonan's eyes widened. There was no doubt it was Anderson's smooth handwriting. To Luonan, from Anderson. Year 1051 of the national calendar, 9th day of Redbird month. What is this? Luonan quickly examined the envelope. Besides Anderson, there were letters from other people too, all mixed together. Blessed meditation. Maria. Carabel. Luonan read aloud. Navarroch. To my dear younger brother, Iliel. Seeing the letter written by his sister, Luonan curled his lips, and an X was drawn over one of the words. It was corrected to Leal. Looks like he's learned how to write. This is really unnecessary. His nose suddenly tingled. He wanted to open each one and look inside, but unfortunately, there was no time now. The date on Anderson's letter stabbed his eyes like a needle. Imperial calendar, year 1051. Redbird month, 9th day. Damn it. Luonan's expression grew heavy. He had entered meditation in the autumn of 1050. A letter written last year buried this deep. Meant that more than a year had already passed. Luonan quickly picked up the letter, tucked it under his arm, and found the bookshelf missing 10 books. It didn't take long to locate it. Delphalin, Lunagir, Kashpa. He touched the bookshelf and recited the spell. Click. The bookshelf pushed backward, revealing a long clawed passage. Iwu walked into the darkness without hesitation. For some reason, with each step, the air around seemed to get colder. With every breath, white mist poured out. There was a brief moment of total darkness, and then his vision cleared. Whoosh. A gust of cold wind lifted Luonan's bangs. The drifting Iwu snowflakes settled on his eyelashes. Damn it. What is this? Whatever it is, it's freezing cold. The moment Iwu touched his skin, it melted away. Seeing his sleeves turn white, Luonan frowned. Snow. Iwu was actually fingernail-sized snowflakes. Whoosh. But the cold wind was slapping Luonan's face. He looked up. A field of pure white filled his vision. Because of the heavy snowfall, it was hard to even open his eyes. Luonan quickly realized he was in the main square of Faelyang. Is this winter? This is way too extreme. It was like a northern blizzard pouring down onto the square. Students walked through the square wrapped in thick coats. They wore fur hats, making them look like true northerners. Sister. Suddenly, Iliel's smiling face surfaced in his mind, though he had many questions. His most urgent concern was confirming his sister's safety. Had she been safe over the past year? He had to find out soon. Luonan walked toward the main gate. Just then, a scream rang out from nearby. Ah. Oh no, it's happening again today. Luonan turned his head. Students dropped their luggage and fled in all directions. Something was writhing in the blizzard. Luonan squinted his eyes. Cold air was gathering in one spot. Snow and ice were accumulating above, forming skeletons and flesh. These creatures were diverse, huge bears, deer, even flying fish. Soon, the eyes of the ice creatures began glowing blue. An ice bear let out a rough roar. What? What is going on here? The students screamed even louder. Judging by their reactions, this clearly wasn't a field exercise. Luonin suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu. He frowned. This scene. Why does it feel so familiar? Having just awakened, his mind was still hazy, not just because the blizzard was unusually intense, also because the sight of the ice beast charging from the blizzard felt oddly familiar. With a bit of thought, he could recall it. But there was no time now. Those beasts were anything but friendly. An ice bear scanned its surroundings, then charged toward the nearest student, monsters appearing in the Faelyung Center. What a spectacle! Luonin murmured softly, lowered the sheath, and gripped the hilt. A blade of black and white shimmered into view. Time to stretch a little. It had been a long time since he felt this. The grip's texture was clearly felt. Snap. Luonin launched forward in an instant. Eyes widened. What? His body felt incredibly light. It wasn't an illusion caused by unfamiliar conditions. It really felt like flying through the air. What's going on? In an instant, Luonin appeared in front of the ice bear. The bear froze at the sudden appearance. Luonin took his stance, spun around, swinging his sword. So, a wide slash swept through the translucent body. A white line appeared along the cut. The bear's eyes dimmed. Luonin gave a bitter smile. It's not just that even without infusing magic, this strike was unbelievably fast. Whoosh. The belated sound of the slash echoed. What has happened to my body? The bear's upper half hit the ground. Crash. The ice beast's body shattered into pieces. All the nearby beasts turned their gaze toward Luonin. Luonin remained standing in a daze. His body's transformation made it hard to adjust, but soon, his heartbeat quickened. Just swinging the sword with force had that kind of effect. What if I had mana to it? This is pretty interesting. Luonin tightened his grip on Romanch's sword. The originally black blade turned red. A deep, vivid red flowed along the back of the sword. Right? Aye. Luonin smirked. Sensing the ominous aura, the beast stepped back. Just as he was about to release his sword energy, a woman's voice came from beyond the blizzard. Back off. What? It was a familiar voice. A whistle rang out. Boom. An ice beast had exploded. A slender iron sword was embedded in its skull. That's... Luonin's eyes widened. Another whistle sounded. An iron sword flew through the blizzard, piercing the head of another beast. Boom. Boom. Explosions echoed one after another. Truly astounding. An incredible sharpshooter. The iron sword struck the beast's heads with precision, judging by the changing flight paths. He was moving around as he fired. How wild. The sound of shattering ice filled the square. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 beasts had been eliminated. No more swords flew in. At that moment, a scream came from beyond the blizzard. Get away. Damn it. Luonin frowned. He had been so drawn in by the sharpshooting that he ignored the possibility of more beasts elsewhere. Luonin immediately ran in the direction of the scream. Soon, he saw exactly what he expected. A few young boys and girls, clinging to one another. They looked like freshmen who had just enrolled. 5 ugly soldier wolves were quietly approaching them. Whimper. Don't come any closer, please. The wolf pack prepared to pounce. Just as Luonin was about to unleash a sword slash, a woman appeared amidst the blizzard, blocking in front of the students. What the hell? Who is that? Luonin quickly retracted his sword. The woman in a long coat was taller than most guards. Her eyes were sharp like a hawk's. She held a black stone bow in her left hand. Recognizing her, Luonin smiled faintly. Humph. All right. At that moment, a wolf lunged at them with its mouth wide open. It was a huge one, roughly 4 meters long. She slowly raised her arm and whispered, Stop. In an instant, the wolves stopped. They didn't move at all. As if frozen into real ice statues, the airborne wolf started falling from its back. Crack. Shattered ice chunks landed on the ground. Whimper, whimper. Even though their comrades had died, the remaining wolves still couldn't move a muscle. Pained shadows seeped out between their transparent fangs. Their once blue eyes turned a dull gray. The woman silently drew the cane from her waist. She stepped forward in large strides and swung the cane. Like a snake, the sinuous cane swept across the wolf pack. The terrified students screamed. Boom. For heads exploded into fragments. After confirming the wolves were no longer moving, the woman let out a breath of relief. Clatter. The cane retracted in length. Everything returned to normal. She turned to the students and said, It's all right now. Thank you. You're new students, right? You should have arrived earlier. Sorry. Her gaze softened. She showed a familiar smile, comforting the freshmen. After bowing in thanks, the students left. Luonin scratched his forehead and spoke up. Senior. HM. Anderson turned his head. The long coat he wore fit him perfectly. Though he looked Luonan in the eye, he just kept blinking. His jet black hair fluttered like a flag. Finally, his lips parted. Luonan, long time no see. You've gotten much stronger. It was clear Anderson had matured greatly since they last met. His youthful features had almost vanished. Luonan's expression became more composed. White snowflakes landed on his thick eyelashes. Anderson didn't answer. He stood rooted to the spot. His increasingly heavy breathing was audible even here. Luonan awkwardly continued speaking. Have you been doing well? At that moment, Anderson slowly calmed down. He walked up to Luonan and stopped again. Now, the two of them were nearly the same height. He slowly raised his hand and began to gently touch Luonan's cheek. Senior, as if confirming Luonan's presence. Soon after, a tear slid down his pale cheek. He withdrew his hand. Anderson said softly, It's been 2 years. Chapter 132. An Untimely Winter. 2. Alert Code 132. It's been 2 years. Anderson withdrew his hand and faced Luonan. His trembling voice was wet with emotion. He took a deep breath, burying his face in Luonan's chest. Senior, let me stay like this for a moment. 2 years ago, this would have been unthinkable. Back then, Anderson was taller. This pose wouldn't have been possible. He lowered his head, carrying the scent of winter blossoms. He closed his eyes, listening to the heartbeat. Anderson said softly, You really came back. I kept saying it. I've waited so long for you. His shoulders under the coat were trembling. Luonan embraced Anderson gently, patting him lightly on the back. They stayed in that posture for a while. Eventually, Anderson raised his head with a smile. You've grown a lot taller. It surprised me too. And your hair has gotten really long. Strangely enough, your beard didn't grow much. Hair. Luonan suddenly realized something heavy was covering the back of his legs. When he reached to touch it, he felt something like a bush of hair. It had likely grown to shoulder length at least. This unfamiliar discomfort made Luonan frown. Haha, if it bothers you, I'll help you cut it later. Damn, thanks. But, what you just said. You said it's already been 2 years? A brief silence settled over the area. Anderson nodded cautiously. Luonan pressed his lips together and sighed. Damn it. Did I just get lucky? Because he had prepared in advance, the shock was much lessened. He had made all kinds of preparations, anticipating it might take a long time. What a relief. Luonan, who had finally gathered his thoughts, opened his mouth and asked, How have you all been? How's my sister and the others? I'm doing okay. Everyone's healthy, so don't worry. That's great to hear. Really? Luonan breathed a sigh of relief. That was the thing he most wanted to hear upon returning. Suddenly, Anderson's expression darkened. But that instructor, Roger, he's a bit. What about him? Did something happen? Luonan furrowed his brows. His hesitant expression made Luonan uneasy. After a moment of hesitation, he shook his head. No, it's not that. This matter. You should ask him yourself. Sorry. Forget it. He's not injured, right? No. It's not that. Anderson pressed his lips together, though suspicious. Since he said so, Luonan didn't press further. Sensing the mood might become awkward, Luonan changed the subject. By the way, what were those monsters earlier? Oh, those are snow beasts. They appear once every 3 days. Unlucky to run into one. All right, that's what they're called. Why would those creatures appear in a school? Well, just as Anderson was about to explain. Beep beep, beep beep. A harsh alarm sound rang from somewhere. What's going on? Luonan realized the sound was coming from Anderson's wrist. To be precise, it was from a tiny bracelet on his wrist. Anderson's eyes widened. Right, I almost forgot. What happened? Notice from the student council. There's a meeting after subduing the snow beasts. Student council? Luonan raised an eyebrow. Seems like it's an important meeting. He said to Anderson, It's fine. Go ahead. Are you sure? Do you still remember the way around the school? It's not like I have dementia. Sis, I'll stay at home. Thanks. I'll be back after the meeting. Anderson turned and disappeared into the blizzard. His footsteps made almost no sound, clearly used to it. Luonan picked up the box from the ground and thought of Anderson's face. He whispered softly, You've become more beautiful. It was the first time he had that thought about anyone, other than his sister. Except for the weariness in his eyes, everything else was different from his previous life. He didn't expect such a big change. He could still feel the scent of winter blossoms on his chest. Luonan left the school and headed toward the Ilial residence. Snowflakes kept falling along the way. It was clearly no ordinary winter. The streets were surprisingly clean. Fire spirits and magic knights had been working continuously to clear the snow. Being rich is nice. Back when I was just borrowing soldiers, I had to do all the clearing myself. Knock knock. In less than 10 minutes, Luonan knocked on the door. It was just about mealtime. A delicious aroma. Thankfully, someone responded from inside. Coming. Jia. The door opened. A familiar young lady appeared before him. Her silver-white hair looked even more elegant. Iliel's eyes widened. Lo, Luonan. Sister. You. His long-lost sister was still beautiful as ever. Iliel seemed to have forgotten how to speak, repeating incomprehensible words. Soon after, she burst into tears and threw herself into Luonan's arms. What? You're back. You've grown a little. She threw herself completely into his embrace, listening to her cries. Just as Anderson had said, she seemed to be in good health. Luonan gently patted her back and asked softly, have you been doing well? Yeah. I've been doing really well. Asterisk sniffles asterisk. Iliel was about to say something, but broke into tears again. She cried for nearly 10 minutes before calming down, crying, I'm so embarrassed, being your sister. But I'm okay now. Really? What about Saida? A little while ago, Luonan's friend took her away. She should be back soon. Iliel explained that Saida had been very busy lately. The top-tier adventure guild remained active even in her absence. Iliel stood on tiptoes and grabbed her brother's cheeks, asking worriedly, have you eaten? Why do you look so thin? Food. Luonan raised an eyebrow slightly. It was only then that he realized he hadn't eaten anything in 2 years, and as he thought of it, his stomach let out a massive growl. Not yet. All right. I'll cook something right away. I'll head to the backyard. Wait for me in the kitchen. Smiling, Iliel opened the back door and left. When Luonan stepped into the kitchen, his eyes widened. A familiar figure was sitting at the dining table. Her black hair and the napkin around her neck looked a bit silly. You're here. Long time no see, Luonan. It's been 2 years, hasn't it? Shulafin greeted him calmly, as if they had just met yesterday. Luonan was stunned, staring at her. She was about to stand after finishing her food. Really? Suspicious look. Judging from Miss Iliel's reaction, she's already noticed you came back. Is it such a crime to prevent a sibling reunion? Who said that? Luonan sat down at the table. An enticing aroma drifted from Shulafin's bowl. Seeing the stew filled with meat and vegetables, Luonan swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Wow. Smells amazing. Sis has improved too. She added so many ingredients. Miss Iliel's cooking has always been great. Luonan and Shulafin locked eyes. Shulafin pulled her bowl closer to herself, like an animal wary of its food being stolen. Luonan gave a helpless smile. I'm not going to steal it. Idiot. Nonsense. It's just that your body looks stronger. So I took a closer look. Shulafin continued wolfing down food. Luonan could read a look of relief on her face. He shook his head. Though her appearance changed, her personality hadn't changed a bit. When is this girl going to grow into someone prettier? The grown-up Shulafin had become a handsome young man. He seemed even more dashing than in his previous life. Having finally finished eating, Shulafin spoke. Looks like the 2 years of investment paid off. Your entire aura has changed. You're not lacking either. Luonan smirked. Even without trying, it was obvious. The genius before him had reached a new height since they last met. The early awakening phase was long gone. A real monster. The pulsing core was nearly visible to the naked eye. There were likely very few who could beat her in her current state. Though he wanted to fight her right away, now was not the time. Have you been living here all this time? To protect my sister. As if. It just happened that the house next door was empty, so I bought it. Miss Anderson and the club members take turns standing guard. That's really surprising. Luonan gave a wry smile. Buying a house just to protect someone, as a noble heir. His scale was certainly different. He knocked on the table and said, Thank you for keeping your promise. I only did what was natural. Shulafin nodded calmly. There wasn't a hint of arrogance in his plain tone. At that moment, the back door opened. Iliel walked in. She was carrying a basket of eggs. Look, I'm back. It'll be ready soon. Just wait a moment. Mr. Shulafin, are you eating too? If you're willing to prepare it, I'd be very grateful. Thanks. Got it. Luonan gave a helpless smile. That last bowl he had wasn't exactly small either. Same old, same old. Iliel hummed a tune as she started cooking. Luonan. H.M. Jia. Shulafin suddenly stood up and gave Luonan a look. Luonan understood the signal. He stood up. Shulafin was a bit taller than Luonan. She led him upstairs. Shulafin stopped in front of the second-floor balcony. Luonan looked at her puzzled. What's wrong? Miss Iliel wouldn't be happy to hear this. Shulafin looked out the window. Under the gray sky, snowflakes fluttered down. Although the house was well built, and the cold didn't seep in, just looking outside, you could feel how cold it was. She quietly folded her arms and spoke. Do you know what's happening at the academy now? What happened? Don't panic. Just listen to me. It's currently Jingmeihu month. Luonan. What? Luonan's face froze. Shulafin gave a bitter, self-deprecating smile. It's ridiculous, isn't it? This should be cherry blossom season. But we're bundled up in leather. Luonan had no answer. Jimehu month was when he had just enrolled. He had been immersed in the blooming spring, wielding Black Heaven. Is this connected to the monsters appearing in the Phylong Center? So you've seen them too. It's not just Phylong. The whole empire is troubled by this. Wherever there's snow, those things appear. Damn it. What the hell is going on? Luonan furrowed his brows. Even as he asked the question, a vague feeling stirred in his mind. Without a doubt, he had experienced something similar in his past life. This winter had already lasted a year. Only the empire had entered winter. A year. Yes, everything started because of a single student. Asterisk knock 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 asterisk. The cold wind made the windows shake. After a long silence, Shulafin finally spoke. Do you know about the existence of the Frost Witch? Chapter 133. An Untimely Winter, Part 3. Entry 133. Do you know about the Frost Witch? What? Luonan's eyes widened. The moment he heard the words Frost Witch, fragmented memories in his mind immediately pieced themselves together. Out-of-season blizzards and snow beasts, frozen world. A long-held sneeze finally exploded. Shulafin shook her head. Of course you don't know. After all, it happened just last year. Luonan stood there in shock, unable to say a word. Clearly, after waking up in these 2 years, he had lost that knowledge. He had actually forgotten about it. Luonan had once personally experienced the winter brought on by the witch. Could the Frost Witch be that woman named Evelyn, or Evelina? It's Evelyn. De Rosa. How do you know? Luonan's lips twisted. Though it was the same person, something clearly felt off. This wasn't the time the Frost Witch was supposed to appear. It was too early. In his past life, the Winter Witch appeared while Luonan was serving as a punishment soldier. She shouldn't have shown up for at least a few more years. There's no way the timeline is wrong. Among the problems he had to solve after returning, this was an extremely critical one. Shulafin nodded. You're right. The incident happened 3 months after Evelyn enrolled. Damn it. She enrolled just last year. Luonan cursed. If she enrolled last year, no matter how old she is, she's still just a little girl. As expected, this was very different from his memories. Yes. She was the top freshman in the magic department. She defeated Miss Akalucia in the entrance duel. Everything seemed normal at the time. Shulafin clicked her tongue. Even after hearing about Elizabeth's defeat, Luonan didn't react much, because her opponent was the Winter Witch. She is the most notorious criminal since the founding of the Empire. One day, Evelyn suddenly snapped. She froze 3 buildings of the magic department in ice, then fled. The snowfall that began that night never stopped. Shulafin explained that after bringing winter to the Empire, she disappeared, even though she committed crimes while at Bayan. Her behavior mirrored her past life. That damned woman. Thinking of the Winter Witch from his past life, Luonan felt a chill of fear, though that time was short. The severity was unmatched. At least now, civilians still had the freedom to leave the Empire. It was a total catastrophe. Back then, people were trapped in the Empire, forced to choose between freezing, all because of that cruel witch's crimes. She knew exactly how to use her power to its fullest. Why did she do it? Her motives remain a mystery to this day. After she went insane, the first thing she did was bury Romera and other major trade routes under snow and ice. The Empire responded immediately. They finally rescued the Imperial Army and invited a renowned fire mage from the Tower of Dawn. However, the witch's power was beyond imagination. Ordinary methods couldn't melt or destroy the ice and snow. Even if destroyed, they would regenerate. She turned the Romela Mountains into her fortress. People trapped inside froze to death in the snow. Rampaging snow beasts and twin whales wreaked havoc in the blizzard. 1 month later, a famine struck the usually wealthy empire. The Frost Witch's siege lasted more than 3 months. It's a bit better than back then. Back then, the witch was slain by Shulafin. There were countless attempts by the Tower of Dawn. A young sword saint finally drove the wind blade into her chest. That battle in the blizzard became legendary. The witch, pierced through the heart, exploded into shards of ice. Luonan still remembered the sound of the massive millennia-old glacier. She touched her chin and sighed. History has changed. But why? She didn't know the reason, but she realized something abnormal had happened. Finally regaining his memory, Luonan asked, "Where's the witch now?" "Somewhere you also know. The Commoner's Fortress," Rodoran. "What?" Luonan furrowed his brows. Luonan once captured a witch on the Rodoran Sea. A very unexpected place. A witch in the Rodoran Sea prison meant she had been caught. Capturing her didn't take much time. In fact, Shulafin had caught the reclusive witch within 10 days of snowfall. Luonan tilted his head in confusion. Then why is there still trouble? Catching her was good, but the real problems came afterward. No matter what method they used, they couldn't penetrate her shell. Shell? Yes. That's why mages and scholars from across the continent gathered in Digu. Shulafin continued explaining. Her body was wrapped in many layers of material. Many powerful individuals were mobilized. Tower Master Ornfira of the Tower of Dawn, Falana, Sir Gald, commander of the Royal Knights, even the Sword Saint himself showed up. But in the end, she still couldn't break the ice. Layer after layer of ice. Suddenly, a certain memory flashed through her mind. When she woke up, the crystal surrounding her felt exactly the same. That crystal, which looked like it would never break, instantly shattered when she touched it. It's not ice. But maybe. Though there was no solid proof, she felt the two might be related. Her students were walking around the campus. What a mess. Luonin twisted his lips. This was clearly something that needed solving. Spring should be a time to nap in the warm sun surrounded by flowers. Days of shivering and goofy wool hats belong to winter. Thanks for telling me all this. What the hell? But it seems like we may solve it soon. I heard Navaldors agreed to a deal with the Emperor. Maybe someone from their family will melt the ice. Navaldors refers to the red dragons. Indeed, if even the hottest flames on Earth can't melt the ice, then there really is no solution. Anyway, drop by Rotoran when you have time. You have a cutting ability others don't. Maybe you can break. That's what I wanted to tell you. Shulafin finished speaking. Knock knock. The white, icy wind was still tapping at the windows. As Luonan was collecting his thoughts. Bang bang. A knock came from downstairs. Luonan exchanged glances with Shulafin and shrugged. The senior must be here. I called him. Luonan ran downstairs and opened the door. But it wasn't Anderson who greeted her. Upon seeing the familiar face, her eyes widened. You guys. The first face she saw was Assam, with his fire-red hair. Then Maria's ample chest, and Bloom's messy beard, and finally, the one who hadn't changed at all, Ophelia's. Lo, Luonan, you're really back. Assam. Assam choked as she spoke. 2 years had passed, but her height hadn't changed much. Luonan noticed the hair tied at the back of her head, and frowned. Her lashes were almost as thick as Anderson's. She looked even more like a girl now. Maria, who stood behind her, slowly stepped forward. Huh. It's really you. You've grown so tall. Maria smiled. Her once lion-like golden hair was now trimmed into short bangs, even under thick fur. You could see she had become more muscular. She circled around Luonan, looked at her height, then suddenly lowered her head. A faint voice came from beneath her drooping hair. I'm glad. Luonan let out a soft sigh. That one phrase told her everything, just how much they had worried about her. She reached out and patted both Assam and Maria's shoulders. Bloom and Ophelia also chimed in. Huh. Luonan, you really became a warrior. You did nothing wrong, yet you were locked away for so long. You've matured a lot. Bloom's eyes turned red. A rare smile appeared on Ophelia's pale face. Hoo-hoo. Just then, a shadow swooped in through the doorway. Luonan smiled slightly. Saida. Sha. The soaring Saida landed freely on Luonan's shoulder. Soft feathers gently brushed her nose. Luonan suddenly sensed something off. She furrowed her brows. Why did you get so big? Has your sister been feeding you too well? Za. Damn. You're about to eat someone. Saida was now nearly the size of a large dog. Her wings spanned nearly 3 meters. Surprisingly, her weight hadn't changed much. Luonan let Saida rub her face against his, until she was satisfied. Iliel's voice came from the kitchen, saying dinner was ready. Luonan looked at the round faces before her. There were hundreds of things she wanted to say, but in the end, she only said one thing. Are you all doing okay? After finishing a bowl of stew, Luonan left the house. Maybe it was because she hadn't eaten in 2 years. But her sister's cooking melted in her mouth. She and the others strolled around the schoolyard. The evening light pierced through the clouds, reflecting in their eyes. The blizzard had weakened a bit, making conversations easier. What? Senior Anderson became the student council president? Yeah. He was overwhelmingly elected last year. He used to come to our club often, but we rarely saw him after that. Luonan gave a bitter smile. We were just talking about the student council, and it turns out Anderson became the president. Maria added. Since I work part-time as the accountant, I can tell he's doing a really great job. He's surprisingly meticulous. They say Anderson is a perfect student council president in every way. He used to be overlooked in Veraj's class, but now he's made tremendous progress, Maria said with a touch of regret. What a shame. If it weren't for the Winter Witch, he could have done even more. She's right. Ever since winter descended on the academy, Filiang Academy has been facing unprecedented hardships. The fact that freshman enrollment. While chatting with the others, Luonan bid farewell to them in the main square. Assam stammered and said, See you later, Luonan. You remember the place, right? Of course I do. Who do you think I am? He rushed off to finish his tasks and agreed to meet at the new club building. Maria's brother laughed. You're gonna be blown away. You'd better bring a change of underwear. You've been bragging too much these 2 years. Don't say I didn't warn you if you're not impressed. What exactly did Claudiel see that amazed them so much? What got them this excited? After parting ways with the club members, he headed toward the main building of Section 51, the Galerian Hall. The long-forgotten gray castle was now blanketed in snow. Might as well drop by to say hi. Luonin mumbled as he scratched his ear. He was on his way to see Roger, dropping in for a casual visit, just to say hello. He hadn't checked in during the holiday. Roger might be upset. If he brushed it off again this time, he might actually get his ear yanked. Since it was the weekend, Galerian Hall was completely empty. After walking a bit, a familiar doorway came into view. Etched on the tall double doors were the words, First Arena, Rumble, accompanied by the sound of stone grinding. The doors slowly opened. To his surprise, the lights were already on. At the center of the arena sat a woman in meditation. She came into view. Bronze skin, dark green uniform. It was none other than Luonan's mentor, Navarroche. Instructor Navarroche, and the giant Urusa was lying beside her. Luonin waved happily, but got no response. Even as Luonin stood right in front of her, Navarroche remained deep in meditation. What's going on? However, his condition didn't look good. Cold sweat was dripping down his temple. Beneath his closed eyelids, there was a deep shadow. He kept clenching his lips, like someone waking from a nightmare. Navarroche stared blankly at the ground, his jaw clenched tightly, as if fueled by hatred for something. Luonin, waiting nearby, handed him a water bottle. Damn it. Are you okay? Luonin. Only then did Navarroche turn his head. Luonin frowned as their eyes met. Compared to 2 years ago, his aura was clearly different, though he still carried strength. The calmness he once had was gone. Suddenly he remembered, Anders Han once said, something had happened to Navarroche. Navarroche, holding the bottle, gulped it down. When did you get back? Today. Instructor, you don't look well. Just in a bad mood. It's really good you made it back safely, Navarroche said calmly. He tried to act nonchalant. But Luonin could tell. He looked Luonin up and down. His brow lifted slightly. You've gotten stronger. Luonin neither confirmed nor denied it. Navarroche quickly finished the water in the bottle, then tossed it aside. He slowly stood up, picking up the heavy training spear. Luonin drew his sword. What? The sudden command caught Luonin off guard. His tone was serious, not joking at all. Navarroche wiped his mouth and gripped his sword hilt. Come and spar with me. Chapter 134. Untimely Winter. 4. Alert number 134. Come and spar with me. Navarroche tightened his grip on the hilt. With a sound of metal scraping, the flying sword Alrusa was revealed. It was one of Dolan's most prized creations, said to be forged from a mix of 10 different ores. It shimmered with a deep green hue, just like his eyes. Luonin froze in place. He didn't understand why something like this was happening all of a sudden. Roger urged impatiently. What's wrong? Draw your sword. Damn it. Even though he didn't know what was going on, Luonin bit his tongue and drew his sword. Roger was acting strange today. He was sensitive and eccentric, like a cat pricked by a rose thorn. So, the black blade of La Mancha cast a shadow. Ymir was still tucked at his waist. Not using your short sword? No need. Luonin nodded. If he used dual swords half-heartedly, he might not even recover the cost. Roger, now in position, said quietly. Come at me with full strength. His voice was serious, whatever the reason. He was clearly sincere. Luonin didn't respond. Instead, he tightened his grip on the sword. Whoa. A dazzling red light rose along the blade. For some reason, it felt much easier to channel mana into the sword than before. Roger raised an eyebrow. Oh. You've reached that level already. What level are you talking about? You have a core now. A real core. Luonan's eyes widened. He suddenly realized that the sensation of his heartbeat felt different. It was as if something hotter than blood was stirring inside. Is this a side effect of the sea pearl too? Maybe this is why his body felt lighter. The two stepped 30 paces apart. After confirming Luonan's stance, Roger spoke again. Let's begin. Luonin nodded. At the same time, Roger's figure vanished from sight. Asterisk bang asterisk. A green flash streaked by. Sword energy shot out from where he stood. Damn it. Luonin cursed. 2 crescent-shaped sword energies flew toward her. The crisscrossing sword energies stretched at least 30 meters, focusing her mind. She saw Roger charging right behind the sword energies. Seeing this, Luonin realized how much strength he had hidden during training. 2 years ago, she wouldn't have been able to react to this speed. Interesting. Despite her confusion, her blood boiled with excitement. This was a long-awaited battle with the former sword saint. Asterisk. Relying on instinct, Luonin leaped upward. So high. Her body soared higher than expected. The sword energies closed in on her throat. Luonin rolled forward. She swung her sword. Asterisk, /asterisk. Her blade traced an arc, slicing through the intersection of the two sword energies. For fragments of sword energy flew behind Luonan. Asterisk boom asterisk. The sword energies crashed into the wall, triggering an explosion. Residual mana danced like flames. Roger, charging forward, abruptly stopped. Luonan spun again, slashing downward. The amplified strike landed above Roger's head. That's... Roger's expression froze. Though it resembled his spinning sword technique, there was a subtle difference. The smooth, sharp sword path felt strangely familiar. Doubt surfaced, but there was no time to think. He gripped his sword with both hands. He met the attack. The two swords clashed in midair. Asterisk clang asterisk. The sound of metal and air breaking intertwined. Windows shattered under the shockwave. Both were shocked by the other's strength. They gritted their teeth. But no one backed down. After a brief clash, the two swung their swords again. Clang. Clang. The high-speed swordplay clashed beyond normal comprehension. Each time their blades met, red and green light sparkled in the air. Suddenly, a trace of doubt flashed in Luonan's eyes. Something felt off. The more they fought, the stronger that strange feeling grew. But there was no... Luonan gripped his sword tightly. The red glow surging inside the blade rose to its surface. I'll go all out. How brazen. Navaroj curled his lips. Bang. A short shout rang out. Luonan kicked off with his right foot. Shiny roots suddenly sprouted and wrapped around Navaroj's body. What is this? Navaroj's eyes widened. Luonan slashed at him as he was restrained. Crack. The roots snapped. He kicked Luonan in the stomach. Ugh. Luonan gritted his teeth. It felt like his internal organs had been turned upside down. While being knocked back, he slashed again. Bang. A crimson sword wave shot toward Navaroj. However, this sword aura was no longer crescent-shaped. It took on an organic, water-like form. Seeing this long-awaited transformation of his sword aura, Luonan couldn't help but cheer. Yes, I finally did it. Navaroj smiled wryly. Navaroj gently inhaled. He gently spun his sword, using sword aura to defend. Boom. Yihua's sword aura kept clashing against Alyssa's blade. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. I knew it. The hair on the back of his neck stood up. Roger turned his head quickly. Luonan, who had returned unnoticed, was swinging a sword. A swift slash with a red trail came flying. Roger hurriedly turned and took a defensive stance. But Luonan's strike was already right in front of him. At this distance, he realized he was too late. He gritted his teeth. Yet, the collision never happened. La Mancha stopped right in front of him. Roger frowned. What is this? Luonan didn't answer. He had just lowered his sword, and La Mancha's color returned to normal. Roger's expression turned even darker. He growled under his breath. What are you doing? Let's continue after this is over. Luonan. Snowflakes drifted in through the shattered window. Roger frowned again. What? Instructor, you're not acting normal. Did something happen? A dreadful silence fell instantly. After a few seconds of silence, he finally spoke. I'm not injured. Damn it. What the hell is going on? Why not use omnipotence? Your movements are getting sluggish. Luonan voiced all the abnormalities he felt in one breath. Roger's overall strength had regressed, though still fierce in aura. That was all it was. He had felt something was off since the meditation session. I didn't expect it to be this serious. Luonan, be honest. What exactly happened? For the first time, he resented Anderson. Everyone's healthy, my ass. Judging by the level of degeneration, he must have injured a vital part. Maybe an arm or a leg. To put me at ease. He lied. After a long silence, Navaroj finally spoke with difficulty. I lost to Zepha. What? Just what it sounds like. It happened earlier this year. I couldn't stay calm at all. Navaroj sighed. At the beginning of the year, he challenged Jinxing's position again, and ultimately lost to Zepha. He wasn't injured, but the loss itself was what mattered. Luonan frowned. Wait. So you didn't get hurt? Not even a scratch? No. Didn't I already say so? Navaroj nodded. He kept repeating the same thing. Luonan swallowed the curses that nearly escaped his lips, and let out a sigh of relief. Damn it, that scared the hell out of me. He felt like he had aged 10 years. Anderson didn't lie. He brushed back his hair from his forehead, and spoke. Thank goodness. As long as you're not hurt. I thought you'd lost your hand, and needed a prosthetic or something. Maybe that would have been better. What? This fight confirmed it for me. I'll never beat that cat in this lifetime. He realized his limits through their last battle. For Navaroj, who had never lost to anyone but Zepha and the white-haired man, it was a devastating blow. He couldn't even show his full strength. Not even omnipotence can be used. Roger let out a bitter smile. Just like a child. Sorry you had to see me like this. Instructor, Luonan twisted his lips slightly. He never imagined that someone who once seemed unbeatable would fall like this. Roger, calmly watching Luonan, opened his mouth and said, "But now I feel much better." "What?" "Because I found a student with potential again." Luonan lowered his head. Roger's expression visibly brightened. After sheathing his sword, he patted Luonan on the chest. "You've grown so fast. What exactly happened these past 2 years?" "I just went back and did some reflection. Some people awakened their arcane power. And now you've made me proud in your own way." Roger felt genuinely happy. The gloom on his face began to lift. "I can't afford to be a disgraceful teacher." Seeing his disciple succeed made him forget his pain. He truly was a born teacher. The two exchanged brief updates. "You said you met Anderson before coming? Why didn't he tell me about your condition?" "He didn't say. He said you should tell me yourself." "Such a good kid." "Even though you're no longer my assistant, I feel the same way." "Instructor, I have a request." Roger tilted his head curiously. Luonan spoke up. "When I heard about going to Rodoran," he furrowed his brow. "Rodoran? Are you planning to visit the Witch of the Eastern Sorts?" "Yes, I knew it." "You just got back and already jumped into—" Luonan scratched his head awkwardly. Roger stroked his chin and nodded. "Got it. I'll get in touch with Inquisitor Kalaka." "Thank you. But don't do anything reckless. The sword technique event is about to begin." "Oh, what can I even do? You're always doing earth-shattering things." The two exchanged a smile. Navaroj picked up the canteen lying on the ground. After pouring out the remaining water, he spoke up. "Luonan, HM. Welcome back," Navaroj said and turned to leave. His quickened pace seemed a little flustered. He's a strange guy. He gets embarrassed at the strangest things. Watching his back as he left, Luonan smiled softly. "Me too." Even though the sun had already set, the sky was still overcast. The wind blew in irregular gusts. Whenever the moonlight peeked through the clouds, the snow on the ground shimmered faintly. Navaroj said they should receive Rodoran's reply by tomorrow at the latest. After finishing their conversation, Luonan immediately left the Galerian Hall and headed for the new guild building. He originally planned to go later, but Maria insisted he had to go today, so he had no choice. She said it was supposed to be here. Luonan looked around on the north side of the academy. The garden, once full of flowers, had turned into low, suspended shrubs. Even with a careful search, he couldn't spot any building that could serve as a guild hall. Damn it. Did they give me the wrong location? Luonan cursed, pipe in mouth. With the constant snowfall, it was hard to light the pipe. At that moment, a familiar voice called out from not far away. "Luonan. Over here, HM." Luonan turned his head. A little figure wrapped in thick clothes was trembling. His bright red hair was more eye-catching than the lantern in his hand. "So this is where you were." He shook off the soaked pipe. Luonan stepped forward. Assam had completely turned into an ice statue. Luonan frowned. "Are you okay?" "I was afraid I'd get lost, so I came out to find you." "TSK, how foolish." Luonan brushed the snow off his hat. Behind Assam was a small building that looked like some kind of storage shed. The outer walls were snow white. The roof was covered in snow, so he didn't notice it. Luonan frowned again. "That old man Claudia'll trick." "No, it's not like that. You'll be surprised once you're inside." "Of course," Luonan muttered as he stepped inside. The moment the door shut, the wind quieted down. A small lantern swayed overhead. The square space was piled high with thick firewood. Incredible. "A bed of firewood?" "No, it's all an illusion. Watch your step." "What?" Luonan tilted his head in confusion. Assam stepped forward without hesitation. As he walked through the firewood, Luonan's eyes widened. The firewood... They really went all out. This level of technique could only be found at the Dawn Magic Tower Library. Soon after passing through the fake wood, a staircase leading downward appeared. The staircase was steep and deep. A faint fragrance wafted from somewhere. As they descended, Luonan asked Assam, "Why did it have to be today? It could have been any other day." That's because... Assam scratched his cheek, avoiding eye contact. Even when threatened with having his hair tied in pigtails, he still refused to answer. Clearly, he was hiding something. When they finally reached the end of the stairs, the view opened up. Assam shouted, Brought him! Brought him! Ah, you're finally here." Luonan's eyes widened. A large crowd had gathered. Although the faces were familiar, what filled them now was more surprise than joy. Seeing the new guild hall, Luonan gave a wry smile. "That damned old man." Chapter 135. The Untimely Winter Dance. Alert number 135. That was Luonan's first impression. The new guild hall far exceeded his expectations. A plain of stone spread out before him. Even the ceiling and walls were smooth, covered entirely in stone. Rather than a training ground, it looked more like an airplane runway. It was as if the 5 low-ceiling dual arenas where he fought Navaroj had been stitched together. No exaggeration. If the ceiling were a little higher, even a small dragon could live here. Incredible. Luonan muttered, drawing Yimmer from his waist. Clang. He infused it with mana and struck the ground. Luonan gave a wry smile. He hadn't expected his request for a spacious and sturdy arena to be answered so literally. As he looked around in confusion, a loud voice echoed through the space. Haha, I knew you'd be surprised. Luonan looked toward the source of the voice. In one corner of the training field, Maria was waving enthusiastically. Behind her was the original wooden building they had used as a base. How did they move this here? Damn. This must be Claudiel's doing. In front of the building, a long banquet table had been set up. Delicious food filled the air with an enticing aroma. Humph. In over 70 years of teaching, this is one of the most dramatic scenes I've witnessed. You're back. Oh my. Lord Luonan. Familiar faces gathered around the table. All members of the club, and those who had bid farewell to Luonan 2 years ago. Luonan slowly walked over. Claudiel was the first to step forward and reach out. Luonano. It's been a long time. Headmaster. It's been so long since I was last here. The academy has changed a lot. I'm sorry about that. Claudiel gave a wry smile. The wrinkles on his face had deepened. The heavy circles under his eyes showed his lack of sleep, clearly overwhelmed with work. Without a doubt, he was one of the most burdened individuals. Due to the Winter Witch incident, trying to hide his fatigue, Claudiel patted Luonan on the shoulder. So, how do you like the new club facility? A place like this. They built it underground at the academy? Huh. Thankfully it was finished before winter came. Considering your contributions, Luonan, we could have built 2 more if needed. Claudiel laughed, stroking his beard. Though he looked weary, his smile remained kind. He went on passionately, describing the new club facility's features and special touches. A training space with alcohol-resistance enchantments and secret passages throughout. Luonan nodded slightly. Thank you. I'll put it to good use. Good. You'll be returning to 3rd year soon. All the paperwork has been taken care of. Feels like we skipped a lot of steps. Don't I need to take? Of course. But what does all this mean to you now? Time will be tight from now on. You'll need to make up for what you've fallen behind on. No need to address Aish and Maria as seniors anymore. That's a relief. Even though I suddenly became an upperclassman, considering the growth and power, it's not a bad thing. No one cherishes the time spent inside the shell. Claudiel glanced at his pocket watch and clicked his tongue. Well then, since I've seen you, this old man should be going. Sorry I can't stay longer. Clearly, he had something else to deal with, but they had just met again. Parting was inevitable, given his position. When Luonan shook his hand in farewell, he said, I'll make sure you can relax soon. Heh. That somehow sounds ominous. Anyway, take care. Buzz. Space distorted. Claudiel's figure vanished. Luonan didn't look back. He continued. Professor Zaladin, are you going to leave after just saying hi? There's still time for a meal. You've grown a lot taller. Yeah. Anything else changed? Don't get cocky just because you have a core. You still remember the mana cultivation technique I taught you, right? In any case, when it comes to mana, it's irrefutable. Luonan chuckled softly, turning his head. Zaladin, who had once again taken insect form, was standing there. Zaladin. His sunken cheeks looked like they could hold a few cups, and his wrists peeked out from his sleeves, like withered branches. Luonan asked in a worried tone, Please, don't tell me this happened because of your wife. Sunia is doing well. She even opened her eyes not long ago. Zaladin showed a faint smile. Sunia's recovery is slow, but she's definitely getting better. As he eagerly shared updates on his wife, he sighed. There's just too much going on. I'm glad. Yeah. Compared to losing my wife, this is nothing. He also explained, since winter began, the workload has multiplied. If the Winter Witch problem isn't solved quickly, many might die from sheer exhaustion. That monster. No, Roger. Haven't you recovered a bit? Ah, seems like it. He said he saw potential in me. That's great. At least we don't have to see him like that anymore. And Zepha too. Zepha was seriously worried. He said Roger would ask every day about your condition. Why haven't you woken up? Is it okay if he doesn't eat? What if he wakes up and becomes a fool? After losing to Zepha, he even had to drink with her. Double the torment. Zaladin sighed and patted Luonan on the shoulder. I'm certain he's the one who cares about you the most. Treat him well. I know. He's a deeply emotional man. Not necessarily. Professor Zaladin. Also, what about the student council president? At that moment, a young lady with a noblewoman's presence interrupted. Her obtuned cat-like eyes felt familiar. She tucked her bluish-purple hair behind her ear and said coldly, Anderson's sister wrote you letters almost every day. Even family members aren't usually that frequent. It's honestly touching. While working as her assistant, thank goodness I didn't end up like that monster. If not for the Winter Witch, she probably would write every day. Zaladin nodded in agreement. As she listed Anderson's achievements, she clenched her fists in anger. Luonan stared at her, asking in confusion. Ah, it's been a while. Lord Luonan. At that moment, Elizabeth finally turned her head. She had become a complete noblewoman since they last met. Her demeanor and tone exuded aristocratic elegance, as expected of a daughter of the Acarcia family. Luonan frowned as he examined Elizabeth. What's that scar? Ah, you noticed right away. Elizabeth widened her eyes. There were red marks spreading across her neck. Luonan, who had seen many injuries, recognized it. It was a scar left by frostbite. Elizabeth smiled wryly and touched the scar. This was left by the witch. You kept it on purpose? Hee, as expected. Your eye is sharp. She was defeated by the winter witch during last year's entrance ceremony. Even with fire magic taught by Ornfira, she still couldn't melt the witch's ice. Whenever she feels herself slacking, she looks at it. It works surprisingly well. Strong spirit. Until the end of this winter. I won't heal it. I hope to get a chance for revenge, but I can't even get close to her now. As long as the witch remains in her shell, there won't be another chance to challenge her. After thinking for a moment, Luonan spoke up. This time, would you like to come with me? What? Let's go together. Originally, I only planned to bring Arthur, but bringing one more shouldn't be a problem. In other words, Luonan briefly explained his plan. Elizabeth's eyes widened. She grabbed Luonan's sleeve and said, I want to go. Take me with you. Please. Sure. But there's a condition. A condition? Join our club. Luonan stated seriously. No compromises allowed. She was someone he had long recognized as talented. He couldn't miss the chance. Elizabeth blinked and asked curiously, Aren't I already a member of your club? What? When did that happen? Right after you left. Sister Andersheim gave me personal lessons every day. I was so jealous. So I joined on impulse. Elizabeth scratched her cheek. What a blunt reason to join. Like a guy who buys flowers he hates every day, just to see the girl at the flower shop. Well, in that case, hey. It's settled then. And just like that, the deal was made. At that moment, a familiar woman walked out of the club building. She was holding a freshly roasted turkey. Ellie, take this over there. Senior. Ah, Luonan's here. Anderson smiled gently. Using telekinesis to move the turkey to the table, Elizabeth leaned on her, complaining. Gosh, student council work is already exhausting, and now I have to carry something this heavy too. Did you even cook for yourself? Ellie worries too much about me, but it's something I enjoy doing. Club members were busily moving in and out of the building, carrying food and drinks. He thought the table was already full, but apparently not. Luonan suddenly felt a bit empty. He shrugged. Baron's not here? That's strange. Secret's absence was understandable, but Baron shouldn't be missing from this kind of event. Anderson seemed to recall something, and clapped his hands. Ah, he asked me to tell you. He's been busy developing a new potion. Super busy. Potion development? Yeah. It's like a supplement version of the Millennium Snow Lotus Pearl. He's working on an anti-cold potion that anyone can drink. Anderson said no one on the island doesn't know about the battle between the lion and the dream bird. After continuing his research, Baron partnered with Maria's Carabel Caravan, and Luonan's special potion spread across the continent. Yeah, he's really made a name for himself. Seeing Luonan roll up his sleeves and head to the kitchen, he remembered how Luonan used to chew his hair while writing club reports. It felt like just yesterday. How things change. Luonan entered the kitchen and said, Let me help. What should I do? Ah, you should rest. You must be tired after just waking up today. 2 years really flew by. Luonan gave a small smile. It didn't take long to get everything ready. The welcome party for his return lasted until dawn. Rodaran's message arrived the next morning. At Rodaran's home, now turned into a large dog, it delivered a letter. Luonan knocked on Assam's dorm door and woke him up. Get up. Assam. We're heading out. Woo-woo. Where are we going? Assam rubbed his eyes and got up from the bed. His hair hung loosely to the side. Last night, Luonan had tied it up for him. He passed out right after returning to the dorm. Didn't even have time to untie it. Now that he thought about it, he hadn't told him yet. Rodaran. Huh? Assam froze like a statue. Luonan warned that if he wasn't ready in 5 minutes, he'd wear a frilly skirt out of the dorm, and then left the room. 2 years later, the club activities resumed. Luonan slipped the club activity application into the gap of Baron's office door. Their mode of transport was a luxurious rescue airship. What Roger said wasn't clear, but a leader didn't need to explain. After enduring hours of pain like their butts were being torn apart, a massive shadow finally appeared on the dawn horizon. It was the world's largest reef, screaming its name, Rodaran. Damn it. How's this different from a prison wagon? Zizi. The moment she got off, the fierce sea breeze messed up her hair. Luonan was the first to step off and took a deep breath. Now that's more like it. Luonan's lips curled into a smile. The salty wind carried a hint of spring warmth. Luckily, the winter witch's curse hadn't reached Dawn Island. Assam, who followed next, trembled and said, Ro, Luonan, is this really okay? It's still not too late. Damn it. I brought you here for your own good. Don't act like that. Even if she's called a witch, she's still a great mage. She might inspire you with some magical ideas. That's right, Mr. Assam. Show your magic and a dignity worthy of the top student. Elizabeth, the last one to get off, reminded him. As Assam stared at Rodoran, he looked like he was ready to jump into the sea at any moment. Luonan clicked his tongue as he looked around. So many people, all kinds of people were walking along the rocky docks. They were likely all here to deal with the winter witch issue. Their ships were docked below the cliffs. Hardly any small boats. Most were giant cruisers or warships. Some had even linked hulls together to form buildings. From this angle, it looked more like a prison now, or maybe a tourist attraction. Seeing a ship approaching from afar, Luonan frowned. Whose ship is that? So extravagant. A fully red-painted sailboat was cutting through the waves. The four-mast giant vessel could easily house all of Rodoran's prisoners and more. Just as they were about to head toward it, a familiar voice called out from the sea breeze. Friends from Faelyong over there. This way, please. The three of them turned at once. An old man in a black uniform stood there, wearing a terrifying bird-beaked mask. I received word from Roger. He said, you might be able to break the witch's curse. Yes, but we won't know for sure until we try. Someone familiar. Seeing a face he hadn't seen in years, Luonan smiled. The old man met his eyes, tilting his head in confusion. Have we met before? 2 years ago. Inquisitor Kalaka. Ah, you're that boy. Kalaka's eyes widened, and he smiled brightly, shaking Luonan's hand. Like an old friend reunited after many years. You've grown so handsome. I didn't even recognize you. The young ladies in the village must be losing sleep. Let's hope so. How's Zarila doing? Haha. Of course she's doing well. Now that too many fanatics have come in, she's no longer the center of attention, but we still care for her with love and attention. Her ears have been cut off and regenerated more than 20 times. It's been over 2 years since she was taken from Glan Cappadocia to here. She's still suffering. Assam covered his mouth in shock. Karaka pointed at the Rodoran fortress. Hurry and go inside. If you don't have coats, we'll provide clothing for you. Coats. It gets very cold near the witch. Follow me. The three of them followed Karaka into the fortress. Whoosh. The moment the door opened, a piercing wind came rushing in. Screams and groans intertwined with the wind. Haha. No, don't do this. It's too cold. Please, let me out. My legs. How? Karaka whispered. Then put on the mask hanging from their waist. The cheerful mood instantly turned grim. They turned to the group and said, welcome to Rodoran. Chapter 136. Spring has come. 1. Hashtag 136. Welcome to Rodoran. Karaka, wearing a sinister smile, entered the fortress. The three exchanged glances and followed her in. Bang! As the door closed, the warmth carried by the sea breeze vanished. White mist scattered with every breath. Luonan muttered a curse. Damn it. I thought it'd be better. Wearing this will help a lot. The cabinet by the door was stuffed with coats, worn by guards and interrogators. Kalaka, rummaging through a cabinet, looked back at Assam. I wonder if there's anything that fits a young lady's size. I'm not a lady, Assam replied through chattering teeth. Luckily, they found some suitable clothing. After putting on wool hats and gloves, the four set off again. There were fewer people inside than expected. Entry and exit were restricted, and it was hard to endure. On average, meeting the witch took 3 times longer to recover from than entering. If you had protection, it wouldn't be so bad. But clearly, you don't. Yeah, damn. These clothes are way too thick, Luonan muttered irritably as he went down the stairs. The clothes were so thick, he could barely see his feet. I guarantee, you'll feel they're too thin soon enough. Button your collar up tight, Kalaka said confidently. Seems like the winter witch is no joke. He said ever since the witch was brought to Rodoran, a lot had changed. Keeping prisoners from freezing to death was troublesome, but overall, things were going well. They had many new interrogation methods. What kind of methods? Very simple. Just strip the prisoner naked and throw them into a cell near the witch. After a few times, even the toughest prisoner will break. Kalaka described in detail the feeling of cutting off frostbitten fingers with scissors and stories of prisoners whose tongues froze solid. We call it frozen river. Haha. Interesting, right? Kalaka shrugged with a laugh. No one could endure it. Only those used to all this recall the cold bitterness of despair. Keep your upper body warm. How about throwing your pants in there? Even with a broken leg, you'll still get a response. Oh, you've got the makings of an interrogator. Didn't I tell you that before? Elizabeth and Assam looked at the two like demons from hell. They listened to the prisoner's screams and stepped deeper into Rodoran. The further they went, they brushed past people going the other way. Damn it. Move, quickly. There's no way to destroy that thing. Damn witch. Just like Karaka said, these people had escaped just to recover their strength. Footsteps echoed constantly. After walking for about 30 minutes, they stopped before a massive door. We're here. This is the deepest part of Rodoran, the Judika Abyss. It felt like they had reached the roots of the reef, because outside, it was the ocean floor. Their ears buzzed constantly. The pitch-black gate looked impenetrable even to ghosts. Building this gate cost Rodoran 3 years of its budget. After explaining this trivia, Karaka inserted the key into the lock. With a thunderous rumble, the gate slowly opened. A wave of unprecedented cold blasted forward. This level of cold. Assam let out a sharp scream. Even Elizabeth, who had remained composed, wore a twisted expression for the first time. Luonin pulled his wool hat tighter and took a deep breath. Damn. Humph. Unbelievable, isn't it? Because of this, we had to relocate all the high-level inmates from Judika to the surface. Luonin clenched his teeth. Kalaka's words made his outerwear feel pointless, as if it had become a blade of ice, piercing through his skin, ripping through his insides. This chill was the same as what he'd felt in a past life while hunting witches. The group advanced down a long corridor. A blue light flickered ahead. A buzzing sound came from that direction. Soon, a wide open space appeared before them. Their eyes widened in surprise. This is the place. It's smaller than expected. Around a dozen people stood whispering in small groups. Most seemed very familiar with the place. To resist the deadly cold, they had all brought some It left a strong impression. Damn it. If I'd known it would be like this, I would have brought something too. One woman held a heated magic device, while an old man wore a beast pelt no one had seen before. They stared at Luanon's group, dressed in only a few layers, like strange animals. Kalaka raised a finger and pointed past the crowd. There's the girl causing all the trouble. A giant pillar of ice stood at the center of Judika. Bluish-green light radiated from its surface. The bluish-green glow was transparent. You could clearly see inside. Elizabeth widened her eyes and touched the scar on her neck, muttering softly, Evelyn. The Frost Witch, Evelyn. DeRosa was curled up inside, like a child. She was just a slightly frail, ordinary girl, her face buried in her knees. Her face couldn't be seen. Her once flowing hair had now frozen white. Unlike Iliel's beautiful white hair, this was a bone-chilling white, like dead coral. Damn it. This is messed up. Let's end this quickly. A knight in ornate armor and his retinue stepped out from the crowd. He was like a beret, a massive knight wielding a warhammer large enough to be a street lamp. He looked around at the crowd and shouted, I am Baron Finta, knight of the kingdom of Himitu. I will break the evil witch's shell and save the imperiled empire. That was an ear-splitting declaration. His attendant clenched his fists and shouted, You can do it, Lord Finta. You will become the empire's savior. Of course. The knight called Finta raised his arms high and swung his giant warhammer in an arc, slamming it down on the ice pillar. Boom! With a deafening crash, the head of the warhammer exploded. Face red, Finta fell flat on his backside. Ack! My hand! His metal gauntlet shattered into pieces. The warhammer, now just a stick, rolled to the ground. The ice pillar encasing the witch wasn't scratched at all. Trying to get up, Finta let out another pain cry. Ag! My hand stuck to it. Burning. Wait, I'll help you. His attendant rushed over, but no matter what, the hand wouldn't budge. Finta eventually had to tear part of his palm off, just to break free, covering his hand, now as cold as if gloved in ice. He fled Judika. So much for the great kingdom of Himitu. That guy's actually a baron? Luonin let out a helpless chuckle, looking at the handprint left behind. It was obvious Finta wasn't the first idiot. Watching him leave, Karaka sighed. Most of them are fools like that nowadays, all dreaming of becoming heroes. Maybe I should give it a shot too. Wait your turn. Everyone here came to break the shell. Karaka glanced around and said, Sure enough, before Finta's echo even faded, another person stepped forward. She stood in front of the ice pillar, a middle-aged woman in robes marked with the full moon magic tower emblem. She spoke in a deep voice. I am Usluo, a mage of the full moon magic tower. Now I will begin. It seems announcing names and binding hands is customary. She began to chant a spell. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 9 massive magic circles formed around the witch. 9 gigantic stone pillars shot into the sky. Boom. Even louder than Binta's warhammer. 9 times louder, the sound echoed. But once the dust settled, the ice pillar was completely unharmed. She pressed her lips together and turned to leave. Apologies. That might be for the best. Her calm acceptance of failure wasn't bad at all. After Binta and Uslo, the attempts continued. People tried various methods to break the ice pillar. All ended in failure. Many of the challengers were mages, and even Luonan, a layman in magic, could tell some of the spells were remarkable. Whenever that happened, Aish and Elizabeth watched the magic with excitement. So magic could even return mana like this. There really are many exceptional talents. Yeah. Maybe it could be applied elsewhere too. Though he didn't understand what they were saying, they were clearly positively affected. Bringing them really was the right choice. As she was thinking that, Luonan noticed that no one else stepped forward. My turn. Luonan. You got this. You can do it. Aish said with clenched fists. Elizabeth also gave him a short word of encouragement. Luonan strode up to the ice pillar. The witch was still curled up, as if asleep. As expected, witnessing the ice pillar, Luonan frowned. Her vague suspicions were somewhat confirmed. The shell encasing the witch felt similar to the crystal that once covered her body. Slightly different. But if asked whether they were exactly the same, they weren't. Though very similar, the feeling was entirely different. It was like the difference between a shield and a prison. If Luonan's crystal was created to protect something, this one seemed designed for imprisonment. She tried touching it lightly, but the ice pillar neither melted nor cracked. No choice left. She had to break it now. Luonan gripped her sword hilt tightly. ***. The red-tinted blade of La Mancha revealed itself. I am Luonan from Flyin', she declared, staring at the witch. No need to drag this out. Taking her stance, Luonan swung her sword at the ice pillar. ***. A delayed impact sound echoed. That startled me. What? When did she strike? Terrified onlookers shrank back. 1181. 00 membranes. 29:32, 559, 00:29:34, 319. No one at the scene saw her swordplay. Luonan felt her bones tremble from the impact. She frowned. So tough. The ice pillar remained intact. Her blade had penetrated about a third of the way, but that was far from the complete destruction she aimed for. Still far off. Disappointed onlookers sighed. As expected. Wait, did her blade just cut into the ice pillar? No way. You must have seen wrong. They hadn't held much hope to begin with. So their reactions were cold. Regardless, Luonan had no intention of giving up.
Just a little fear. If it erodes even a bit, one day it will break. Even massive rocks are eventually worn down by rain. Just as he was about to try sheathing his sword again, something abnormal appeared in his sight. Luonan squinted, carefully examining the ice pillar. The shimmering blue surface was etched with dense markings. If you didn't look closely, it would be easy to miss them. Where have I seen this pattern before? Luonan shook his head in confusion. Though it looked like a random carving, it had a sense of balanced beauty. It couldn't have formed by chance. After thinking for a moment, Luonan switched course. Maybe from this point onward, he had to rely entirely on intuition. Luonan reached out and touched the ice pillar, letting his flickering mana flow along the surface. SHSHH. The shimmering mana flowed like water along the grooves. What are you doing? Hey, move if you've seen enough. We have to break it before that dragon arrives. The waiting crowd began complaining. After all, they couldn't see the flickering mana. It was inevitable. Suddenly, the mana spreading along the lines stopped. Luonan's eyes widened. It really wasn't a coincidence. The shallow grooves etched into the pillar formed a familiar pattern. It was as if a voice echoed in his mind. Pathetic. Do you think the lives of my servants are equal to you insects? At least to me, they are not. The image he saw back then flashed before his eyes. Luonan still remembered the world he saw through his eyes. In a daze, he reached out and touched the glowing markings. What exactly is the meaning behind this? He had only seen it a few times, but he could never forget. This was the sword technique used by the founder, by the Lord, of Nebula Krasir. Chapter 137 Spring, please come 02. Warning 137. At least 3 different techniques are layered together. He had only seen it a few times, but he could never forget. This was the sword technique used by the founder, by the Lord, of Nebula Krasir. Why would it be here? Luonan's eyes widened. This was impossible. He still remembered how the savior fell into the abyss, seriously wounded. It was unbelievable. Luonan began to examine the marks more carefully. Soon, his brow furrowed slightly. Too rough. The sword marks themselves matched the savior's. But the impression it left was completely different. The appearance might be similar, but the intentions behind it were vastly different. It's hard to believe the same person was responsible. Swinging a sword with such murderous intent isn't easy. There are many types of swordsmen. The saviors he had seen clearly swung their swords out of goodwill. They did it only to protect or save something. Their sword marks carried no killing intent. Instead, there was even a sense of apology in those wounds. That was truly a rare thing. So it stuck in his memory. But the sword marks on the ice were the exact opposite. Each slash brimmed with murderous intent, aimed to kill. The sword style was closest to Zifa's. But even that didn't come close to this level. The list of suspects narrowed quickly. Only 2 people could replicate such swordsmanship. Luonin curled his lips. In his mind, a vision of silver hair and western-colored eyes like his own appeared. It's that kid. That was the testimony of the cloaked man who betrayed the savior. Luonin raised his hand and touched his neck. He could still clearly feel the cold blade graze his spine. He had no idea what was going on. That sword technique mimicked so openly seemed like a provocation to the savior. Though it was unclear why those sword marks were left. One thing was certain, the slashes weren't deliberate attacks. The sword marks were narrow in width, but very deep. If he had truly intended to, he could have easily shattered the ice pillar and rescued the witch. What exactly did he want? More questions arose one after another. But that wasn't what mattered right now. Just as Luonin raised his sword again, a powerful presence surged at him from behind. What was that? It felt like something gripped the nape of his neck. Luonin slowly turned his head. Only darkness lurked in the empty corridor. But he wasn't the only one who sensed that presence. The murmur of the crowd grew louder. What just happened? Did the culprit escape? Some people dropped what they were holding. Assam and Elizabeth looked pale as they stared toward the main gate. A faint purple magical energy gathered in Elizabeth's right hand. He spoke in a low voice. Mr. Assam, you felt it too, right? Yeah. Assam replied with a shiver. His gaze was also fixed at the end of the hallway. At that moment, the sound of a large door opening came from afar. Gudong came rushing with the Inquisitor in a bird-beaked mask. Huff, Ka, Karaka, he's here. It's Lord Itargand. The Inquisitor rushed over, panting, and said to everyone. Karaka nodded with interest. Oh, the metaphor tool got here fast. Is he alone? He came alone. Huff, he said he doesn't need help. That's fine then. Karaka nodded. He cleared his throat, and addressed the group. Everyone. Looks like we should prepare to receive him. The flowing flame. Lord Itargand has arrived. Itargand. Was he scheduled to come today? Elizabeth's eyes widened. The crowd's expressions froze immediately. Luonin tilted his head in confusion. Who's Itargand? Why the huge fuss? He's a member of the Nawaldo's family. He was sent from Adlan to put an end to this situation. Didn't expect him to arrive so quickly. I thought we'd meet Lord Itargand today. I've been asleep for too long. Come to think of it, the Nawaldo's family is dragonkind, right? Suddenly remembered the huge ship at the docks. At the time, I was wondering who'd dare ride a ship rivaling the Emperor's flagship. Turns out it was Itargand's ship. Dragon I never heard of in my past life. Hearing the unfamiliar name, Luonin stroked his chin. Seems like Shulafin once mentioned. Some kind of deal between the Emperor and Nawaldo's. As murmurs once again spread among the crowd, the noise gradually rose. Voices of discussion filled the space once more. A loud bang came from the direction of the main gate. Rumble. Everyone turned their heads at once. While yawning, Luonin bit his tongue and cursed. Damn it, what the hell? Bright light streamed in. The heavy gate stood wide open. Crackling noises echoed. The Inquisitor who had rushed in before cried out in terror. Lord Itargand. A young man stood there. Hands in his pockets. His demeanor gave off an androgynous beauty. Thin golden hair hung to his shoulders, swaying in the wind. His build was average, but his attire was extremely extravagant. He wore a coat made of lion's hide over his uniform. The cold wind blew through the open coat. Even in the chill, the youth remained composed and calm. Luonin instinctively sensed. He was Itargand. That kind of presence couldn't be learned. Still just a young man. But Itargand's aura carried a sense of youthful immaturity. Though his true face wasn't clearly visible, it seemed like he hadn't even grown his fangs yet. Itargand's figure was one that seemed somewhat unremarkable, but Nawaldoye clearly didn't care about this witch incident. or even the emperor. Itargand glanced around the corpses, and said in displeasure, "Move aside." Hearing that voice, Luonin furrowed his brows. That dry voice carried the arrogance and pride unique to dragons. The interrogator stammered a reply. Well, you arrived earlier than expected. Please give us a bit more time. It'll be cleared up soon. Forget it. Move aside. Itargand raised his hand, pulling it out of his pocket. The hesitant ones were lifted into the air. Their bodies. What is this? Luonin frowned. It was as if an invisible hand had grabbed them, but this hand wasn't like Assam's. His gentle invisible hand. It was like a child grabbing a frog. Too forcefully. Those caught cried out in pain. Ow. Oh, it hurts. Among them were Assam and Elizabeth. Luonin's expression darkened. Damn little lizard. Luonin spun his sword, planting it under his feet. At the same time, he fired sword energy toward the two. So, two small bursts of sword energy sliced through the force binding them. Luonin leapt high into the air. He caught the falling Assam and Elizabeth in his arms. Oh, Mr. Luonin. The two looked at him in surprise. Just as Luonin landed steadily, Itargand moved his finger to the side, as if flipping a page. Boom. People helplessly flew to the edge of the hallway. Oh. Let go. The people piled together, struggling and pushing against each other. Those unlucky enough to fall let out sharp screams. Oh. Help me, no matter what. Itargand's expression didn't change at all. After confirming the area around the witch was clear, he stepped forward. He walked exactly 5 steps. Hey. Something blocked his path. Itargand slowly raised his head. Facing him, Luonin growled deeply. You think just because you're a dragon, you can bully people at will? Who are you? No need to know. Apologize to them right now. Luonin pointed his thumb toward Assam and Elizabeth. Assam was so shocked his knees gave out. He staggered. Elizabeth was using her magic to support the fallen. She covered her mouth. Mr. Luonin. Hey. The people who had stood up froze again. They all stared intently. Itargand, watching Luonin, finally spoke. Do you even know who you're speaking to? Who knows? All I know is you're just a pompous little dragon whelp. People like you. Just one breath and you'd turn everything to ash. That's a danger that's not out of the question. Luonin responded by spitting on the ground. Peeved. For the first time, Itargand's indifferent expression tightened. You little. A killing intent started to radiate from Itargand's shoulders. Luonin didn't back down. For some reason, he didn't feel like he would lose. The atmosphere around them grew tenser. Gentlemen, please calm down. Either of them breathing fire or drawing a sword wouldn't be surprising. At that moment, Karaka stepped between the two. He wore a friendly smile. I'm Inquisitor Karaka, Lord Itargand. Please allow me to apologize on his behalf. Do you have a death wish? Itargand furrowed his brow. Crack. At the same time, Karaka knelt on one knee. An invisible force was pressing down on him. Luonin instinctively reached for his sword. But Karaka raised a hand to stop him. Karaka. Please calm your anger. Karaka spoke with difficulty. His voice squeezed out between parted lips, as if being forced out from his throat. Mother of Flame. Lord Nawaldos. Shouldn't we follow orders? HMPH. Itargand gave a slight shudder, and clicked his tongue. The oppressive force vanished. Karaka collapsed to the ground, coughing violently. Cough cough. Damn. Are you okay? Luonin rushed over. Itargand, now expressionless again, walked past. Luonin frowned as he helped Karaka up. Sorry, this is all because of me. Don't say that. You did great. Karaka chuckled softly. I'm not seriously hurt. Putting his mask back on, he looked at Luonin. I mean it. Never thought I'd see someone apologize to a dragon. Luonin gave an awkward smile in response. He didn't bother to explain that it was worth a try. If that foolish dragon heard this, he'd definitely blow up. The most urgent task now was to rescue the witch from the ice. Standing before the ice pillar, Itargand finally spoke. Clean up the corpses yourselves. Chapter 138. Spring, hurry and come 3. Hashtag 138. Clean up the corpses yourselves. What? Lord Itargand, that, because ending winter is our goal. Try to capture her alive if possible. Shen Wangguan's expression turned stiff. If the witch were to be killed rashly, and winter couldn't be ended because of it, that would be an extremely troublesome situation. But Itargand wasn't listening at all. Shut up. Raising his arm, Itargand aimed at the winter witch. The surrounding mana began to gather around him. The people who had stood up scrambled for the corridor. Run. We're going to burn. Get out of the way. There was no long incantation. Before Itargand's palm, a massive magic circle formed. Just as the last runner entered the hallway. Boom. Scarlet flames burst forth from the magic circle, gushing like a raging torrent. Its power far exceeded expectations. Screams and gasps echoed one after another. Whoa. It surged like a flood after a dam broke. The glowing flames flowed with magnificent brilliance. If hell's rivers glowed blue, this might be how it looked. My eyes. Damn it. In an instant, a blinding flash engulfed Judica. People quickly shielded their eyes. But the light pierced even water. Flames crashing into the walls began flowing back toward the corridor. Oh no. Deploy a shield now, Elizabeth shouted anxiously. A translucent barrier rose between the corridor and the open space. At the same time, the backflowing flames engulfed the shield. Oh. Elizabeth gritted her teeth. The triple-layered protective shield began melting instantly. The hesitant mages began casting spells one by one. Stone wall, mana barrier, various types of defensive magic reinforced Elizabeth's shield. Even so, it couldn't fully block the flames. Elizabeth bit her lip and closed her eyes. I really didn't want to use this. Her voice was full of reluctance. A purple aura began to radiate from her hands. It was a kind of mana not found in nature. An aura? Luonan raised his eyebrows. It was the first time he saw Elizabeth's aura. The softly flowing purple mana spread directly over the barrier. This is, oh my. The barrier is strengthening. Eyes widened across the crowd. The collapsing magic began to recover. Melted sections of rock re-solidified. The cracks on the mana shield quickly filled in. The flames stopped leaking out. Luonan looked at the focused Elizabeth and said, "So you had this kind of power. Not bad, huh? Don't tease me. My ability is to support the flock?" Though her aura seemed powerful, she didn't seem to like it. After all, she always wanted to be the protagonist. A little more than a minute passed. Feeling the heat fading, people looked up in confusion. Is it over? Seems like it. Because the barrier was too thick. They couldn't judge what was happening. The mages exchanged glances and began lifting their spells one by one. The flames gradually faded, the moment the thick rock collapsed. Whoosh. A fierce wind swept through the corridor. Oh. Damn it, what a mess. Luonan clicked his tongue. Thankfully, no one was hurt. Within the exposed space, there was no hint of cold at all. Faint flickers burned like water frogs after the rain. The hot, dry air spread all around. It felt like being in a desert. The frost covered cave walls and floor, along with the humanoid icicles hanging from the ceiling, had all vanished without a trace. What happened to the witch? Luonan looked around and let out a bitter smile. What the hell? The blue ice pillar showed no signs of melting. The winter witch still slept curled up inside the ice. Itargand stood there, dumbfounded, staring at the intact ice pillar. No, it didn't melt. Impossible. That delicate flame. People started whispering among themselves. The temperature around them rapidly dropped again. It was the chill radiating from the ice pillar. Itargand took a deep breath and bit his lip. As a mortal, you did well. Itargand raised his arms again. This time, both arms. Terrified, the people began casting defensive magic once more. Boom. Flames burst out again like a raging torrent. Just from the sound alone, it was stronger than before. Soon, the heat began to fade. People lowered their barriers, but the scene before them was unchanged. Itargand's voice came from within the flames. This can't be. The ice pillar had only melted slightly, and quickly refroze again. Itargand panted heavily, seemingly exhausted. Shock and despair flickered in people's eyes. No one was happy about still having a chance to be a hero. Even the hottest flame of a red dragon couldn't melt that ice. Luonan spat on the ground. He muttered under his breath. Bastard. Talking big for nothing. At this rate, everyone under the system might have to live their whole lives wearing wool hats. Just as Luonan looked at Itargand with scorn in his eyes, a familiar presence entered his view. It was, though very faint, there was no doubt, a flickering mana was rising from where the ice had melted. Luonan furrowed his brow. Damn it. Why would that thing show up here? There was no doubt. It wasn't visible before. It only appeared as the ice began to melt. That meant the ice contained that substance. Fragments of memory stirred in his mind. This was no coincidence. Only the Nebulascragians could control flickering mana. Not to mention, there were sword marks etched into the ice, likely from the cult leader. A sword style imitating mockingly. And a witch found already trapped within the ice. The shape of the incident was becoming clearer. Crack. Unable to contain his rage, Itargand punched the ice. Damn it, but nothing unusual happened. He turned to the Inquisitor and growled through clenched teeth. Looks like it's because mortals lack the strength. Move the witch outside. That's impossible. As a precaution, the witch was sealed inside this judicary. To undo the seal, either the ice must be melted or sealcasters must be gathered again. Then just burn it right here. Itargand's face twisted with rage. His once rounded pupils narrowed into diamond slits. You're dead. A pair of massive wings tore out from his back. The Inquisitor shouted in panic. No. Rodarin will collapse. You dare give me orders? I am Itargand, the flowing flame. Itargand roared. The entire space shook as if an earthquake had hit. People couldn't even flee. They could only remain frozen in place. Luonan, who had been silently stroking his chin, flicked his fingers. So that's what it was. The mystery's been solved. He immediately stepped toward the ice pillar. Assam asked in a confused voice. Luonan. Where are you going? Now it all makes sense. What? That block of ice. It should be breakable. Assam's eyes widened. Ignoring Itargand, Luonan stepped toward the ice pillar. Touching the sword mark again, she bit her lip. Those bastards made the first move. Logically speaking, the appearance of the Winter Witch years earlier than expected was already abnormal. Back then, she was calculated, deliberately committing crimes, but this time, the witch merely brought winter. Of course, that too was a great sin. But the nature was different. The fact that she was found trapped in the ice was definitive evidence. She was a victim too. If Luonan's guess was correct, even the witch herself couldn't escape the ice. Perhaps some method was used to make her summon winter and then seal her. To manipulate flickering magic and fuse it with other materials. Only Nebraskragi could do that. So it really was a provocation. Those sword marks seemed to carry a taunt. Upon close inspection, Luonan realized it wasn't an illusion. The sword marks left on the surface were the answer to breaking the ice. If she followed them exactly, the ice would surely shatter completely. However, few people could replicate those sword strokes. The towering ice pillar stood like a letter. If you want to solve the riddle, then show yourself. There's no need to say who the letter was addressed to. The savior is still alive. With that conclusion, Luonan let out a bitter smile. Now that she had the answer, she didn't want to waste any more time. So, Luonan drew her sword and pointed the tip at the ice. She wasn't sure if she could do it. She vaguely remembered, but reproducing it was still a struggle. But this time was different. The chaotic sword path fused with her memories into a refined vision. Just one strike would do. Itargand was still rampaging. No one was paying attention to her. Which was even better. Luonan's arm disappeared from view. Her magically charged blade danced across the ice surface. A single brief slash. The first stance flowed seamlessly, followed by a second, like a comet from his sword tip. Then came the third, a violent storm. Hundreds of varied strikes were completed in an instant. HMPH. Luonan. Karika, who hadn't realized it in time, raised an eyebrow. By the time she blinked, it was already over. Luonan sheathed his sword after completing the strikes. Click. The scabbard swallowed the blade of La Mancha. Crack. Huge cracks appeared on the once smooth ice pillar. Shimmering mana gushed out like blood. Itargand's eyes widened. What? Glad to see you're still alive. Luonan smiled slightly. Cracks spread across the entire surface in a flash. The ice pillar exploded. Boom! Neatly fractured shards flew in all directions. The witch trapped inside collapsed forward. Chapter 139. Spring has come. Part 4. Hashtag 139. Shards of ice flew everywhere. The witch who was trapped leaned forward. Luonan caught her, gritting his teeth. Damn, she's freezing. It's like hugging a block of ice. Even his thick coat couldn't block the cold radiating from her body. Seeing the witch's face, Luonan raised an eyebrow. She looked quite ordinary. Her robe was identical to Assam's, black and long. On the sleeve was a yellow insignia symbolizing Liang's rebirth. Perhaps because she hadn't grown up yet. The witch looked completely different from the one he knew in his past life. She was just a cute girl. If it weren't for the cursed chill and pale, colorless hair, she'd probably turn heads in Liang. Hey, wake up! Luonan shook the witch's shoulders. No response. Her small head swayed weakly. Suddenly, a bad premonition flashed through his mind. Is she dead? Luonan quickly placed his index finger under her nose. Thankfully, there was still a faint breath. Although her body was pale as paper, there were no visible injuries. Damn it, I still have so many questions to ask. But seeing her still unconscious like that, things didn't look too good. Cursing, Luonan took off his coat and draped it over the witch. Good thing Itargand raised the temperature, or her ribs might have frozen stiff. While buttoning the coat, Elizabeth's voice came from behind. Mr. Luonan. The surroundings fell into an unusual silence. Luonan turned around. Everyone, including her, stood frozen in place like statues. Even Itargand stared blankly at the shattered ice on the ground. The silence lasted for about 30 seconds. Then the Inquisitor who had guided her jumped up and shouted, "Oh no, oh no." The ice broke. His panicked voice echoed through the open space. Only then did the others begin to speak. The growing murmurs turned into gasps of awe. The witch's shell shattered. My God! Did she cut it open with a sword? I've never seen anything like it. They marveled at the miracle while keeping their distance. Elizabeth slowly approached the witch. She stopped in front of her and said, "Eveline." Elizabeth touched the wound on her neck. Judging by how she kept biting her lips, her emotions seemed complicated. After taking a few deep breaths, she spoke. "I didn't see it at all. How did you do it?" "Just cut it with a sword. It's been 2 years, and you're still the same." Elizabeth shook her head helplessly. "You were like this at the Tower of Dawn too." Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps came from the far end of the corridor. Turning to look, 5 or 6 people in bird beak masks came running toward them. Judging from their attire, they were Inquisitors like Karaka. Oh my God, the report was true. The Inquisitors around began moving into action. Some people began picking up the ice shards and placing them in boxes. Others carefully documented notes in their notebooks. The man who had been observing the scene the longest walked up to Luonan. His mask was carved with the image of an owl. Alternating his gaze between Luonan and the witch, he asked, "I am Special Inquisitor Aheza. Were you the one who broke the shell?" "Yes." Luonan gave a calm nod. The man, briefly surprised, asked again, "May I have your name and affiliated institution?" "I'm Luonan, from Liang Academy." "I see. Mr. Luonan, you've made a great contribution. We just received word from the Antitoxin Network." "What happened?" "The bleeding has stopped." Luonan's eyes widened. He relayed the news about the bleeding stopping. The sky began to show blue. Didn't think it'd be resolved this quickly. Inquisitor Aheza gave a brief explanation about the following procedures and the rewards to come. As the conversation went on, Luonan found himself smiling bitterly more and more. Due to the gravity of the incident, the scale of the reward was beyond imagination. Aheza, after thanking him once more, continued, "The palace may be contacting you soon. Please wait patiently." "What? Meet the Emperor? You are the hero who restored the spring of antitoxin. It's only natural. At the very least, you'll attend a banquet." Luonan couldn't help but laugh. In both his lives, he had never once seen the Emperor. After finishing everything he had to say, Aheza took a black cord from his waist. "Now then, please step back for a moment. I'm going to restrain the Winter Witch." "Wait. Why?" "I have some personal questions I want to ask him. Let him regain consciousness first. Can you wait a little?" Aheza's face turned serious. After a 5-second standoff, he spoke up. That won't be possible. Eveline, De Rosa is a prisoner. We can't allow someone potentially dangerous to move freely. There's really no way? Sorry. Aheza shook his head. His firm tone made it clear. There was no changing that decision. Even though what he said was right, it was still frustrating. Just as Luonan was thinking how to persuade him, Karaka, hands behind his back, chimed in. Haha, don't be too strict. Let him breathe a little. Inquisitor Karaka, he's the hero who restored the system. How could anything go wrong? But, if something does happen, I'll take responsibility. As a colleague, please, I'm asking you. Aheza sighed. The Inquisitors collecting information all looked over at them. It seemed Karaka held some authority among them. After a brief hesitation, Aheza nodded. All right, I'll trust you. Haha, don't worry, just don't take too long. I'll go wait for you. Aheza nodded again, and turned to leave. The Inquisitors who had completed data gathering also left the hall. Watching their backs, Karaka winked at Luonan. Old man. Luonan couldn't help but smile. That was probably the best thing Karaka could do for him. Luonan, also winking, picked up the witch. Let's lay her down first. All right, there's an office upstairs. Let's go there. All right, let's go over there. He had lost consciousness, so he had no choice but to carry her. After putting a coat on her, he noticed her body felt much warmer than before. Suddenly, Luonan raised an eyebrow. Huh? The witch's hair color was changing. What was once pure white was turning to a healthy brown from the roots. Luonan furrowed his brow slightly. What's going on? Why is this happening? It was like snow melting and revealing the soil beneath. Could it be that some kind of curse was lifted? Just then, Elizabeth's voice came from nearby. Mr. Assam, what's wrong? Luonan turned his head, and saw Elizabeth clapping her hands in front of a motionless Assam. It was then that he realized. He hadn't seen Assam at all during the recent chaos. Are you all right, Mr. Assam? No matter what Elizabeth did, Assam didn't respond. His eyes were vacant, as if they'd lost focus. Luonan frowned again. Assam? Huh? Assam blinked. It was a strange feeling, as if his eyes had already been open. His blurred vision began to clear. Elizabeth's face appeared in front of him. Assam recoiled in shock. Elizabeth didn't move, though his posture was unsteady. His body's balance remained unchanged. Where is this? Realizing something was wrong, Assam quickly looked around, and it wasn't just him. Everyone else was frozen in place, including Luonan, who was carrying the witch, the people who had been talking wide-eyed, and even Itargand who stood motionless. Everyone froze. What the hell is going on? Time felt as if it had stopped. He tried to recall what had just happened, but his memory was blank. He had clearly seen Luonan break the ice, and then everything went black. At that moment, a voice came from behind. Welcome, child. Huh? It was a woman's voice. Assam gasped sharply. He was so shocked, he couldn't even scream. His heart sank to the pit of his stomach. After taking dozens of deep breaths, Assam slowly turned his head. A woman in a white gown was standing behind him. She raised her hand with a smile. Such a beautiful child. Ah! Assam finally let out a long suppressed scream. Thud. He jumped back, landing flat on his butt. The woman chuckled. Assam struggled to hold back tears, and asked, Who are you? Who am I? Now that's an interesting question. The woman smiled with narrowed eyes. She was stunningly beautiful. Silvery white hair hung down to her waist, like strands of silk. Aside from her clear blue eyes and bright red lips, everything about her was white. From appearance alone, she looked about the same age as Roger. But her aura was unusual, making her hard to read. After a moment's thought, she finally spoke. You may call me many names. The cruelest season, the white wasteland, or, she paused, gracefully walking over to Evelyn. Or, like the others, call me the Winter Witch. Winter Witch. Assam's face turned pale. He knew what the Winter Witch looked like. What is going on? He pointed at Evelyn, who was in Luonan's arms. Isn't that girl the Winter Witch? Evelyn is merely my vessel. A poor child. Imprisoned by the Nebula cult. Spent an entire year trapped in frozen ice. The woman looked at the unconscious Evelyn with pity. She gently stroked Evelyn's, now gradually browning, hair, and continued, "Still, that time was not wasted. Such a brilliant star fell into my arms, a shining star. Then what happened to me? Nothing serious." The woman stopped stroking Evelyn and approached Assam. She crouched down and gently grasped his feet. Truly, nothing serious. Though he wanted to scream, his body wouldn't move. Her dress parted, exposing her chest. She pressed her face against his, and whispered, "Give me your body." "What?" Assam's eyes widened in shock. Then he noticed her hair, wrapped tightly around his limbs. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't move. He tried to chant a spell, but her suddenly grown hair blocked his mouth. "It's okay, child, it's okay," the woman whispered sweetly. She gently embraced Assam. She felt her consciousness slipping away. Biting down on her hair, she shouted with all her might, "El Luanan, come." Focus returned to Assam's eyes. Now clear-headed, she looked around. Elizabeth clapped her hands, a smile on her face. "What's wrong? Are you awake now?" Assam didn't answer. She moved her arms and legs. With a voice full of wonder, she murmured, "Amazing. Even that old man Rollhorn wasn't this strong." "What? Mr. Assam? Are you all right?" "Yeah, I'm fine. Are you really fine?" Assam nodded hesitantly. Elizabeth sensed something was off. She tilted her head in confusion. Her tone and expression seemed subtly different. "Hey, are you okay?" Just then, Luanan walked over in long strides. Eveline had already been handed over to Karika. She pinched Assam's cheek, and asked, "Why so quiet? What's going on?" "You." Assam lifted her head, and quietly stared at Luanan. Assam gave a faint smile, then suddenly hugged Luanan and whispered, "My prince. What's with this guy?" Luanan's face turned ashen. Elizabeth covered her mouth. Disgusted, she grabbed Assam's shoulder and pushed him away. "Are you crazy? So annoying. Can't I even do this much?" Assam puffed up one cheek and said, "That gesture's like a maiden." The way she tucked her hair behind her ear was so delicate. "I think that kind of beauty is more than enough. You've got really high standards. You're totally insane." Goosebumps crept up Luanan's neck. Elizabeth glanced at the two with a look of contempt. This freak. And Sister Anderson's right there too. How could you act like this? Even Mr. Assam. "Elizabeth, shut up." Luanan shook his head. Assam continued to pose femininely. Must be partial brain freeze from the cold. He clearly needed physical treatment right away. Just as Luanan started rolling up his sleeves, a voice called out from behind, "Hey, stop right there, huh?" Luanan turned around. The red hatchling Itargand was staring at him. Her wings were still fully extended. "How did you do it?" "Do what?" "You broke ice that even I couldn't melt. What kind of trick did you use?" "What trick? If you failed, then just go home and soak your feet and sleep." Luanan waved his hand dismissively. Itargand clenched her fists. "No. I won't accept this." "Then what do you want?" "I challenge you to a duel. Right here, right now." Itargand's voice grew deeper. Her body began to swell. A massive tail, like a tree trunk, started growing. *GRK. Her mouth extended into a crocodile-like snout. Her wings turned an even deeper red. Luanan cursed. "You've got to be kidding me. Trying to prove you're stronger than me? Even among red dragons, there are plenty of arrogant fools. But this is way too much." The main plaza began to shake. People started screaming and running away. Inquisitors rushed in, desperately trying to stop him. "Mr. Itargand, you mustn't." "Silence," Itargand roared. Some inquisitors collapsed to the ground in fear. He was already half transformed into a dragon. He's gone completely mad. They were currently at the bottom of the deep sea. If this foolish dragon returned fully to his original form, the outer wall would collapse. Everyone would die. Under such circumstances, bloodshed was unavoidable. Itargand had to be stopped at all costs. Luanan sighed, and reached for her sword. Whip. Something shot past above Luanan's head, and embedded itself in Itargand's chest. What? Too fast. No one saw it clearly. Everyone's face froze in shock. Itargand looked down at his chest and coughed up bloodied phlegm. Cough. A spike of ice, as thick as a tree trunk, was driven deep into his chest. Cold instantly spread throughout his body. That was a familiar ice. Luonan slowly turned her head and saw Assam, hand outstretched, aiming. Assam. Ah, as expected, impressive. Assam gave a cracked smile and softly said, the voice that flowed from his lips was different from what Luonan knew. His red hair began to turn white from the roots. Ah, 140 springs. Come, 05, trumpet number 140. Assam's hair continued turning white from the roots. A misty chill swirled around his small hands. Luonan's eyes widened in disbelief. What are you doing now? Haha, such an exceptional vessel. I've never seen one like this before. A once-in-a-millennium talent. Assam covered his mouth and giggled. There was no trace of guilt in that laughter. A woman's voice, Sela's, flowed from his lips. Something was clearly wrong. They needed to figure out what happened. In an instant, several strange factors flashed through Luonan's mind. Evelyn's hair suddenly turning brown again, and Assam turning pale in her place. His bizarrely feminine behavior. It didn't take long to deduce the truth. Damn it, is this possession? So the Winter Witch is a spirit like Vikira, without a physical body, wandering the world, seeking a host. He hadn't encountered this in his past life, so he had no idea. Once he understood, Luonan charged toward Assam and grabbed him by the collar. He shouted in fury, "Why are you in there? Winter Witch, ah, so rude. But not bad either." Assam narrowed his eyes mockingly. His hair was now fully white. Even his eyelashes had turned snowy. Luonan's grip on his collar tightened. Shut up, get out of that boy's body. Did you do this on purpose? Pretending not to know all along? How pitiful. I don't even know you. But, why do you look so desperate? It makes me jealous. Assam only made some incomprehensible noises in response, as if mistaking Luonan for someone else. Even with his neck being strangled, Assam's expression remained calm. He slowly raised a hand and gently caressed Luonan's cheek, saying, "Please, stop tormenting me. Quick, say my name. Only you know my true name." Damn it. That tone. It was as gentle as someone speaking to a lover. Veins popped on Luonan's forehead as he reached his limit. Just as he was about to punch Assam in the temple, a deafening scream rang out from behind. Damn it. The sound was too loud to ignore. Luonan instinctively looked back. Itargand was struggling after being hit by ice. Every time his body slammed against a wall or the ground, Rodarin would tremble. Itargand, half buried in an icicle at the chest, was constantly emitting cold air. It seemed he couldn't pull out the icicle due to the pain. Assam furrowed his brows. And we just reunited, too. Assam raised his arm and aimed at Itargand. Cold air instantly gathered. A large magic circle formed in his hand. Luonan cursed, face pale. Damn it, will you stop that already? Luonan hurriedly slapped away Assam's arm. At the same time, an icicle like before shot out again. Crack. The icicle grazed Itargand's neck and lodged into the wall. Assam tilted his head in confusion. Why are you stopping me? Don't you know? This guy is a descendant of Nawaldos. Oh, no wonder his blood is so noble. Killing him would certainly be troublesome. Assam lowered his arm. Luckily, he still had a few moles left. Just as he thought that, his lips moved slightly. Then he flicked his finger. But does it really matter? What? Snap. The icicle lodged in the wall was pulled out. After spinning once in midair, it flew again toward Itargand. Damn it. Luonan turned and drew his sword. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 crescent-shaped slashes met the attack. However, the icicle freely changed course, and struck its target in the end, even more skillfully than any witch he had seen in his past life. Not eating. An ice spike pierced through Itargand's body diagonally. It came out from his ribs. Itargand gasped heavily. His rampage stopped. He stared at the ice spike protruding from his ribs and collapsed. Thud. Assam sneered and continued. If we join forces, even the Mother of Fire can't stand against us. Crazy hag. Luonan gritted his teeth. He didn't expect him to be this insane. Whop. He reversed his grip on the sword, and struck Assam's nape with the hilt. Arg. This time, it finally worked. Assam let out a short groan, and lost consciousness. A dreadful silence fell over Jutka. A stiff Elizabeth asked, "What exactly happened?" "I don't know either. Probably possession." Possession? By who? Who else could it be? Of course, the Winter Witch. Elizabeth's eyes widened. Suddenly, Luonin noticed the others were gone. Where did they go? They all ran off when Itargan went berserk. What a disgraceful bunch. No, this might be for the better. They wouldn't have helped much anyway. But when it comes to Elizabeth being here, that's another matter. Karika muttered blankly. How confusing. Karika stared blankly at the now chaotic Jutka. Eveline. Droza was still snuggling in her arms, panting heavily. You're still here, huh? Karika. Guarding the prisoner is my duty. But this is... That voice lacked the presence of a soul. Even the seasoned inquisitor didn't expect this to happen. She turned to look at the pale-faced Assam. She wanted to explain how it all happened. But unfortunately, there was no time. Luonin patted her on the shoulder and said, "Alaka, take the kid somewhere safe. Tell the others to either flee or protect themselves. No one else must come in here." "Sir Luonin, what do you plan to do?" "Try to keep things under control. Now go," Luonin urged. Moments later, Kalaka nodded. She carried Evelyn and left Judica. Luonin let the weakened Assam lean against the wall and sit. After checking Assam's condition, he turned to Elizabeth. "Help me out. Has your psychokinesis improved these 2 years?" "A bit, yes. What are you trying to do?" "This guy must not die." Luonin pointed at Itargand. The huge body on the ground was still twitching. Breathing was labored. If not treated in time, he might die within 5 minutes. What a headache. Of all days, this had to happen today. If Itargand dies here, there'll be conflict between Dragon City Adran and the Empire. The radical dragons may use this to spark a war. A clash between the continent's 2 strongest powers is the last thing we need. Especially with only a few years left till the apocalypse. Luonin grabbed Elizabeth's hesitant wrist and strode over to Itargand. He was near death in a form that was neither human nor dragon. The wounds were frozen solid. Not a drop of blood. TCH. Useless. Aren't you ashamed? Huff. Human. Luonin let out a sigh. This is why the Winter Witch is so vicious. This kind of ice wound is extremely hard to treat. If the ice spike isn't removed, the cold will completely consume it. But if you pull it out recklessly, the frozen organs will shatter. Although there are emergency potions, they're far from enough for his size. Not even close. As he racked his brain for a solution, a glimmer of light flashed in Luonin's eyes. Wait, have I used that before? There might be something suited for this kind of case. Thinking back, he only ever received it, never used it. Luonin rummaged through his pockets and pulled something out. Found it. A small white pearl shimmered in his palm. It was the 10,000-year snow pearl from the continent's northernmost region. A rare medicinal item that boosts magic and resists cold. A gift from Andershan 2 years ago. Such a waste. Luonin clicked his tongue. Other than money value, he didn't want to use it on someone casually. But besides this, there was no other way to solve the current situation. For the greater good, Luonin spoke. Listen, Itargand, if you're left like this, you'll die soon. What? The witch's frost will freeze your heart. Resistance is useless. Even a dragon like you can't resist it. Eventually, your whole body will turn to brittle ice. Luonin said calmly. It was exactly as described in his previous life. He wasn't exaggerating. Itargand's gaze twisted. After a brief silence, he murmured in a low voice. I don't want to die. All right then, do exactly as I say. This young lady, pampered like a rich housecat, will help you pull out the icicle. Then, you must immediately shift into human form. It'll hurt like hell, but it's your only way to survive. After saying that, Luonin split the eternal snow pearl in half, and stuffed one half into Itargand's mouth. Sure enough, Itargand swallowed the pearl. Soon after, his frozen wounds began to thaw. Blood started to flow. Itargand's body writhed in pain. Isn't this even worse? The pearl is expelling the cold energy from his body. Let's begin. Luonan signaled Elizabeth with a glance. With her eyes closed, she used her psychokinesis. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The icicles lodged in Itargand were pulled out completely. Blood spurted out like a fountain. Transform. Luonan shouted again to the struggling Itargand. With a roar, his body was enveloped in light. Moments later, the platinum-haired youth Itargand collapsed onto the ground. Luonan quickly rushed over and caught Itargand. Blood was still gushing from 4 wounds. His body had shrunk. It was worth the try. He applied emergency medicine to the wounds. Stay alive. With the sound of steam evaporating, the wounds began to heal. After confirming the bleeding had stopped, Luonan smiled slightly. Damn bastard. Let me show you. You. What are you? Itargand looked at Luonan. Having returned from the brink of death, the anger and jealousy in his eyes had vanished. After staring at Luonan for a long time, he lowered his head. All right, enough noise. Get some proper sleep. Thankfully, he didn't die. Just fainted from exhaustion. With this, the possibility of war between dragons and humans is eliminated. Luonan, having just avoided a crisis, breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, a voice came from behind. Who are you? Damn it. It was the witch's voice. He didn't know when she regained consciousness. But now, that wasn't the point. Luonan quickly split the remaining 10,000-year snow pearl in half. He swallowed one half himself, and shoved the other half into Elizabeth's mouth. Lo, Lord Luonan, eat it first. Thirsty. Elizabeth coughed after swallowing the pearl. Luonan, catching his breath, turned his head. Assam had already regained consciousness. She was standing with her back to them. Why is she standing like that? Luonan frowned. A mirror-like ice wall appeared before Assam, staring at Luonan's reflection in the ice. Assam muttered in disbelief. That person isn't. Why? Undeniable disappointment leaked into her voice. She finally realized Luonan wasn't the one she had been searching for. Luonan shook his head helplessly. Damn, you're only realizing it now? That's impossible. So similar. What's your father's name? I don't know either. By the way, are you looking for the High Priest of Nabrakragia? Assam didn't respond. A look of despair appeared on his face. He began to touch his own face. Also, that child isn't a woman. What, you didn't know? Unbelievable. So beautiful. Such smooth skin. It's easy to be confused. Luonan nodded. He himself only believed Assam was a man after confirming it with his own eyes. Apparently, quite a few guys had their hearts broken after falling for that dwarf. Now everything's a mess. How did I escape from Lorahorn prison? I plan to reunite with that child in a beautiful vessel. Assam's condition was clearly deteriorating. Listening to his nonsense, it was clear he had suffered a major blow. Luonan sighed deeply. You're not going to answer? As expected. No response. If we can't talk this out, then the next step is obvious. Luonan gripped both sword hilts at once. So, La Mancha's black blade revealed itself. The drawn Ymir radiated dazzling magical energy. Luonan hadn't unsheathed Ymir to avoid harming Assam. Pointing La Mancha at Assam, Luonan growled. Now get out of my friend's body. You crazy old hag. Luonan stomped the ground and charged forward. Elizabeth chanted a spell. A cold voice came from between Assam's tightly shut lips. How despicable. All of it, just as Ymir's scabbard was about to strike his head. Assam raised his head and snapped his fingers. The walls of Jutica exploded. Seawater rushed in violently. Chapter 141. Spring, come already. 8-6. Hashtag 141. With a thunderous boom, the stone walls exploded. Clear blue seawater cascaded down like a waterfall. Seeing this insane scene, Luonan cursed. You lunatic hag. Outside was a pitch-black deep sea. Rodoran seemed intent on sinking himself to the ocean floor. Assam flew swiftly into the air and waved her hand in the void. I can't bear to watch this anymore. Disappear. Another explosion occurred. 3 holes started shooting out water. Within seconds, the seawater rose to the foot of the cliff. Elizabeth, pale-faced, canceled the magic she was about to cast. Oh no. She pointed toward the flooding holes. A purple barrier sealed the holes, blocking the incoming water. Facing the unexpected pressure, Elizabeth bit her lip hard. I can't hold this for long. Because of the water pressure. The holes began to widen. Cracks spread across the wall like tree roots. She glanced at Luonin, and said, "Lord Luonin." There was a clear message in her gaze. Luonin nodded. Since he couldn't launch sword energy, he had to deal with the enemy directly. Boom. Reinforcing her strength, she leapt toward Assam. Wearing a look of contempt, Assam pointed at Luonin with her index finger. Such a futile struggle. An invisible hand grabbed her. Assam, staring at Luonin, said, "You really do look like him. The one I once tried to seduce. But who wouldn't even glance at me? He actually had a child? Damn it, who the hell was it? Unforgivable. How dare he?" Assam began mumbling in a low, dark voice. Luonin frowned. Just hearing her talk about seduction and such was already disgusting enough, and now she won't even say a name, which made it all the more irritating. He changed his mind. "What? I'll let you live, as long as you take me to that child. If you're connected by blood, then your paths must also be linked. You lunatic. If I knew, I would have gone already." Luonin let out a bitter laugh. "Even if you try to get information from her, she only says what she wants to say." She raised her arm shakily, and gave the middle finger. "Go to hell." After saying that, Luonin spat in pain. Assam silently clenched his fists. The binding force around him grew stronger. A chill rose up in the mud surrounding Assam. Luonin twisted his lips. It was a spell he'd seen many times in his previous life. The chill gathered with sharp whistling. 7 massive swords formed from ice appeared in the air. Assam extended his index finger again and pointed at Luonin. What a pity. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The 7 great swords shot toward Luonin, each as massive as a temple pillar. Long and huge. Luonin sighed deeply. As expected, this won't end peacefully. Assam. Just as the swords reached a step away from him. Boom. Luonin's arm vanished from sight. All 7 great swords exploded midair. What? Before anyone noticed, Luonin already held La Mancha. No one even saw his swing. Assam's expression turned to shock. Fragments scattered in all directions. Swish. Luonin slashed again, severing the binding forces on himself. His freed body began to fall. He calmly switched energy source, gripped the sword hilt, and found it much easier to manipulate magic. So this is the effect of the ocean pearl? The blade of Ramancha glowed white. Luonin, channeling his magic, unleashed Telaniel's oath. Boom! A massive shockwave burst from beneath Luonin's feet. Elizabeth flinched in fright. The space trembled. Luonin's falling body suddenly shot upward. A panicked Assam tried to rise higher, but Luonin had already reached her. Wham! Luonin's fist slammed hard into Assam's abdomen. Gah! Spit flew from her gaping mouth. The sound of ribs cracking echoed from within. Assam's waist twisted violently. "How dare you!" Gritting her teeth, Assam swung her arm. She gathered frost again, and conjured dozens of ice spikes. Luonin quickly moved his eyes, calculating the number of incoming spikes. 5 on the left, 7 on the right, 12 from below. Without hesitation, Luonin slashed toward the sky. 24 crescent-shaped sword auras appeared along the path of his blade. Swish, swish, the sword energy shot straight at the spikes. At the same time, the ice spikes aimed at Luonin launched as well. Boom! The sword energy collided with the ice spikes midair. 24 ice flowers bloomed from the impact. This is impossible. Not a single sword wave missed its mark. The sound of shattering filled the air. Assam's eyes widened. Even after all the ages she had lived, she still found this scene unbelievable. Then, Luonin's outstretched hand gripped her throat tightly. If I don't let you speak, you won't get a word out." Luonin clenched his hand firmly. Assam's face turned pale. His breathing became labored. His focus scattered. The telekinetic force keeping him afloat vanished. He began to fall. "You're going to kill this child? Not a bad choice. Think about what that woman did to me. That kid probably wants to die too. You. Wind roared past their ears. Luonin never loosened his grip. Assam's vision began to blur. It looked like Luonin truly intended to kill him no matter what. Thinking fast, Assam lowered his head. Moments later, he looked up and shouted in panic. "Ah, Luonan! Assam!" Luonan's eyes widened. That was the familiar voice of Assam. The once pale lashes were now tinged with red again. Assam choked as he began to speak. "Please believe me, holding you wasn't my intention at all. What a strange thing to say. My body moved on its own. You idiot, what's the point in saying this now? What on earth happened? I don't know." That woman suddenly held onto me. Every time Assam spoke, tears fell onto Luonan's face. In that moment, Luonan loosened his grip. Suddenly, Assam, now speaking rapidly, raised his head. Luonan raised an eyebrow. "Assam? Thank you. You, witch?" The voice changed again. Luonan immediately clenched his fist. But Assam was quicker with his magic. An invisible hand struck Luonan. He was launched straight into the wall. "Sir Luonan." Luonan slid down the wall. Elizabeth stretched out just in time and caught him with telekinesis. At that moment, an explosion rocked the wall on the other side. Boom! With a thunderous roar, seawater poured down from above. This can't be real. He couldn't dodge it. Elizabeth instinctively raised his left arm to shield his head. A hemispherical shield covered him. Luonan and Itargand. The moment the water touched the barrier, he realized his mistake. He gasped. He had forgotten the shield he previously set up. His focus was scattered. Luonan's hand had caused the already unstable barrier to shatter. Cracks spread rapidly. An entire wall on one side collapsed. "No!" Elizabeth screamed. Boom! The halted water came crashing down like a flood. In an instant, the seawater engulfed all three of them. When the water level rose halfway up the space, Assam resurfaced and began chanting softly. "Frost Domain." A bluish-cold aura spread out from under his feet. Crack! The raging seawater instantly froze. The sound of water ceased. A sudden stillness fell over everything. Luonan and his companions at the bottom couldn't escape in time. Only bone-chilling frost rose from the frozen whirlpool. Gazing down at the black ice, Assam stroked his neck, and muttered to himself, "Blood truly doesn't lie." He was in disbelief. He knew he was a descendant, but never expected such a high level of swordsmanship. He nearly passed out from it. "Lo, Nan!" At that moment, a boy's voice cried out in his mind. It was the voice of the body's original owner. Assam shook his head. "Give it up, child. Your character is far too fragile compared to your talent." When he realized he had taken over the man's body, he had once thought about leaving, but quickly changed his mind. No matter where he went, he would never find a vessel this gifted. By comparison, a gender-changing curse actually sounds more reasonable. The boy's voice rang out again. "Give it back to me." Even though he'd lost his body, the boy's consciousness kept lashing out. "Looks like I'll have to crush his will first." Assam showed a bitter smile. "Come on, show me what you've got." Assam lifted his head. Focusing his mind, he inhaled and exhaled slowly. Boom! An invisible punch struck the ceiling. It exploded on impact. Rotoran shook violently. Screams erupted all around. "The floor! What's happening? My legs stuck! Exterminate!" Moments later, the dust cleared, revealing a gaping hole in the ceiling. Bright light poured down onto Assam's head. Assam looked up at the opening and gave a bitter smile. A distant blue dot was blinking. "You see it?" He quickly realized it was the sky. He had blasted his way from the bottom of Rotoran all the way up. Despairing screams echoed in Assam's mind. No, this can't be. You'd better accept reality. Time to get some fresh air." Assam's body ascended through the shaft of light. The seal had long been broken. A long tunnel exposed the cross-section of the prison. After unprecedented destruction, Rotoran descended into chaos. People lay collapsed everywhere. Some lucky prisoners who escaped were rioting, while the guards struggled to subdue them. Shrill screams echoed non-stop. Some spotted Assam and yelled. But nothing changed. Assam continued rising. His field of vision grew wider. "Ah, fresh air. It's been a while." Assam smiled, taking a deep breath. The sight of dawn unfolded before him. Sunlight reflected off the surface of the water. It sparkled brightly. The biting sea breeze swept through his pale hair. Rotoran beneath his feet had a huge hole blasted into it. the dock carved from reef stone. And the anchored ships were now in full view. People outside pointed at Assam and shouted. Someone came out. Who is it? What happened? What was that explosion just now? Those wriggling figures looked like ants. A crack-like smile curled up on Assam's lips. After scanning the crowd, he spoke. Kill them all. Will you submit? Stop, please. Looks like you won't. Assam reached out toward a sailing ship. The Itargand, more magnificent and larger than the Emperor's flagship. The moment he clenched his fist. Boom. A massive ice spike, about 20 meters in diameter, pierced the ship's hull. No. Desperate cries echoed in Assam's mind. The ice spike formed from frozen seawater kept growing, lifting the ship from the sea. Eventually, the overloaded ship split in two. The bow fell, and the splash engulfed the crowd. Ah! Help me! Lord Itargand's ship. Panic spread across the pier instantly. People submerged in water scattered in chaos. Cold air leaking from the ice spike began freezing the sea surface. Aiming at another ship, Assam said, how about a bit more? Please. Please stop, please. Despite their desperate pleas, Assam raised his hand again. Just as he was about to cast another spell. Boom. Suddenly, an explosion rang out behind him. What? Assam quickly turned around. Under volcanic clouds of dust. The fortress was completely destroyed. The hole he had blasted tripled in size. What happened? No idea what's going on. At that moment, a shadow loomed over Assam's head. He finally heard the sound of flapping wings. A familiar voice came. Hey, Auntie. He slowly looked up. A massive red dragon flew with the sun at its back. Horrific scars marred its chest and ribs. Itargand. It really was him. Flames flickered through his barely parted fangs. On the dragon's head stood two people who should have frozen to death. That was close. You wanna die or what? They were still clinging to little Itargand's foot. Staring straight at Assam, the unbelievable sight turned Assam's face pale. It's how it is, Luonan replied. At the same time, Itargand opened his jaws. Flames surged forth like a raging torrent. Crimson fire engulfed Assam's vision. This level of power. Assam raised his hand. Crash. Icicles surged from the sea toward Itargand. The fire rapidly melted the ice. But they were too massive to vanish entirely. Just as the ice was about to strike Itargand. Crack. The icicle split open. Luonan's figure appeared from within. Assam's eyes went wide. It's, what? In his right hand, Luonan gripped a blood-red La Mancha. In his left, Ymir remained sheathed. Assam instinctively raised a magic shield. But Luonan casually slashed La Mancha, tearing it apart. Cut the crap, you wretched woman. The distance closed completely. Huff. Ymir flew in a curved arc. She struck the back of Assam's neck. Her eyes rolled back. She lost consciousness. Chapter 142. Spring has come. 7. Scene 142. The sky was clear. Unseasonably cool air lingered over the dock. Luonan took a deep drag of his cigarette and looked around. It was a rare sight. The frozen sea began to thaw. Small ice floes floated on the surface. Boom. A massive ice spike collapsed into the sea. Though the air was cold, the sunlight was warm, just a bit longer, and the air would be warm enough for flowers to bloom. At dawn, Luonan exhaled a puff of smoke, and murmured, Spring has come. The unprecedented prison break had been quelled for about an hour. The witch's ice began to melt rapidly after Assam lost consciousness. Luonan flicked off the ash and turned around. The upper structure was completely destroyed. Rotoran Fortress now looked like a crater. It was in full view. The result of Assam and Itargand's combined efforts. To repair everything, dozens of masterful earth mages would be needed, as well as stonemasons and carpenters. Many were bustling about the reef-carved docks of the fishing town. Over there, move that over. Yes, sir. Aheza. All third-level prisoners have been subdued. There are no current escapees. HMPH. At last, I don't have to wear that stupid fur coat anymore. Though this disaster had occurred, people's faces now seemed more spirited. They were once again reminded of how terrifying the witch's winter had been. But if asked whether everything went smoothly, not exactly. There's still one big problem left unsolved. Luonan stroked his chin in thought. Just as Elizabeth approached, wrapped in a blanket. Lord Luonan, you came. Her complexion had clearly improved. She must have recovered a bit. Her hair, which had been soaked like seaweed, was now dry. She handed over a blanket identical to the one she wore. Thanks to you, I survived. You've saved me time and time again. It's no big deal. How can you say that? What exactly have you been through these past 2 years? Elizabeth's voice trembled. She still couldn't believe she'd survived that hell. The very depths of Rodoran. Beneath the ice layer of the witch. The barrier protected them from drowning. But the next problem was, they were trapped in total darkness and without air beneath the ice. The cold they felt then was beyond words. If not for the eternal snow pearl, they wouldn't have lasted more than a few minutes. Escaping that hell was entirely thanks to Luonan. Recalling the moment of escape, Elizabeth shuddered instinctively. Move aside. That was all Luonan said as he slashed with his sword. The scene of sword energy slicing through the ice like a storm was something she would never forget. After that, they escaped aboard the now conscious Itargand. Though she thought she had grown stronger over 2 years, she still had a long way to go. Thinking back to her time in the astrological world, Luonan spoke up. I just wandered around. You're brushing it off again? It's too much to explain here. Anyway, we're alive, aren't we? That's true. What about Lord Assam? Luonan frowned slightly. He silently turned his head and pointed downward with his chin. Same as always. Assam lay unconscious, completely still. Before he was possessed by the witch, Luonan secretly brought her out. Seeing her still pale hair, Elizabeth frowned. Her hair color hasn't returned. Yeah. How are we supposed to get that woman out? Luonan brushed back the hair on his forehead and sighed. Though knocking her out was good, the real problem now was how to separate the witch's soul. Even asking Elizabeth, Itargand, and a few seemingly powerful mages for advice, no one had a definite answer. It'd be best to deal with this before things get worse. Of course, if news from Rodoran got out, maybe someone would know the solution. But Assam's life would fall into long-term chaos. Given the time remaining, it was best to resolve it quickly. At that moment, a familiar voice came from behind. Ah, you're here. Karika? Luonan turned around. Karika walked over with his hands behind his back. A royal guard wearing a plague doctor mask followed beside him. The two stopped in front of Luonan. Looks like they had already roughly assessed the damage. It was finally time. After a deep breath, Luonan asked, how many dead? 7. All of them were shot by the Inquisitors while trying to escape. While we mourn the dead, it was still a shameful way to go. That's all? Yes, I was surprised too. Karika shook his head. Luonan let out a sigh of relief. Assam's psychic punch had pierced through Rodoran. And yet, there were no casualties. It was nothing short of a miracle. Of course, Lord Luonan's warning played a huge role. But to have so few injuries, you could call it divine intervention. We were truly lucky. Thank the heavens. It really was fortunate, though nearly 1,000 were injured. The material losses were immeasurable. Without a doubt, this was the worst day in Rodoran's history. Ha ha ha, damn it all. Kalaka laughed heartily, stroking his beard. He added, most of Rodoran's lower levels are now flooded by seawater. Luonan looked at Assam with a complex expression. Should he be held responsible? If the witch can't be separated, then probably, yes. Damn it. Luonan clenched his jaw. This was exactly why they needed to separate the Winter Witch from Assam. Even if she was controlling him, punishment seemed inevitable. If she returned to Rodoran as a criminal, that would be too cruel. As she pondered, touching her chin, Kalaka spoke up, but there might still be hope. What do you mean? Kalaka didn't answer. Instead, he signaled to a nearby guard. The guard nodded. She removed her mask, revealing a young girl's face. I know. It was a familiar girl. Her soft features and healthy brown hair were memorable. Elizabeth's eyes widened in shock. Evelyn? Hello, Senior Elizabeth. I've caused so much trouble. The girl bowed awkwardly. Luonan's eyes also widened. She was Evelyn, the former vessel of the witch. Droza. because her complexion looked much better than when she was first rescued from the ice. He didn't recognize her at first. When she woke up earlier, to avoid causing panic, we had her disguise herself a bit. She says she knows how to extract the Eastern Witch from her friend's body. Karika explained. Luonan took a sharp breath and grabbed Eveline's shoulders. Is that true? You can extract her? Yes. Although it'll take a little time. I can do it. Your shoulders. Eveline winced in pain. Luonan realized he had been gripping her too tightly, and quickly let go. Sorry. It's okay. You're the one who rescued me from the ice. Yes, I did. I'll always remember your kindness. Thank you. Eveline gave a deep bow. Luonan waved his hand. She's very polite, and left a good impression. Her demeanor was outstanding, even while possessed by the witch. It was hard to believe someone like her could become a criminal. Turns out there was a reason the witch chose her vessel. She's strong, and her magical prowess is high as well. Elizabeth, though slightly embarrassed, thought maybe her loss in the school entry duel wasn't due to the witch. Thoughts of when the witch's possession began, and who had imprisoned her, surfaced one after another. But now wasn't the time. Luonan asked, so what's the specific method? It's simple. I'll become the vessel again, and accept the witch. Since I've done it once before, it'll be much easier this time. Eveline said with confidence. She had some command over soul magic. That was thanks to her father, a former dark mage. Although she felt uneasy, at least there was hope. Suddenly, a question flashed through Luonan's mind. Wait, what if that woman causes trouble again? What if she takes over again, and becomes the witch once more? Exactly. So right after the transfer, seal me immediately, with a powerful sealing spell, so I can never escape. Then everything will be solved. Evelyn said this with a smile. Both of their faces froze. Luonan, stunned, shook his head firmly. No way. Huh? Why not? Damn it. I said no, and that's final. What nonsense is she spouting? Her expression and tone made it sound like a suggestion. But she was actually offering to shoulder Assam's sins. Evelyn said, if Luonan can't accept such a sacrifice, is there another way? Maybe. Possibly. But finding a vessel strong enough to hold the witch's power won't be easy. What about objects, instead of humans? In theory, that's possible. But we don't know if there's an item powerful enough to seal the witch. Evelyn sighed. She explained that although the separation method was similar, the Winter Witch's power was simply too immense. If transferred to an unfit vessel, it might shatter, or the witch might escape quickly. That would only cause more casualties. A vessel. A flash of inspiration crossed Luonan's mind. There is one. What? Evelyn tilted her head in confusion. Luonan crouched in front of Assam and began searching his robes. Elizabeth asked in a panic. What are you doing? Wait a second. He even wore it when going to the bathroom. He really has been wearing it ever since returning from the Phantom World. Before long, a smile appeared on Luonan's face. He reached into the depths of his robe, and found it. Luonan was holding a black book in his hand. Both women's eyes widened. That was an unprecedented forbidden book. Extremely dangerous and destructive. Luonan handed Vikira to Eveline, and said, how about this? Is this not enough? This book once sealed away the evil spirits that destroyed countless nations. It said every page holds a soul bound by a magical ritual. If one cannot become its host, that's when things get even worse. As Eveline flipped through the book, she couldn't help but marvel. This could work. Chapter 143. Spring Break, Please Come. Scene 143. Eveline kept flipping through the book in awe, her eyes sparkling with excitement. This might just work. Lady Elizabeth, can you help me? Asking for help? Yes. Transferring a soul takes some preparation. Eveline said that separating the witch's soul requires a large amount of magic. After hearing her explanation, it seemed not only Elizabeth, but other mages would need to be involved too. After a brief explanation, she hesitated and said, I know we're trying to keep this quiet, but can we invite that person? Who? The one standing by the cliff. Her eyes were fixed on a young man, gazing out at the sea with a damp leather coat draped over his shoulders. Eveline marveled once again. You can feel immense magical energy here. Is he a high elf? No. As expected, an overwhelming magical force radiated from the young man. Luonan furrowed his brows. Putting aside Evelyn's misunderstanding, he didn't understand why this person was still here. If he was injured, he should have gone back. Why stay? Luonan took a step forward. Wait here. I'll bring him over. The young man stared blankly at the sea. The wreckage of his ship drifted on the surface. Luonan stood beside him. You're still here? I targened. Is that you? No. It's Luonan. What are you doing here? I'm thinking about something. Itargand continued without turning his head. He no longer sounded arrogant, but rather lost and disheartened. Luonan tilted his head in confusion. What are you thinking about? Maybe. I'm weak. Hey. Luonan chuckled reflexively, not out of amusement, but out of disbelief. He never thought he'd hear such self-reflection from the mouth of a dragon. It seemed the events at Rodoran had shaken him deeply. Why do you think that? In the end, I couldn't melt that ice. If it weren't for your help, I couldn't have defeated the witch. No, I probably would have died in that freezing cellar. You're surprisingly rational. My mother always said I was strong. But that was just a lie. The flames I spewed in adulthood were just for show. Itargan sighed. His pride had hit rock bottom. After a moment of silence, Luonan asked, Do you want to become stronger? Yes, but I don't know how to do it. I can tell you. Itargan turned his head for the first time. From his confrontational attitude since the beginning, to the way he pursued power, he reminded Luonan a bit of Shulafin. Though he didn't really like it, he didn't hate it either. Itargan asked, What's the method? Nothing special. Just try hard like humans do. Humans? And how do they do that? Do me a favor first. Then I'll tell you. Come with me. Luonan turned and walked off. Itargan. Evelyn turned pale upon realizing that Itargan was a dragon. Preparations didn't take much time. Because Itargan's magic was incredibly strong, there was no need to invite anyone else. The ritual was held behind the cliff. The sound of waves crashing came from below the cliff. Luonan raised an eyebrow as he looked around. Didn't expect a place like this. It was hard to find. This is the best place to perform dark magic. Evelyn smiled. It's narrow and hidden here. Other than the 5 of us, no one can find it. On the uneven ground, a magic circle drawn with chalk was visible. 2 overlapping circles sat side by side. A psalm and the book were at the centers of each. Evelyn knelt in the overlapping section. Elizabeth and Itargand quietly placed their hands on her back, ready to transfer magic. Luonan's task was to stand guard. After taking a few deep breaths, Evelyn spoke. Then let's begin. The other 3 nodded. Evelyn parted her lips. Chanting flowed from her like water. Elizabeth and Itargand froze in place. Suddenly, Assam's body began to float. Ah. Whoa. That startled me. Luonan frowned. Assam hovered about a meter above the ground. Then his body suddenly twisted violently. Ah. Ah. Damn it. Is this normal? Luonan asked with a frown. Looks like a seizure. His hair kept changing colors. From black to red. Then back to black again. He's fighting for control. Control? Yes. The witch's soul is transferring into the book. Assam's personality has regained control. That's a good sign. Eveline replied with her eyes closed. She quickly absorbed the magic of Elizabeth and Itargand. Now I need to focus. Like I said before, I must not be disturbed. Eveline said. Although Luonan didn't understand, he had no choice but to accept it. At that moment, a voice came from behind. What are you all playing at? What good sign? Come? Luonan turned toward the voice. There was nothing there. The voice came again from the front. Whatever you're doing, you'd better stop. Whoa. That startled me. Who are you? Luonan looked down and flinched. A little guy was squatting there, his chin resting on his knees. He looked about 10 years old. There had been no sign of his presence. No idea where he came from. The boy didn't answer Luonan's question. He continued speaking instead. That's soul-breaking magic. What? The 2 supplying the magic. They'll also suffer mental damage. The child who's the host is incredible. Even with dragon magic suppressing it, he's still resisting. It's like seeing my childhood again. Luanen's eyes widened. The sudden situation was hard for him to comprehend, but his instincts told him this boy wasn't lying. He looked up. Assam was still struggling. Luanen bit his lip. He grabbed Assam, who was floating in the air. Damn it. Stop it now. Ah. Evelyn let out a scream. She collapsed to the ground. The two providing him with magic also opened their eyes. They were gasping for air. Looking around. What happened? Did I pass out? This isn't a normal reaction to interrupted magic flow. Luanen glared at Evelyn. His usually calm face was now twisted with rage. What is going on? We were almost done. You stupid girl. What were you trying to do to my friend? Placing Assam on the ground, Luanen gripped his sword manual tightly. He pointed his sword at Evelyn and shouted angrily. The little boy watching from the side spoke with interest. You're pretty sharp. Most people would just call me crazy and punch me in the face. You? Who are you? Evelyn froze as she slowly noticed the boy's presence. Her reaction was like a sweet potato seeing a snake. The boy looked at her and Assam in turn, then stood up and said, creatures that have existed in spirit form for a long time and divide their souls and store them in multiple vessels. That girl is proof. It would be a waste to give it up completely. Why are you here? How did you do this? You chose too good a vessel. How could I not notice? Clap. The boy clapped his hands. Whoosh. White mist emerged from Assam's and Evelyn's noses and mouths. There was more mist from Assam. Huff. Luanen and Elizabeth's eyes widened in shock. So ordinary. Evelyn, having expelled all the mist, collapsed like a puppet with cut strings. Assam, who had been lying with his eyes rolled back, suddenly screamed and sat up. Oh. Why you? Get away from me, Assam? Luanen's eyes widened. Assam's previously pale hair began to change color rapidly. He leaned against the wall and looked up. Luanen, Elizabeth, are you okay? Assam looked around and raised his hand. After confirming his limbs moved at will. Tears welled up in his eyes. Guys. Save the reunion joy for later. Just as Assam was about to speak, the boy cut him off and pointed at the mist. The mist flowing from the two of them began to merge, taking on a specific form. Luanen squinted his eyes. At that moment, the mist finally stopped shifting. It was a beautiful woman. She wore a flowing dress, her body semi-transparent like a spirit. Luanen instinctively sensed she was the Winter Witch. The woman opened her eyes and screamed in terror. This place. Long time no see. How was your vacation? Wait a second. I can't go back yet. I haven't accomplished anything yet. Something held me up. Hurry and go back now. Clap. The boy clapped his hands again. The witch's form dissolved into mist once more. As he clapped again, the mist was absorbed into the necklace she wore and vanished. Ah! A low scream drifted with the sea breeze. The witch's presence disappeared from the world. The four stared blankly at the boy. The first to speak was Itargand. You're strong. Something like that. Maybe even stronger than mother. Itargand's breathing grew heavier. The boy tilted his head, as if he were thinking seriously about something. Then he smiled. Oh, it's not that exaggerated. Compared to Lord Nawaldoye, I'm still far from finished. In an instant, Luanen felt a chill rise up the back of his neck. This wasn't just a random guess. It was a carefully calculated conclusion. He was placing himself on the same level as the Mother of Flame. Luanen wiped the cold sweat from his palms and asked, Who exactly are you? Wait a moment, let me take care of something first. After replying, the boy gently touched the ground. Whoa! As the crisp sound escaped his lips, a wave of magical energy rippled across all of Rodoran. Rumble. A loud rumbling echoed above them. Elizabeth looked up and shouted in shock. Oh my God, the ice vault is regenerating. The collapsed ceiling was fusing back together on its own. Cracked rocks grew new flesh like layers all over. It was unbelievable. Luanen was also stunned. Only an earth mage like Zolodin could do something like this. And even this wasn't the end of it. Rumble. An even louder boom followed, along with a tremor as if the entire world was being overturned. The entire Rodoran began to shake. Assam, panicked, pointed at the cliff and shouted, It's floating. What? Luonan frowned. Rushing to the edge, Luonan's eyes widened in disbelief. Rotoran was really floating in the air, along with melting ice floes and aligned ships. The ice spikes left by the witch were quickly moving away. The boy said, I heard the lower levels are completely submerged now. Isn't this better? Even the prisoners can't escape. No one responded. Rotoran continued rising for about 10 minutes before stopping. The air became fresher. This, really is. Clouds, like a flock of sheep, drifted by right in front of them. As the altitude rose, they could see even farther. A chimney-like object appeared on the distant horizon. So this is the invisible Dawn Magic Tower. The boy, admiring the surroundings, stroked his chin. There might be issues when transporting prisoners. I'll take measures. Don't worry. The four of them now looked at the boy in awe. Luonan suddenly chuckled softly. At this level of display, it was impossible not to attract attention. Why would a grand mage be here? Oh, sharp eyes, as expected. There aren't many who can do something like this so effortlessly. The boy grinned slyly with wide eyes. You heard it too. Aegina chose a decent vessel. She even dropped by to take a look at this vessel. Grand Mage. Assam's voice sounded like he might faint any moment. Elizabeth stood stiff as if petrified. The boy stretched lazily and said to everyone, Hello, everyone. I'm Rorwan, Tower Master of the Twilight Magic Tower. Chapter 144. Spring has come 9. Alarm number 144. Hello, everyone. I'm Rorwan, Tower Master of the Twilight Magic Tower. Rorwan chuckled darkly. This unprecedented Grand Mage's self-introduction was shockingly brief. Elizabeth began to sob. Assam and Itargand were stunned. Luonan showed no reaction. He simply stared quietly at him. To think he'd meet this guy here. Though his face stayed calm. His heart pounded like it might burst from his chest. He never expected to see Rorwan from such a close distance. Rorwan, like all other famed figures, had many names. Poets and fellow mages called him the Beacon of Enlightenment, the Creator of Light, the Master of the Five Elements, and more. But most preferred the simple title, Grand Mage. After all, he was the only 9th-tier mage in the current era. Impossible to mistake him for anyone else. Luonan was quite familiar with this man, though he had only seen him twice. Once was during his travels when he saw him summon rain in a drought-stricken village. The other time was before the Empire's military council, where he caught sight of his figure. That was the last time. As Luonan recalled the past, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Rorhorn and Ahayut perished together with one of the two giants. To be precise, he used his own soul as a medium to permanently seal it. Shouts of astonishment and admiration echoed from afar. Oh my God, oh my God. Rotoran is really floating in the sky now. What is going on? This kind of power feels almost divine. Yet such a powerful mage couldn't defeat a giant. Unbelievable. Even if that giant was stronger than Ahayut. It once again underscored how dire the end truly was. That being said, why is it like this? Luonan frowned. The boy before him was clearly Rorhorn. But he looked very different from the man in his memory. A minute of silence passed. Finally, Elizabeth, who had stopped gasping, asked, R.O. Rorhorn? The Rorhorn you once knew? Yeah, I think so. Why? He looks a bit different from the one I remember. Elizabeth muttered while rubbing her chin. Luonan was wondering the same thing. Rorhorn nodded in understanding. Ah, I see. You mean. Snap. Rorhorn snapped his fingers in the air. Suddenly, his height grew rapidly. Signs of age etched themselves onto his smooth skin. His jet-black hair turned half-white in an instant. In that moment, Rorhorn stood taller than Elizabeth. Nearly as tall as Luonan. His face aged alongside his body. He stroked the beard that now reached his chest and said, Why not this look instead? Why yeah, that's the one. Elizabeth nodded after a brief pause. That's the Rorhorn Luonan remembered. He suddenly remembered how he and his Punishment Corps buddies used to joke about the old guy. Saying he could wipe with his beard. Haha, this is the image I usually use for formal occasions. The title Grand Mage suits this look well. Look at this beard. Rorwan grabbed the middle of his beard and gave it a playful shake. His tone naturally shifted into that of an old man. Luonan felt something was off and frowned. This seemed a bit different from normal transformation magic. Oh, you noticed? Yes. I can't explain it precisely. But it feels more natural. Sharp observation. Indeed, at some point, I gained the ability to control the flow of time within my own body. But this form gives me knee pain. Better switch back. He snapped his fingers again, and returned to the appearance of a boy. Rorwan explained that he could freely adjust the aging of his body. Hearing such an absurd claim, Luonan gave a wry smile. This is far more advanced than Sekolite's cursed aging. A terrified Assam widened his eyes. Why, you can control time? Yes, but only for myself. How is that even possible? That's just, looks like you were born to be a mage. What's your name? I'm Assam. Assam finally bowed in greeting. His curiosity seemed to outweigh his fear. Rorwan began to examine Assam closely. So, Assam, why do you think Aegina, the Winter Witch, was interested in you? What? I never thought a genius who could surpass that brat Classiel would appear within a few centuries. His eyes and tone were solemn. Assam twisted his hands, completely overwhelmed. Since Rorwan didn't continue speaking, a strange silence lingered between them. Luonan couldn't help but ask, sorry to interrupt, but what about this kid? Luonan raised a thumb toward Eveline. She was sitting against the wall, breathing heavily. Like a boiling log, his unfocused eyes had no clarity. Rorhorn walked up to him, and gently pressed a hand to his forehead. After concentrating for a moment, he nodded. You'll be all right. The highest-ranking spirit fused with your soul over the past year. The shock must be intense. You were already an outstanding mage. If you focus on recovery, you'll be fine soon. The highest-ranking spirit? You didn't know? Yijeni, the Winter Witch, was originally a spirit, and a very noble one at that, though it was a long time ago. Most of the information has been lost. Rorhorn explained. The Winter Witch was a top-tier spirit on par with Hylan and Edelbosch. Everyone's expressions turned to shock. So that's it. No wonder she was so insane. Damn it. She really was far too powerful. To think she could be compared to the Storm Prince. Hylan himself. In the spiritual realm, Luonan had met Hylan before. He knew well just how awe-inspiring she was. Rorhorn continued. If her relationship with Aish had gone any further, things wouldn't have ended so easily. You were lucky. What exactly was your relationship? Our perspectives differed, so it's hard to say. I thought I was a protector. A barrier for Yijeni's honor. She saw me as an evil jailer. Rorhorn gently stroked the illusion crystal of the Winter Witch he had absorbed. Inside the transparent icosahedron, a blizzard the size of a fingernail raged. Luonan raised an eyebrow. A barrier? Yes. To prevent scandals like today from happening again, I serve as her barrier. Ever since she fell in love, she completely lost her sense of character. Rorwan explained that his duty is to help her regain the dignity of a great elf. The witch's fall was due to her obsession with someone. The witch, lacking a physical form, would possess magically gifted women, trying to tempt them, but usually failed. From the fact that she could seduce even a transcendent elf, that person must have had immense charm. Luonan said, by the way, do you know who this woman loves? No idea. Aegina never told me either. She only occasionally mentioned that someone with white hair and a handsome face. Speaking of which, your eyes are red too. Rorwan raised an eyebrow. Luonan didn't answer. He knew of two people who matched Roron's description. One was Alir. The other was the traitor. So it really is that guy. For a brief moment, he suspected the witch's love interest was him. However, that raised a new question. The witch had clearly called those who froze Eveline strange monsters. If she loved that man, she couldn't possibly not know about Nebula Klaji. What a mess. Luonan frowned. What's even stranger, he clearly saw that guy carve something into the ice, yet never mentioned it. Just then, Rorwan seemed to sense something. He turned his head to look behind. Looks like it's time for us to go. We've been away too long. It seemed he really did have something urgent. After all, at their level of status, even if a day had 72 hours, it still wouldn't be enough. Roarhorn looked at Luonan, Aish, and Elizabeth in turn and said, "By the way, you're all students of Filiang Academy, right? How is that child Kleba Kratil doing? Busy beyond belief. But he'll burn out sooner or later. Before his life runs out. He has to learn how to control time. I'm quite worried," Roarhorn said with a wry smile. He meant that Kleba was the only one of his disciples still alive. Roarhorn shook hands with each of them, offering his blessings. When he held Aishi's small hand, "Aish, would you be interested in exploring the divine realm with me?" "What? This world holds many secrets. From a broader perspective, we're all blind and deaf. If you're interested, come find me at the Tower of Dusk after graduation." After saying that, Roarhorn smiled, as if he had just offered something incredibly important. Aishi's mouth dropped open, but in the end, she didn't say anything. So what does that mean? Lord Roarhorn, don't forget your studies at Filiang. As a place of learning, it's irreplaceable. Well then, I'll take my leave. Clap. Roarhorn clapped his hands. Asterisk whoosh asterisk. A sudden gust of strong wind swirled around them. His body faded into mist and disappeared into the wind. Even his exit was dramatic. Luonan gave a wry smile, as if everything that had just happened was unreal. He even began to wonder whether Roarhorn had ever really existed. However, Rodarin, still floating, reminded them that this place was no dream. Luonan, who had been gazing at the horizon, picked up Eveline. "The witch has been found. And Arthur has returned. There's not much left to do. It's time for us to head back too." There were no lengthy farewells. Filiao had a change of heart. Itargand carried them. It was Arthur's first time seeing Itargand's true form. His jaw dropped in shock. Whoa, so big, surprised by just this? If you saw Nawaldoye, you'd probably faint. That said, Luonan himself could hardly believe it either. Seeing it in person really made it real. Never would he have imagined that he'd one day be riding on Redback. If he told his past self this, he would never have believed it. Itargan said, "Once we arrive, don't forget your promise. Luonan, I'll teach you how to get stronger." "Got it. Let's go." Their flight lasted about 2 hours. Warm, gentle sunlight poured from above. The clouds that had once blotted out the sky were long gone. Luonan murmured softly, "Spring has arrived." Islands were visible in the distance. Green shoots were returning all across the land, spreading like pigments on a canvas. The land revealed by the melting snow was colored anew. Chapter 145. Lingering Winter. Alarm number 145. Eveline. When Droza woke up, it was already morning. He looked up at the unfamiliar ceiling. It felt like he had slept for a long time. Where is this? He slowly sat up. The blanket over him radiated a gentle warmth. Morning light streamed through the gap in the curtains. It passed across the room. The room was tidy and clean. Rows of thick bedding were neatly arranged. It was a scene he vaguely remembered. It was indeed the infirmary at Filiang Academy. "Why am I here? I remember Evelyn frowned. Her memory was fragmented. She only remembered being in a blizzard, and meeting a woman dressed entirely in white, and embracing her. Everything after that was a blur. Just then, a familiar voice came from nearby. "You're finally awake, Elizabeth Senpei?" Evelyn turned her head and widened her eyes. A blue-haired girl stood with her hands on her hips, looking down at her. On her pale neck, a distinct bite mark left by Evelyn could still be seen. Elizabeth said, "HMPH, you still dare call me Senpei? You probably don't even know what you did, do you?" I'm sorry. What exactly happened? Did I do something wrong?" "Yes. And it was a big mistake. First, thank this person. She's your savior." Elizabeth nodded toward someone. Standing behind her was a young man Evelyn didn't recognize. Hands in his pockets. Tall in stature, with pitch black hair, and eyes red like the setting sun. He stood out greatly, although his features looked fierce. He was undeniably handsome. He asked casually, "Hey, anywhere hurting?" "Ah, no, it doesn't hurt." Evelyn nodded quickly. "Good." He muttered softly, then turned and left. Eveline hesitated for a moment. She remembered what Elizabeth had said, and spoke up, thank you, but the young man had already left the room. She had no idea what had happened. Only assumed she must have made a terrible mistake. Elizabeth let out a gentle sigh. Don't worry about it, she's always like that. So, what exactly happened? That's what I came to tell you. Then, she suddenly realized her hands and feet were no longer cold, and neither was her heart. Elizabeth, sitting on a simple chair, handed her a cup of tea. You're going to tell me yourself? No need, it's unnecessary. Enough talking. The doctor said you need rest. Just listen quietly. Aren't you going to take the cup? Ah, yes. She quickly took it. Sorry. Eveline accepted the cup. Warm steam rose from the lemon tea. So, you were kissed by the witch of the East. Elizabeth lightly kissed her sister-in-law on the forehead, and began recounting what had happened over the past year. Standing at the doorway, Luonan said, Looks like we don't need to stay here anymore. With Senior here, she probably won't be able to focus. Yeah. Eiley is really kind. Andershan nodded in agreement. She was wearing her spring and autumn martial arts uniform, instead of a thick leather coat. When she heard Eveline had woken up, she rushed over without even brushing her hair. But Elizabeth had already come ahead to take care of her. Luonan shook his head. She denied it herself. If she had just faced things honestly, it would have been fine. She had even helped Shuleifen's younger sister before. She was a kind person to begin with. He didn't understand why she felt ashamed. Andersan glanced at Luonan, and smiled. Hey. She reminded me of someone. Who? Someone like that. Even though Luonan asked again, he never gave her an answer. In any case, Evelyn had regained consciousness. That was a relief. The two of them were finally able to relax and move on. Andersan asked, So, even though it's still morning, what are your plans for today? First of all, I'd like to rest a little more. I've been non-stop day and night these past few days. I'm really exhausted. Luonan let out a tired sigh. In the days after returning from Rodaran, she'd been running around non-stop, receiving various commendations. Thanks to the detailed testimony of Inquisitor Kalaka, her contributions were fully recognized. But that only made her feel more fed up, even though it was over, and she'd returned to Feiliang after the pilgrimage. Things didn't really end. People from all walks of life came to express their thanks, and brought tons of gifts. Some merchants even said that after spring ended, they would build a statue for the hero who ended winter. Those words still echoed in her mind. Luonan said, but at least everything ended well. That's good. Yeah, it really is. Evelyn and Assam were declared innocent, thanks to Archmage Roarhorn, who personally defended them. The responsibility was heavy, after all. If the disciple we brought in turns out to be a criminal, that would be troublesome. Thought explaining it would take a lot of time, but the result is reassuring. By the way, I heard we also received an invitation from the palace. When are we going? As long as we notify them 3 days in advance. We can go anytime. I see. Tell me roughly when we're going. I'll try to adjust my schedule. Adjust my schedule? Yeah. Meeting the Emperor isn't something we can do casually dressed. We can't just wear everyday clothes. And Duck Sun insists on preparing proper attire for the Emperor's audience. Even though Lak Nam says it's unnecessary, he remains firm in his stance. After leaving the Galilee Palace, they are greeted by a belated spring scene. The air still carries a slight chill. The chirping of birds echoes in the hazy morning light, the tender green grass and leaves, along with spring flowers that bloomed in recent days, exude a fresh fragrance. Letting out a long yawn, Lak Nam, who was about to return to the dormitory, is suddenly grabbed by the sleeve by Duck Sun. Lak Nam, can you spare me a moment? Huh? Sure. What's the matter? I can't explain the details now. You'll know when we get there. It snowed last night. Snow? Hasn't spring already fully arrived? I thought so too, but it really snowed early this morning. We need to go before the sun comes up. Lak Nam shows a tired expression, following behind him, seeing Duck Sun tightly gripping his sleeve. It seems to be something very important. What's happened this time? Lak Nam is led by Induk Sun to the west side of the academy. Since it's still early, hardly any other students in sight. Well, at this time of day, only the student council president would be with someone like me, right? Thinking about that, I had unknowingly arrived at the destination. Luonan looked up at the familiar hill. Did he raise an eyebrow? 4 Seasons Hill. This is the hill he once climbed together with Andersan. They had sat here side by side, watching the sunset. 4 trees growing together. Looks like it really snowed. What a strange thing. Let's go up and have a look. What Andersan said was true. Because of the lax maintenance, the hill and surrounding area were covered in white snow. Andersan simply grabbed Luonan's hand. As they neared the summit, a blooming cherry tree came into view. He once said, every season, one of the trees would bloom. They soon reached the top. Following the direction of Andersan's finger, Luonan froze. For a moment, all the clutter in his mind vanished. Andersan smiled proudly, and said with pride, do you remember what I told you? I said it's beautiful here in winter. Even though it's spring, it really did snow. Since it snowed, today is winter. Luonan slowly nodded. He remembered the promise to come back here in winter. This sight was undeniably very beautiful. The belated cherry blossoms formed a sea of flowers on the east side of the academy. On the pink petals lay pure white snowflakes. The distant sun slowly rises. Whoosh! A sudden spring breeze blows. It passes through the forest. Countless petals dance in the wind, fluttering together with snowflakes. Their eyes both lit up. Wow! It felt like a million butterflies took flight at once. The wind shifted toward the hill. Petals drifted toward the two of them. As Luonan was lost in the scenery, he heard Andershan laughing nearby. Ha. Luonan, look at this. Luonan turned his head. He tilted his chin upward, trying not to let the cherry blossom fall from his nose. He kept his balance. On his black hair were several petals stained with blood. Luonan quietly looked at Andershan and said, it really is beautiful. Right? He thought, this is a day he'll never forget. They didn't leave the hill until the sun had fully risen. On the way down the hill, Luonan spoke up, oh right. Thank you for the eternal snow pearl. Thanks to it, it survived. You're a hero who saved the world. A hero? Yes. If it weren't for you, we might have gone to war with the Dragonkin. Although I don't really understand what that means. If it helped, I'm glad. Andershan smiled. At that moment, his hand, still holding Luonan's hand, there was no reason beyond just wanting to. Nothing more. The next afternoon, an incident occurred. A scream echoed through the corridor of the Nawaldo's mansion. Luonan immediately realized it was Assam's voice. He rushed into his room. Damn it. What happened? Luonan, what should I do? Have I turned into a monster too? Assam, still in his pajamas, was panting heavily in front of the full-length mirror. He held his forehead, as if he had bumped into something. Luonan frowned. What nonsense are you saying? Look at this. Assam slowly moved his hand away. Part of his bangs had turned white, forming a bridge-like streak. That pure white color was identical to the witch's hair. Luonan's brow tightened. What is this? It's really disturbing. I don't know either. It was like this when I woke up. Assam choked on his words. He woke up as usual and looked in the mirror, only to find this growing on his head. Luonan began inspecting his hair. Could this be a side effect of the witch's possession? Let me see. Luonan grabbed one hair, and gave it a gentle tug. Snap. With a crisp sound, the white hair was plucked out cleanly. Assam covered the spot where it was pulled, and curled up. That hurts. Ouch. Look at this. White hair quickly grows back to fill the gap. Snap. Snap. No matter how many times it's pulled, it's the same. Luonan gave a bitter smile. This is such a headache. This thing looks like it could fetch a good price. Want to pull out a bunch and see? No. Don't do that. Assam waved his hand. At that moment, something cold and sharp brushed past Luonan's cheek. Thwack. It sounded like a blade stabbing into wood. Luonan slowly turned his head. What is this? His eyes widened. A sharp icicle was deeply embedded in the tree trunk. A frightened and pale-faced Assam hurried over. Ah. Lo. Luonan, are you okay? You bastard. A drop of blood fell from the slope. But now's not the time to worry about that. The icicle emitted a chilling cold. The stone wall gradually turned to ice. It looked very similar to the ice the witch controlled. Luonan asked, can you control ice now too? That, spit it out. This is attempted murder. Don't want to be kicked out of the corridor without clothes on. Right? Ah no, wait, actually, I haven't been back long. Assam stammered as he continued explaining. The morning after he returned from Rodaran, he discovered a new ability. Out of curiosity, he tried it out. And actual ice appeared. So the snowfall yesterday. That was your doing? Yeah, it was. I was scared. So I didn't tell anyone. Assam answered hesitantly. He had heard that some mages awaken elemental affinity later in life. But this felt different. It was more like he had accidentally absorbed Vigila's power. And formed a core. I see. So yesterday's beautiful scenery was because of this guy. Luonan chuckled lightly, and flicked Assam on the nose. Ow. All right then. You're forgiven. Thanks. But why the sudden forgiveness? Because you gave me a wonderful experience. Luonan smiled. That whole attempted murder thing was just a joke anyway. He didn't feel bad at all. In fact, he happily enjoyed expensive wine and hosted a banquet. Already possessing impressive psychokinesis, now paired with a witch's power. That was a force to be reckoned with. Knock knock. At that moment, a knock came from behind. Luonan turned around. He thought it was some clumsy person knocking on a door that was already open. But standing there was a familiar face. Shulafan, locking eyes with Luonan, spoke. Quite noisy. What happened? Seeing his serious expression, it was clear the scream had upset him. Luonan gestured for him to come over. Ah, don't worry about it. It's good news. Go on with what you were doing. This news, we can share it with the club later. Shulafan slowly shook his head. I didn't come because of the noise, Luonan. I just happened to be passing by while looking for you. You need to come with me right now. His voice was solemn, although he's always like that. Today he seemed a bit different. It felt like he was a little nervous. Luonan tilted his head in confusion. What happened? Instructor Naviroye has summoned you. He has something to tell you about the Sword Festival. Chapter 146. The Candidate. Alert 146. Instructor Naviroye has summoned you. He has something to tell you about the Sword Festival. The Sword Festival. Luonan raised an eyebrow. He had heard about it a few times. It was said to be a gathering of the continent's greatest swordsmen. He remembered hearing there was a legendary holy sword, hidden somewhere in Falzon. Thinking back, when he returned from a mission, Naviroye had mentioned that the Sword Festival was approaching. Just as Luonan was about to leave with Shulafan, Assam tugged on her sleeve. Wait a second, Assam looked uneasy. His lips trembled slightly. Luonan turned to Shulafan and said, I'll catch up soon. You go ahead. Don't be late. Arena number 11. Shulafan left the room. Only after her footsteps had completely faded did Luonan speak. What's going on? This. I think I should show you. Assam pulled out a black book from his coat. It was written by the Old World Lord. The Forbidden Book. Destruction of Vejira. He flipped through it page by page, finally opening to the last page. Luonan's eyes widened. This is, since we returned from Rodaran. Then it changed. To be precise, a new page appeared. Assam shrank back in fear. The newly appeared last page was completely blank. It was clearly made from a different material, and emitted a cold aura. Looking closely, there were small letters engraved on it. Luonan tilted his head in confusion. What does it say? Frozen Domain. It's a spell and usage method for cold air magic. It's written in great detail. I've already learned some of it. Assam continued, still stuttering. He believed the newly appeared page was teaching him, as if it was gradually passing down knowledge of cold magic. It even contained Powerful magic and information unknown to academic circles. In fact, Assam's quick mastery of cold magic was thanks to this book. Luonan furrowed his brows. It's unsettling. Even though it's useful, a lifeless book behaving like a person is just unpleasant. Hearing that, he felt as if something was there. As Luonan carefully examined the last page, a familiar voice gently rang out. Welcome back. Ah. What the hell? What is this? Assam jumped up in shock. Luonan instinctively threw the book away. Thud. Assam backed away quickly, only stopping after bumping into the wall. After catching his breath, he asked in a trembling voice, "What just happened?" That was definitely her voice. No doubt about it. It was the voice of the Winter Witch. Luonan placed his hand on his sword hilt and looked around alertly. However, "Oh no. You're way too impulsive." The witch's voice echoed again. Luonan turned toward the voice. The destruction of Vajra * lay quietly on the ground. He slowly asked, "Is that you speaking?" "Yes. Child. It's been a long time. Damn it. What the hell is going on?" The witch's voice came from destruction of Vajra. To be exact, from the blank space on the final page. She chuckled quietly. "I managed to leave behind my soul." "Ah. It was truly dangerous." "Left behind your soul?" "Yes. Once the ritual reached a certain stage, I was able to embed a fragment of my soul into this book. That way, I can speak to you." The witch explained that her existence now was due to the ritual performed in Rodaran. She added that apart from destroying Eveline and Assam's souls, her other goal was to split her own soul and place it into destruction of Vajra. She was so shamelessly confident that Luonan found it unbelievable. Just as she finished speaking, Luonan gripped his sword handle. "Damn woman." She picked up destruction of Vajra*, flipped to the final page. "Damn woman." She picked up destruction of Vajra*, flipped to the final page, pointed her sword tip at the blank paper. Just as Luonan raised his arm. "Wait, stop, what are you trying to do now? Stop it. Who knows what kind of trick you'll pull next?" The witch shouted in panic. Luonan explained that she would tear out the last page, put it into an envelope, and send it to the Hall of Marriage Tower where Roarhorn was. The originally white paper turned even paler. "I really don't have any ulterior motives this time. If I did have some plot, I wouldn't tell you about it in the first place. Right? Then why did you pretend to be a teacher?" Just like that old man Roarhorn. I just wanted to teach this child. After all, teaching is all I can do now. Explain yourself." Luonan sheathed his sword. The witch, relieved to have narrowly avoided danger, continued. "I've experienced countless honors. At least 100 mortals danced with me in snow and ice. I remember all their names. Showing off, huh? However,